Hello and welcome, friends. Nice to see you in here. I don't know if the music just died abruptly or if it's between songs. I can't tell. That would be just one of many, many, many issues I've experienced this morning so far. But looks like, oh, it was just a really long outro. Hey, Allison, welcome in. Nice to see you. Cosmic Beat, you redeemed the pro streamer. And this is where you would redeem it. Listen, I'll refund that for you. I'll refund that for you. If I could find the button to refund it, that would be easier to do. But anyways, here we go. The channel points reward queue was mysteriously missing from my my list of things here. Oh my gosh, there's a lot in here that I haven't dealt with in a long time. Let's reject that pro streamer. That was a thing I had done a little while back. I changed the pro streamer, the way I had it set up. It would have bypassed my starting soon screen, and you guys would have seen me goofing around setting up the game, and I didn't want that to happen, so I fixed that. But it still gladly takes your points. So sorry about that. Anyways, welcome in. Nice to see you. Today we are going to be playing this big boy game, Voidfall. I gotta say, this has been not an enjoyable experience to learn. So it's a big game. There's a lot of components, there's a lot of moving parts. It has a tutorial for teaching you how to play the game that is the most offensively bad, poorly structured thing I have ever encountered in 15 years of board gaming. It is, hey Aristo, welcome in. To be honest, that redemption was a test. I figured it might have been. So I was actually really happy. I tested it off stream, but I had medium confidence that it actually worked. So I'm glad to see that it didn't actually bypass it. So yeah, anyways, this game is big. It's heavy. I love heavy games. This is the exact sort of game that maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago I would have dragged my group through, and they would have probably hated their lives for it. Because I think I like heavy games and my group less so. Or my two common groups, we play medium Euros. And this is definitely not in that medium kind of territory. Is that a dino? Love the shirt. Yes, not only is it a dino, this is a velociraptor, you know? Distance raptor and time raptor, you know? Distance raptor, time raptor, velociraptor, right? Velocity is distance and time. Anyway, whatever. It was a terrible, terrible explanation of my shirt. I thought this axis was labeled separately. It isn't. Anyways. Okay, so Voidfall. Let's talk about this a little bit. Basically, I'm going to go on a slight rant here, guys, because I just got to get this out of my system so that we can start and we can play this game. Okay, so Voidfall comes, let me show you. Come here and have a look-see, okay? Voidfall comes with a glossary, which is 40 pages long. No, 50 pages long, okay? It comes with a rule book. The rule book is also about 50 pages, 40 pages, okay? It comes with a coil-bound compendium of scenarios, which also includes rules. Like the rules here in my hand, this is for the tutorial, okay? So there's a bunch of setup steps and all sorts of stuff for learning the games. They really, 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 really want you to play the tutorial in order to learn this game. Okay, so I figured, hey, you know what? Welcome in, Time Roller. Nice to see you. I figured, hey, I'm gonna, do that. Whatever. It's a game that teaches you as you play. That's fine. That's not going to upset me or anything. Whatever. I've done that learned games that way lots of times. Okay. However, this one is offensively bad. Okay. For instance, I'm just going to get this rant out. It's not going to take long. It might take long. If I was reading the cycle of play, this page here, pretty important rule, right? This over here, this blue section, that's just for the solo mode. Except earlier in the rule book, it told me if you're playing solo, ignore the solo rules, which is interesting. So, hey, This over here on page 8, that's the competitive rules. Except, even though you're playing competitively for the tutorial, ignore the competitive rules. And then it talks about these icons. This one here, I don't know if you guys can see that on stream. And this one here that looks almost identical. Well, this one you ignore for part of the tutorial, and this one you ignore entirely. And then in this particular section, you actually ignore steps 0 through 4, which is almost the entire thing. So in these 2 pages of rules, they give you 6 separate criteria for information using terms that they haven't taught you what it means yet. And then you have to ignore 5 out of those 6 things. And the sum total of all of that is that of those 2 pages, you read 4 sentences. I don't think that that's a good design, personally, but here we are. Here we are. So, it'll take long, let's be honest. Get the hell out of here. Who invited you, Martina? Why leads or dots? That's what I like. Hate tutorial, how to plays. Just tell me the rules and I'll teach it. I agree. Like, I would much prefer to like learn the rules instead of learning as I play. I'm not like morally opposed to that idea, but I guess this idea where we have like a complicated rule set in an obviously heavy game, and then you basically read the rules, but you ignore almost all of the information. But all that information is like interspersed through there, and you just have to know what to ignore, is dumb. And like a lot of what you're ignoring is like conditional. And the worst part of all of that is like the actual tutorial that you need to know to play the first cycle, like round of this game, would fit on like literally 2 or 3 pages. They gave me almost like 130 pages of printed information in this game, including like a coil-bound book. Just print the extra 3 pages for the tutorial, you bastards. Anyways, rant over. Rant complete. Rant complete. Jaws of the Lion had a pretty great set of learning scenarios. Yeah, I haven't actually played Jaws of the Lion yet. It's sitting over there on the shelf. So, but I do have my misgivings about cephalofair properties. So anyways, I'm done ranting. That's out of my system. We're going to talk about Voidfall now. So Voidfall, in fact, we're not even going to talk about it. We're gonna like, I'm hoping that the music doesn't screw this up. We're gonna have a little listen. Okay, I made a little dramatic reading of the first page of the rule book to explain kind of how did we get to here. Let's have a listen.
The once flourishing empire of Domineum is no more.
Quiet. I failed. Okay, listen. This isn't going well. I'm gonna fix this because I really want to play this stupid audio. I went to these great lengths to make this, and it's kind of cool. But I think it's way too quiet. So, Pro Streamer, I think I also messed that up by switching to the Be Right Back screen. So I'll probably have to refund you again. Pro Streamer, indeed. All right. I will be right back. I'll be right back. Adjust it in studio mode, so I'm just not gonna. Oh my god, it is so much one of those days, let me tell you. You know what I just realized? I was thinking, wow, this is way too quiet. That's because it was outputting for me and it shouldn't have been, and that was quiet, but it was probably fine for you. So you know what? I'm just gonna hit this button. We're gonna listen to some audio for 2 minutes. It's gonna either be cool as shit or an absolute waste of time, and then I'm gonna take that minute to take a few deep breaths and continue this stream, because like, good God. It has been a day so far. Okay, let's try this out again. Let's see.
The once flourishing empire of Domineum is no more. Great leaders and mighty fleets have lost their humanity, distorted until they became mindless puppets of one entity, more ancient than the universe. We saw the signs. We heard the whispers. We trusted the Novarchs, and it all led to the apocalypse of our civilization, the Voidfall. For centuries, the Novarchs, descendants of the royal house of Novarchon, have ruled with an iron fist over the feudalistic galactic empire of humankind, the Domineum. During this time, they brought stunning technological innovation and scientific advancements to their domain. This accelerated progression helped the Domineum reach, and eventually inhabit, even the farthest segments of the known galaxy, where new houses emerged to govern the outer sectors of the empire. As the House of Novarchon grew in power, so did the religious cult that surrounded them, proclaiming grim prophecies about an ancient cosmic being from another dimension, the Voidborn. Many thought it to be only a myth, but in truth it was the Voidborn's dark influence that granted the Novarchs the sheer knowledge to achieve rapid expansion for the empire. While the cult of the Novarchs envisioned eternal life through the otherworldly entity, the Voidborn's only intention was satiating its eternal hunger. And so, when the Domineum had achieved a vastness fitting the Voidborn's craving, interdimensional rifts opened at its heart to unleash cosmic corruption. As the House of Novarchon and its followers welcomed the Voidborn and sought their false salvation, the entity infected and spread and seized control over the inner worlds. Now it is time for the remaining great houses to purge the galactic corruption, prevent the Voidborn from fully manifesting in our dimension, and to ultimately overcome the chaos as the new rulers of the Domineum. Welcome to a grim galaxy.
All right, so that is our intro paragraph that I sniped from here and did a little readout. Welcome to a grim galaxy. So that's sort of the idea. I'd wanted to include a couple little, like a quick video with just some of the artwork in there, but I ran out of time. Learning this game has been headache-inducingly difficult, and yeah, but I thought the intro was still pretty cool. Welcome to a grim galaxy. So we are trying to fight off the Voidborn, evil galactic superpower that has super advanced technology and has been, manipulating numerous civilizations from behind the scenes all along. So functionally, the way that works out is we got this board here, and any orange stuff you see, that's bad. That's void stuff. Okay, so we have this is the tutorial scenario. So this right here, this is our little, that's a corvette. That's our wimpiest type of ship, the only type we know how to make. Okay, and the Voidborn have numerous corvettes in their fleet that they've infected, and the population on these tiles is also infected. It puts them in these little, it does not want to focus. You know what, maybe this will work. That didn't work at all. It doesn't even exist on that. Interesting. Oh, that's because of the slider cam. You know what, maybe this will work if I'm not an idiot. Yeah, okay. So anyways, there's this dice holders in these little Voidborn trays, which are kind of cool. Void trays. Anyways, so overall, this is a space game, right? We are playing as the Valnus. I don't know anything about these guys from a lore perspective. The only thing I know for sure is there's definitely a ton of lore behind them. This is a heavy game. There are a lot of moving parts. So on this board here, this is my fleet power. Okay, I store some of it as on this side, it's inactive. Basically, I can't use it. I have to transfer it to this active side, and then I can deploy it on that board as corvettes or other ships that with technology I've unlocked. These spots here, these are civilization tracks that I totally don't remember what they're called. but essentially it's your typical kind of like trade and prosperity and whatever. We're gonna move these along, and we're gonna gain perks as we do so, including unlocking like additional technologies and that sort of thing, kind of along the way, or at least unlocking advanced technologies rather. Up here at the top of the board is where we're going to store our technologies. I actually have one that I foolishly put away because I'm a fool. That's the foolish part. I got shields. Okay. I do not have this one. This is the advanced version of shields, but it told me to set it aside, so I'm listening to it. Okay. So we can store technologies up here. We can have 5. In theory, there might be a way to get a 6th, but I don't know. Okay. And also, this is the coolest thing too. This is like this faction board. You add into this triple layered thing. There's about 20 of these guys, and the art is super cool. Like, I love everything about this game except the learning experience so far has been a travesty. So there's like a bunch of factions. Okay, these guys are like turtles with snouts and guns. Like, I don't know, that's cool as shit, right? Triple layered, yes. So there's the bottom layer, and then another middle layer, and then the top layer. So there's a gap in here where you slide your faction sheet in, and then all the civilization bonuses and stuff that you unlock are all different, right? And down here at the bottom, this is kind of where some important stuff is going to happen for our gameplay. So we have an agenda. We start with an agenda. An agenda card is a way for us to gain influence. Influence is how we win the game. Okay, so when we're playing in the solo mode, or maybe it's the tutorial. Anyways, we're trying to get 120 influence. We track that influence on this little tracker here. Okay, so currently we have 20. I don't know if you guys can read that on stream. Probably not. Maybe down here. It's like this 3-wheeled thing. I don't know if that works either. Let's try and adjust this without busting it. A little brighter. Anyways, 2, 0. Of course, they're written in black, which is just about as useless as possible. Low contrast. Anyway, so we're trying to gain 120 influence in order to win. Okay, we have space here for additional agendas. Now these ones have room where they can become corrupted. Corruption is bad. Anytime we get corruption, bad things happen. If our agendas are corrupted, we can't gain points for them. So this is like our own kind of personal scoring conditions, basically. Okay. There's 5 different resources which are tracked on this wheel, the set of wheels here. So like, it's funny, when I was setting up this game, I've played lots of games where like you use little wheels for tracking stuff, like Gloomhaven has them, or Battlestar Galactica, or whatever, right? But this one has like an obscene number. So there's 10 wheels for managing resources per player, and then there's an additional 3 for tracking your influence. So you're setting this game up, and each of these involves 2 or 3 boards per wheel that you have to punch out. So it's like there's 60 of these things, basically. Not quite, but almost, because 4 players can play. And you spend, like, it took me like an hour to punch these things out, organize them, and put them together. It was remarkable. So our resources here, we have food, okay? On the left of our resource wheels here, we're tracking our kind of production. There's like an input value. On the very left is the input value. And on the right is kind of the output value that we gain from that. So essentially, as we acquire things on the board, like we might increase our energy production. That's this yellow resource. But moving up from 4 production to 5 production, actually our output stays the same. It only gives us 3. Okay, so it's sort of, they're a little non-linear, and I imagine that they differ across the resources, but I don't know for sure. And then on the right-hand side is our stockpile of these. So we have food, energy, materials, credits, which can be used as any of the other 3, and science, which is sort of intangible and is usually used for things like technology and that sort of thing, right? This is kind of a really cool system. Pain in the ass to set up. Once it's set up, it's really neat. I like the idea that production and like input and output ratios aren't 1-to-1. That's kind of cool. I think that's part of where this is a game where it's like that decision space is a little bit heavier, right? If I have to invest in energy production, I might actually not realize that payoff for some period of time. That sort of thing. We can store up to 15 of every resource. Anything above that is lost. I don't feel like that's going to be a problem. We started with a little bit of each and we're almost broke. Broke as a joke. Okay. And then overall, the other really important thing out here on the board is this guy. So this is our, like, I don't know, the galactic board or something. So I've played so far one cycle of the tutorial. We're going to finish playing through the tutorial on stream here today and then hopefully play like an actual scenario after that. So basically you read like a compartmentalized version of the rules for the first part. Then you go back and add in a little bit of additional rules for the second and third parts. And then there's some other rules that you add in before, like maybe, I don't know, a couple pages worth that you add in before playing the full game, which I have not read yet. So we're going to play cycle 2 and 3. And then we're going to see, I'll probably take a 5-minute break, zip through those rules real quick. I don't think it's the sort of thing where by that point, I think you would know, you'd recognize something happening in game and know to refer back to the rule book. It's kind of minutia, you know, but essentially, we have trade tokens that we can gain somehow. I've not experienced how yet. I have no idea. These are event cards that correspond to a cycle. A cycle is a like a given round of play, essentially. So we're going to flip out this one for cycle 2, and it's going to tell us how many turns we're going to play, some stuff that every player on the board needs to do, and then some conditions with which we can gain things at the end of the cycle. Okay. We're then going to take a bunch of turns using these cards here. These are focus cards. We're going to select a focus card each round that we play, and we're going to resolve 2 of the 3 things on it. These are going to be, these things are dive into the rule book to know what they do type cards. For sure. There is like a lot of iconography here that I think is actually crystal clear. But the iconography reference is literally like 100 or 200 icons. Like it's this thing and it's 4 pages long. So, you know, there's hundreds. Why am I zoomed in so much? That's dumb. This is the icon reference and this is double-sided. So there's hundreds of these things. So I have not committed those all to memory. I'm going to have to definitely check out what some of these cards do. But essentially we pick one of these cards each round, resolve 2 of the icons, stuff happens, we're going to pay costs, we're going to receive other things, we're going to initiate fights, we're going to defend others, etc. And then we do a little bit of a cleanup phase. The cleanup phase is going to change a little bit as we work our way through the tutorial for sure. That's one of the parts where there's rules that are like not yet kind of fully divulged. Can I get my points back, please? It's a big deal. Yes, you can. Absolutely. Pro streamer is rejected. You should have your points back now, Cosmic Beat. Should. Okay? Emphasis on should. So yeah, I think that is basically that. Other things I haven't told you about that I'll just mention really quickly. This is like a technology tray. The technologies we have available differ each scenario. So the ones at the top are basic technologies that are available from the start. The ones under this thing are advanced technologies that are locked until the second cycle. But basically we have an opportunity to acquire technologies. Those give us a one-time bonus and then a, you know, for the rest of the game effect, right? And then there's a whole ass board over here. This thing, the crisis board, with these cards, there's these other cards over here that relate to it, and there's like at least 6 other decks of cards that I've never touched that are for the solo game that I don't know how they work yet, because that's how this game insists on teaching you. So it's a big boy. Yeah. This is a serious game with a lot going on. It's definitely heavy. Oh, this tray over here, there's another one. It's off to the side, kind of glary. These are agendas where we can get more to go in here. And they come in 4 different flavors, like dominance and I don't even know the other ones. Manipulation or something horrible. You know? Mean things. So anyways, let's get moving on cycle 2. Let's work through the rest of this tutorial. And I'm going to be honest. I think it's going to be a little bit pedantic to move through this. We're going to have to refer back to the rules and kind of move slowly. But so far, cycle 1 was really straightforward. It was hilariously ambiguous for a tutorial, but nonetheless, made it through okay. And we're going to continue with cycle 2. So, I'm just going to have my compendium here ready to go, because I know I'm going to need it at some point. This is the coil-bound one. This was all tutorial setup and so on. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. I read the additional rules for the second and third cycles, so I feel pretty ready to go on them. But we are just going to kind of like refer to the cycle of play. The one thing that is really favorable about these rules, I will say, for all my misgivings, I think learning this game, one of the worst experiences I've ever had in board gaming. The actual rule book in terms of reference material for knowing what to do to proceed through a turn or whatever, really good for a heavy game, right? Heavy games are tough because the rules are often nested and there's weird exceptions, and I feel like not many people have gotten it right in terms of making a functional rule book. This is a great reference material approach that isn't annoying to use, but holy shit, learning it has been bad so far. So let's have a look-see here. So we ignore all these steps because we are not doing that. All right, so we remove the bottommost trade token. I've done that already. Okay, this improvement block tile is gone, so we are now able to access the advanced technologies if we want. Okay, we take a look at our galactic event card here. That's this guy. Through enlightenment, it says. Okay, and it tells us on here. I realize it's a bit glary. That's something I got to work on a little bit on my lighting setup. But it says, read the tutorial for cycle 2 in the compendium. I've done that. Okay, it says discard the following focus cards. So we got to get rid of production, progress, reinforcement, basically the cards we used last time, and temptation, which we weren't, despite sounding so nice, we weren't able to use last time either. Okay, so these are our discarded focus cards. We do not have those available. And then on these cards, there's boxes that have a solid outline. Those are mandatory. You have to do them. Ones with a dotted outline are optional. So this one, we can gain an active fleet power and then gain things, gain a technology, I think. Let's see if I got that right. So we'll take our active fleet power. I know that one. So we get to move one of these cubes over. So this is available for us to deploy. And then I think the other one is gain a technology. Should have just looked up the card, maybe. Gain a technology. A basic technology. Okay, so we can gain a basic technology. Nice. So technologies are up on this tray over here. I don't know what any of these are going to do. We're literally just going to pick one so that we can move through the tutorial as quickly as possible so that we can get to an actual game. I just got to check if I have to pay for it. I don't think so. Okay. So we're just going to grab a technology. I don't know. We're going to take the neural matrix because that sounds super cool. Okay. So what's our neural matrix do? This guy, it says, when you increase your... Oh, so it gives us a one-time benefit. We always, whenever we get a technology, we gain... You know what? What am I doing? I set up a card cam so this would be easier to see, and then I'm not using it. So we always gain 4 influence when we gain a new technology. Okay, if we gain an advanced technology, which is one we already have that we've upgraded, we gain 6 additional influence. So that's, I think, quite a bit. Our goal is 120, so 10 across the base and its upgrade is pretty cool. We gain 4 influence. We get a one-time like perk, right? So in this case, we're going to increase. Actually, we're going to increase our like credit production by 1, which is nice because that means we'll actually gain something. Okay, and then it says when you increase it, first gain 2. So, and we get to do that. We apply that technology kind of like retroactively, like kind of immediately. So, I think this means, if I've understood this correctly, we both increase our production and we gain the 2. That's the. But that might be when we place out a banker's guild. I don't know. Jesus. You know what? This is the tough part, right? These first couple of turns where we're looking at all these icons, it's going to take a little bit. Technology cards. Let's just look it up and let it read it out to us. Okay, before producing credits, which is not what we're doing, we gain an additional 2 credits. We immediately get to establish a banker's guild. So I got that exactly backwards. We don't get this. Well, we kind of do. Okay. So guilds are one of 2 things that can go on tiles on the board. They're represented by these things over here. Okay, they're basically each of the resources in the game is represented. Okay, so a banker's guild is on the back side of all of them, but it looks like this, and these go on the tiles on the board. We need to like have presence control of that tile in order to place these out. And basically it's like anyone who like either we have control on a thing or the void does. If we get eliminated from a tile, the void immediately takes it over. So it's always something that we either holistically own or do not. Now tiles like these 2 are pure. They don't have any corruption present on them. All of these other ones are corrupted. So they've got this little orange corruption doohickey under the die. Okay, so our bankers guild fits in one of these bottom slots. So we fill these up left to right. There's guilds on the bottom. They look like gears. And then there's these other guys that I think are improvements is the term. They go on the top. The guilds basically give us like production. They let us gain, well, all of our resources, right? The other ones basically allow us to either construct ships or have like defense in combat or both. Dun dun dun. So this bankers guild is going to have to go on one of these spots. We always fill them left to right, and the furthest right spot on a tile actually requires upkeep. So what that means is that it's got this little red icon on it, and basically we're going to have to pay for it at the end of every round. So currently, you know, we have a farm, an energy plant, I don't know, a material thing, and we got 2 empty spots, but in either case, no matter where I put them, we're going to end up having to deal with additional upkeep. We resolve that at the end. We don't care. I'm going to put it here because our production from these is inherently linked to the population on the tile, and the population here is a 4, whereas over on our home tile here, it's only a 2. Now, our home tile has less space for stuff, and it can never be corrupted. This one can. We'll just have to deal with that as we deal with it. Okay. So yeah, basically now whenever we produce credits, of course, the production, this was probably the worst technology to take. The production thing that we would use to do that is focus is out. So we will not be producing very likely this turn. But we do gain a little bonus when that happens. And the credits are sort of like, we can use them 1-to-1 for anything except when we're paying for maintenance. We can't, or upkeep rather, we can't do it. So, oh, installations. It's not improvements, it's installations. Yeah, of course. The triangular ones that go at the top of the tile are installations because they're all military installations. They protect or allow you to create additional ships. Right? Makes sense. This is some funky music. Okay, so we built our guild. We took our technology. We know that we're gonna, whenever we produce with that Bankers Guild, we're gonna get 2 free credits, which is quite a bit. I don't think actually placing a guild actually causes us to increase our production thing here. We're gonna increase these through other means, but it does allow us to actually like gain that essentially. Okay. So we've essentially done everything that's on our card here. Now, every time we flip over one of these galactic cards, there is a like a way to it gives us an end of round way to earn points, right? Or well, maybe not always points. Sometimes it's influence, sometimes it's other things. Let's see. So this is the through enlightenment card. So we got rid of the cards we needed. We activated a fleet power and gained a basic technology. And then our objectives over here on the right hand side of the card. You know what? I'm just going to do this again. Our objectives over here. Okay. The top one here indicates that if we have 9 or more population in pure sectors, so ones that are not corrupted, we can activate a fleet power and gain a basic technology. Or sometimes these we can do both. This one you can see the big red line. That means we're doing either the top one or the bottom one, not both. If we have 3 or more basic or improved technologies, we can activate a fleet power and increase a pure population. So essentially, either way, either we're if we're technology heavy, we can gain a little bit of population. If we're population heavy, we can gain a little bit of technology. And that happens at the end of the round. Okay? So, that's basically kind of our setup, right? That's, well, step A out of, or A, there's ABC. We've done A, right? So now's the focus phase. This is like the primary part of the game, right? So we have to pick one of our available focus cards from our hand in order to play. Okay. And each of these are all the basic ones. Some of the factions are going to have advanced ones that replace these, or maybe they get added to them. I'm not sure. But we've got prosperity, conquest, politics, innovation, and development. So we're going to pick one of these. And when we do, I was thinking the same thing, but at least it's not circus music. Agreed entirely. Yeah, at least it's not circus music. So it was space funk. You know, I tried to put on sci-fi and space playlist, and it is what it is. You know. So we're gonna pick one of these, and like let's say we picked prosperity, for instance. Okay, it shows these 3 icons on it. You know. This guy, and this guy. Flourish, store, and organize. We get to resolve any 2 of those in any order of our choosing. That's kind of the primary purpose of our focus phase of the game, And our event here determines how many times we do that. This is called, like, the round is a cycle. We do 3 cycles. Okay, so we're on cycle 2, and we're going to do 4, we're going to play 4 cards in our focus phase. If we were doing this with other players, we would, of course, you know, I would play a card, resolve my abilities, then the next player, and so on. But obviously we're playing it solo today, so, you know, we're just going to pick one. And this is where, you know, I feel really, like, I picked randomly. I mean, in the tutorial for phase, or cycle 1 rather, like, you just play all your cards. It makes you discard 6 of them, so you only have 3, and you just play them. And I literally just played them in a random order because I was just trying to, you know, get through the motions here. So we're gonna do something similar here. You know, are we gonna win the tutorial? Probably not, but we're gonna just try and, you know, get a hang of what's going on with these various focus cards and what do they do. So we're going to pick one and resolve any 2 of them. Okay, so they also have costs, right? Like, this will cost me material to do. This one will not cost me anything, right? So that's something that I got to be kind of a little bit mindful of, especially because I'm broke as a joke. I wish I knew better about the iconography a little bit so that I could determine how to produce. I do want to, like, at least do something remotely rational, you know? So let's see. This looks, the store part of my prosperity. Produce a resource type. Let's do that. Let's do that. So we're going to pick the prosperity card, okay? It's the same one I've been showing off this whole time. Total coinkydink. Who knew? But we can either organize, store, or flourish. We need resources, and storing will allow us to get some, I think. So let's see how this goes. We're gonna pick. This doesn't actually go here. It's just a convenient place for me to put it, because this game, aside from being heavy, is freaking huge. Okay, agenda cards would actually go here. We're just gonna use this space for our thing right now. And we're going to dig into our, is it our glossary? Yeah. Okay. Focus cards. So let's take a look here at what prosperity does for us. So flourish, that's the top one. We spend a material and we can advance on the economy track. So that's the bottom one. Now this one shows just little arrows. That means we actually skip this spot and go here. That will give us a trade token, which I haven't otherwise found a way to get. I mean, I haven't experienced much of the game. These trade tokens are pretty cool. So trade tokens let us do one of 2 things. We basically, I think we pretty much have to spend them in the round that we earn them. But you can either you can flip them over, and then they allow you to take the 3rd action that's on your card. So you basically get 50% more actions that turn, right? Or you can use them and you can cover up this little section down here, which means that instead of paying 2 upkeep for your agenda card, you don't have to pay it. That would be really good for us because we need food to pay upkeep, and we don't have any. Our citizens are poor and sad and alone. Okay, so gaining a trade token would be kind of cool. Additionally, so that was flourish. That's the top action. Store. Here, you guys can get an appreciation for the iconography just like I can. So store is this 2nd action here, okay? So store allows us to, has no cost. We produce a resource type and or gain 2 resources in any combination. So we would get to pick a resource to produce as well as gain 2 of an arbitrary type. It can, or like, it doesn't have to be the same. It has no cost either, so that's a great way for us to maybe have some food to pay our upkeep, or gain some materials, so we could actually, like, we could use our store to gain materials in order to pay for our flourish. Or we could organize, which says deactivate 1 fleet power and spend 1 material and 1 energy. So we gain an agenda and build an installation. There's a lot of and or in this game. This is, you know, plus the green line here is and or, right? We can build an installation, or we could also build an installation. It's up to us. That's not a horrible thing for us to be able to do either. All of these are nice and good and wonderful and all of that stuff. I'd like to do everything. I'd like to do all of the things and get a million resources. But we can't do that. So let's just try storing. Okay, so we're going to do store first. So we get to produce a resource type and then gain 2 resources in any combination. So what resource type is going to produce the most for us? Or what do we need the most badly? I mean, I know we need food because we're very, like, food is in short supply. We're going to spend it later. We know that for sure. And we have 1. You need, for every upkeep icon you have on display, you need 1 food. Or 2 materials in any, like, 2 materials or money in any combination. So it's, if you don't have food, it's twice as expensive, basically, which sucks. So, okay, production. Okay, so when I built this credit guild, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, sure it does. Okay. So I messed up in round 1. I didn't know what I didn't know. Okay, so over here on this board, we built our bank here because we have more pure population here. This was corrupted. I cleared it out in the first round. We have 4 population here. That actually increases our production on all of these, which I didn't do. So our production level on, it started at 2, but I added population there. So our production level on materials will be 4. Our production level on energy would also be 4. I didn't increase that. I feel like probably it should be higher, and there's some energy I produce elsewhere that I don't know of. Oh, I got to increase it down here. Doing this retroactively is kind of hard. We're just going to give it 2. It's a tutorial. Who cares? Okay, and then our banking would also, when we establish that guild, this goes up to 4 as well. Okay. Now the credits are good because they, you know, are 1-to-1 for anything else. And if we produce with them, not only are they 1-to-1, but we gain from our technology, we first gain 2 of them. So right now our level is at 4. We would gain 2 plus the 2 from our neural matrix. We would gain 4 of any resource essentially if we did it that way. So let's just do that. Let's produce on banking, I don't know, credits, whatever. We're printing money, folks. Okay, so we have a production value of 4. That gives us an output of 2, which I guarantee is not legible on stream. But before we do it, we gain our technology, which lets us gain 2. So we gain a total of 4, and then we get any 2 resources. And I think honestly, we're gonna take 1 material and 1 food, and hope that is a good idea. We have no idea. We don't know what we're doing here. We have no idea. Do I gain 3 influence for doing that? Oh no, that's just when you overproduce. When you are capped out at 15 and you overproduce, you gain 3 influence. Doesn't matter how much you overproduce by, you just gain it every time you do that. So if you can stockpile resources and gain extra stuff. Okay, and then I think what we're going to do is we're going to take the flourish action here as our second action. So this requires us to spend 1 material. That's the material we just got from our production. So we're now back. Actually, you know what? We're going to spend a money in lieu of that material because we got lots of money. Okay. And then we get to move this civilization marker over. When we move it to this spot, this is just a bunch of arrows. That means move it to the next spot. This one lets us get a trade marker. Okay, I think we take the bottom one, but we're going to double check. We're getting there. We're figuring it out. It's working. All right, we take the bottommost one. These are nice metal tokens for no particular reason. Okay. And we get the reward on the right of the space we took it or any space below it. Okay, so we can gain... We took it from this spot here. So we can gain any 2 resources. We can gain a bounty token, or we can gain 1 science, or any 2 non-money, non-science resources. So I think we're going to take the resources. We're poor. We're taking this action entirely to improve our production of things. We're going to take a material and a food. Actually, you know what? A material and an energy. Let's do that. I don't know what we're doing. What the hell are we doing? Nobody knows. Okay. And yeah, we can't keep this trade token between turns. Okay, we either need to use it this turn to activate our 3rd ability, or we need to place it on an agenda token, which is exactly what we're intending to do. Because then we have to have way less upkeep. We don't like upkeep. Upkeep sucks. Okay, so we gained our trade token, and that is that. That is our prosperity card. Okay, so we get to do 4 different actions. We've done 1 of them. I think I'll just discard that. And then I have no idea what action to take next, because I don't know what I'm doing. We need to either increase our population or gain an additional technology in order to satisfy our goals here. Now, we need pure population, and we're currently at, like, we have 6 population, right? We got 4 here and 2 there. Those are pure population. There's no corruption present or whatever. So we would need to gain 3 population in order to meet the first goal, which would give us like a free technology. The free tech, if we get a 3rd technology, we can do the second goal and gain free population. I think that's more viable, and I think we're going to just try this politics action and see what happens. Okay, so we're going to do politics. We don't know what we're doing. We're just trying to pick something that seems remotely viable. I guarantee order of operations is an extremely important part of this game, and we are not doing it, and that's just fine. We're not too worried about that for this first playthrough. So the first thing we can do is we can inspire. So we spend a science. We have 3. We can't use money in lieu of science, so that's important to know. But we'd spend a science to advance on the statecraft civilization track. That's this guy back here. That would gain us a technology. Cool. We like tech. Tech's cool. Okay. We can prevail. We have to spend 2 energy and a credit to upgrade a glory token and or invade a sector. Now, invading a sector might be a way for us to get additional population. Okay, when we invade a sector, essentially we have to attack like an adjacent sector to an area where we are, and we more or less have to do so without abandoning kind of everything that we've got. Okay, if we abandon a sector, the void immediately takes it over. So this right here, probably the slider cam might be a little easier. This right here is a Corvette, and you can see around its base it's got 3 little cubes. So my fleet power for this is 3. Okay, combat in this game is entirely deterministic. It's not quite as straightforward as you've got more thus you win, but it's close. Okay, we have a total of 14 fleet power available. that can be either on our board here or out on the map. Often it is a cost for things where we're returning fleet power from the map to the board. That's called recalling, or we're deactivating power, moving it from this active side to the inactive side where it's not able to be used. So anyway, that's cool. And upgrading a glory token, we started with a glory token. I think I accidentally threw it away. These are glory tokens. Okay, this is one of the primary ways for us to earn points. At least, I don't know how viable it is. I don't know if we always have to be militaristic or not. I'm going to go with probably. We're trying to eliminate these void guys, and they look like big stinky jerks. But essentially, upgrading this, these go from 1 to 5. So we would get to replace our 2 with a 3. Now, if we successfully invade on this map, like let's say we did invade here, we would gain this 3. When we get that, we add up the cumulative value of all of our existing glory tokens, and we earn that much influence. Okay, so if we upgraded our 2 to a 3 and then gained this 3, we'd get 6 when we win that combat. And then the next time, we'd have 6 plus whatever that glory token is worth. Now, you can't have more than 4 glory tokens, but I mean, whatever. That means every time you invade, if you have 4 of them, you're getting like, who knows, 10, 15 influence. So that's kind of cool. If we knew what the hell we were doing, that would probably be a really useful thing to do. And then the final thing we can do is gain a trade token and or move a corruption. So we don't actually have any corruption really to move. So I don't think that that's super useful. Though the trade token, I mean, it would gain us 2 science or 2 science or 2 credits, and we could use it in order to activate our other thing, our third thing. Let's try this. Let's try and figure this game out. Let's do some crazy shit. Okay, so we're gonna try and use our control in order to activate all 3 actions on this sheet and do all of them. We're gonna try and invade. Like I said, combat's deterministic, so I feel like if we actually knew what we were doing, we could win for sure. I really loosely read the combat rules. Listen, back to my misgivings. This is not a long rant. They tell you the combat rules. They tell you how it works. They then tell you in detail how it works. And then they tell you an example. Then they tell you a detailed example. And then they give you the actual combat rules. And you've been reading for like 6 pages. And it's basically like the simplest combat system you've ever heard. It's totally deterministic. There's no luck. You know the outcome from in advance if you're familiar with the rule set. The only thing that's preventing me from any like certainty is I don't know what this guy does. I think that means we lose 1 power going in, and then we either win if we attack first or lose if we don't. That's my best take on what would happen currently. All right, let's just try it. Let's just try it and let's see what happens. Okay? So, we're playing a politics card. We are going to spend a science to inspire. Okay? So, we will spend... Why am I on the other side of the realm? We'll spend 1 science. We're down to 2 now. That allows us to move up on the statecraft track. This icon, I am quite certain, means take a technology. Okay, we can never get duplicates. We could also upgrade a technology, but in order to unlock upgraded technologies, we need to have some of our markers at least on this 3rd spot, right? We can unlock 1, 2, 3 technologies there, and then 4, 5, 6 up here. So we can't get an advanced technology, but we can simply get a new one. Okay. And I'm going to try and be like half-ass intelligent about this, because if there's one that allows us to like deploy fleet power or something, that would be really cool for us this turn. Okay. we're going to research dreadnoughts. This is a better spacey kind of tune, you know? So, our technology of choice is dreadnoughts. So, our immediate effect. Well, we gain 4 influence, because we always get that every time we get a technology. I didn't actually take that last time. Whoops. And then, I am assuming this means we get to play out a dreadnought. I hope. So, this icon... Deploy fleet power to our home sector. Oh, well, that doesn't quite work for us, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. So we get to deploy a dreadnought to our home sector. I assume we can only deploy one and not more than that. The dreadnought looks... That's not going to work. Oh, maybe it does okay. Dreadnought looks big and gnarly. So, on our home sector doesn't help me nearly as much as I thought I was being super clever, you know? But, unfortunately, not really. But we still get to put this huge ship. It's very intimidating compared to the existing ones. And we still get to put it out here on our home sector. Happy as can be. Okay? And then we get to, oh, we have to spend a material to do that. I missed that. But for the rest of the game now, we can deploy dreadnought fleets for 1 material per fleet power. And dreadnoughts can only have 1 fleet power. So that's kind of interesting. I have no idea how dreadnoughts work because the basic combat examples were just about corvettes. You're essentially your basic type of unit. But that's okay. That's okay. Hey, Samsara, welcome in. Nice to see you. Caught a bit of your stream there the other day. It was so funny. You know, I've seen you in Jamie's chat a lot. I don't know that I realized that you streamed. Anyways, it was funny to just think about Bloodborne a little bit. Samsara is a streamer, was playing Bloodborne. I actually don't know what you usually stream. Maybe you could let us know in chat. Anyways, I was reflecting on how I have Bloodborne. I've played it before, but I haven't played it in a number of years. For anyone who doesn't know, Bloodborne's like a kind of PS4 era video game, like a Souls style game. In any case, I have the Bloodborne board game, and it's just sitting there waiting to be played. And I haven't broken that out yet either. I appreciate being able to easily read the cards. Hey, that's a problem for you in person, so I can magnify it here. That's works out pretty okay. So yeah, this is Voidfall, which is a stupidly heavy game, and we're just working our way through it slowly as it's got my least favorite way to learn games. It has like a learn as you play tutorial, and we're working our way through the tutorial right now. Probably, I think we've done pretty good on not making mistakes so far, but it's taken us a little while, kind of plod our way through it. So, getting there. Also, thanks for that follow, Ornate. Appreciate you. All right, so where were we? We have our politics focus. This is our focus for this round. We paid 1 science to inspire, which allowed us to increase our statecraft track here, and that allowed us to gain a technology. We took dreadnoughts because we wanted to go fight things. It didn't quite work out how we wanted it to, but who cares? We're learning. Okay, now we get to pick 1 more of these. However, if we spend a trade token, we can do all 3. So the other actions that are available to us on here are control. Okay, control lets us take a trade token, and then move corruption. I don't think there's any corruption on the board for us to move. I don't know how useful that's going to be, but it's optional. We don't have to do it. And then prevail lets us upgrade a glory token and then invade. So we're just going to try that. We might fail horribly here, if I'm honest. This might be we just run it down, but we're just going to try it anyway. Okay, so we are going to start with the control actions. We have to pay 1 money in order to do that. Okay, and that lets us take a trade token. So if we take this trade token here, I guess I should have shown you this board here. I mean, we're going to run out of trade tokens to take, frankly, because I guess they go back on the board at the end. But anyways, 1 gets removed every round. So we can either gain 2 money or 2 science. I feel like we have a much harder time getting science than money, so we're just going to do that. Is that a good idea? We don't know. Who cares? Or we could do any of the previous ones, but why would we gain 1 science when we can gain 2, right? So that's sweet. And then we can flip this over, and that allows us to take 1 additional ability on here. I don't know how moving corruption works. That's the other part of our control action. We take the thing, the trade token, and then we can move a corruption. Maybe we can move corruption in sectors that we aren't in, or I'm not sure. I don't know how it works. I suspect not. Okay, so we have to... Yeah, we don't have any corruption currently. So things that can be corrupted, our agendas can be corrupted. If they're corrupted, we cannot earn influence with them. Our civilization tracks can be corrupted. I think that means we can't move them. I'm not sure. And then individual areas on the board can be corrupted. Like all of these are corrupted. When they're corrupted, it just... We don't want them to be corrupted. We want pure... We want to be away from the evil menace that is the void, right? So we're going to do our best to clear that out. But currently, the 2 sectors that we have in our control, no corruption, and we don't have any corruption present on this board either. So we cannot do that. But we did get to take the trade token, which means we gained that science for it. And we did flip it over so that we can use the 3rd ability here, which is prevail. So it says upgrade 1 of these tokens. So we have a 2. We're going to turn that into a 3. And then we can invade. I feel like, listen, I'm trying to just like move through this. I guarantee there was a way for us to actually get a useful fleet somewhere in here prior to invading, but we're just going to do it and hopefully not like blow up everything. Are we going to blow up everything? Probably. Are we going to try it anyway? Yes. So that's the tutorial factor, you know? So invading is the only way that we can move and leave a sector empty. Okay, let's do it. Maybe let's do just a quick rundown of the combat rules first. So there's 2 ways that we can move fleets. We can always freely split them into different groups, but there can be no more than 2 groups per tile at the end of the round. Okay, when we regroup, we can move them up to 5 spots, but they have to be moving through areas that we control. So currently on this board with only 2 tiles under our control, regrouping not very useful. Invading allows us to move onto a sector that we don't control, and it's not done like on a... Like when we regroup, we do up to 5 moves with any fleet powers. So it's basically, our selection is which ships do we want to move. When we do an invade action, we pick a tile, and we can actually invade it from any adjacent sectors. Now, there's only 1 sector we control that's adjacent to this. So, I mean, we don't have to invade this one. We could invade this one and maybe not fail horribly. That's an idea too. Okay? But we basically choose one to invade, and we really don't want to abandon this sector. When we're doing fleet movement, regrouping, we can't optionally abandon sectors. You have to leave some presence. When we're invading, we can leave this and just abandon it wholesale, but then it immediately spawns more bad guys. So we don't want to do that. Okay. So Yeah, we're going to take damage on approach when we... Okay, so if we go attack this sector with 2 guys and leave one behind to, you know, to have some presence here, we'll actually die. This sector has this other dude, this other thing in it, which is going to do damage to us, and 1 damage per tile like that. What is that tile called again? It's an installation, but what type of installation is it? This is a quiz. It's a sector defense tile. So anyways, basically a sector defense tile, which is this guy, makes us take damage on approach. And then it just sort of sits there and idles and doesn't really do anything. But we can invade this guy down here. He's only got 1 power, and he doesn't have any sector defense. Screw this guy. Okay? So we're going to split up our fleet. And we're gonna leave this with just 1 thing defending it. Is that a good idea? We don't know. We're playing the tutorial. Who cares? Okay, but we're gonna split our fleet and invade this spot here with 2. Okay, so we're the attacker. They're the defender. Oh, I guess actually, you know what? We could also, because this is adjacent to our home sector, we could bring our dreadnought in here. I have no idea how a dreadnought works, so let's find out. Forget splitting this. Let's just move this big boy in here. They can only ever have a power of 1. Surely our 1 dreadnought has higher initiative than this little void corvette, and we just annihilate it and don't just lose our dreadnought for nothing, right? Surely. Okay, on page 35, you'll find a complete description of the combat sequence. Okay, so we do the approach step. This is hey, look, there's a reference right here. Who knew? They do give us a ton of reference things, but the iconography, there's so many icons in this game, it's really hard to know what the references are actually for, okay? So we do an approach phase. We're the invader, they're the defender. We take approach damage, 1 damage on approach per sector defense tile. There are no sector defense tiles in this spot. And then we do something with these that I'm not sure that I know. I don't know where these, do we add them to the bottom? I'm not sure. Oh, we have approach absorption on our dreadnought, so he wouldn't take that damage even if it was there, which it isn't. There's all kinds of cool stuff. These guys look neat too. Okay, so let's see how this works. We might want to actually bring another ship. I feel totally okay about retconning, because one of the things that you need to know is the initiative that you gain. So let's look at 35. Let's just go straight to the big boy reference. Oh, we actually have absorption from our shields, and we could have attacked this one too. Oh well, too bad. We're not doing that now. We're not trying to min-max in this. If we had deep space missiles, which is a technology that's available in this particular game up there, we could do approach damage. We don't have any. Okay. Okay, here's the important thing. So, combat is done thusly. We can see on this card here. We do this approach phase. That's like it happens one time, right? And then we get to this salvo phase, which just loops again and again and again. We determine initiative, and basically, if the person with the higher initiative does damage first, then the person with the lower initiative, if they still have initiative. If the initiative is tied, the damage happens simultaneously, and you recalculate initiative and just work through that cycle again and again and again until somebody wins or loses. So combat's totally deterministic, right? The only thing that I don't know is how do we actually determine initiative? Because it's different for each ship type, and we just randomly bought dreadnoughts because they sounded cool, right? So a dreadnought only has one initiative, which is sort of disappointing. Okay, so we're just gonna pretend we did this correctly, right? And we're gonna imagine that we flew in here with an additional guy, because then we would have 2 initiative. Okay, let's take a look over here. So I split off the fleet from our home planet so that it only has 2 now instead of 3. 1 came with us, and we brought our dreadnought in here. We do our approach step, basically nothing happens. We then add up initiative. In almost all cases, each ship or each fleet power adds, each cube on the bottom of a ship adds 1 initiative. So we have 2 initiative, they have 1. Okay, so we deal 1 damage to them. That reduces their fleet power by 1. And then they would deal damage back, but their fleet power is 0, so they can't, right? They no longer, we blew them up before they had a chance to answer back. That's it. We did combat. We win. Okay, so what do we get for invading so successfully? That was extremely trivial. Of course, tutorial, so obviously. Where's our invasion rules? Tell me what we get here. Oh, invasion outcomes. Okay, so player invasion. So, if we're the invader and we win, that's what just happened. Our fleets stay there. This is now our sector, but the corruption marker stays. Ooh, so if we had been clever, we can retcon that too. We could probably have removed that corruption. I'm going to pretend we were good at this game. Maybe we'll just leave it, whatever. Okay, so all installations, military installations, those are things at the top. They all go away at the outcome of combat. Guilds at the bottom, they all remain. If there is a bounty token on this, we gain it. If there's a reclaim token on it, we gain it. None of those are there. Bounty tokens come from sectors that either they were placed there during setup, or sectors that we've abandoned when they're taken over by the void. They place a bounty token. Reclaim, I think, happens if we lose in combat. We place a reclaim token, I believe. These are bounty tokens. Reclaim tokens look like this. They have all kinds of benefits on the back, like one-time things. They're all over the map. Okay, and then we get any glory tokens that are here. So we get this glory token, which is a 1. We add it to our existing 3. So we now have 4 glory, and we earn that much influence. So we're now at 32 influence. Living the dream here. And we can have no more than 4 of those tokens, but we get to add this 4 as like to every time we get a new token, we add it to our existing ones up to a total of 4 tokens. So we'll get more and more influence as we invade people and turn into big jerky jerks. And that's it. So we finished combat. If we did play this correctly, right, we would have used our existing trade token for our control action, or for our... Yeah, actually, we would have just prevailed, use our existing trade token to take the control action, get the new trade token, and then we could move this corruption. But when we move it, we don't get to remove it. We just have to place it somewhere else, which we don't want to do anyway. So we're just going to leave it there and, you know, wish we were better at this game. All right, we did politics. It didn't feel very politicky. It felt like I punched that guy in the face with a huge ship. But, you know what? Who cares? All right, so that leaves us with development, innovation, and conquest. Conquest sounds, I think I have a sneaking suspicion what it would do for us, right? It lets us gain additional active fleet markers, which might be really useful. We have 0 currently, right? When we put ships out on the board, they need to come from our active fleet area. That can be any of these tokens, but we have to move them over. Conquest would allow us to do that, and then it would allow us to invade, potentially. And then, what else have we got? Innovation lets us do some research, gain a technology. We can invent some technology, maybe. And development, well, that lets us do more production and stuff. This would let us remove a corruption, potentially. That would give us a pure sector. We'd have 3 pure sectors. It would mean that we've achieved the one more difficult of the 2 objectives that we set out to at the start of the game. So why don't we just try and do development here? Let's see what happens. Okay, we're going to develop. Sometimes politics is smashing someone in the face with a ship, because that's what we do down here in the good old US. Yeah, smack people in the face. That's definitely tried and true US political tactic, I think. I'm just saying that overall it felt a little more conquesty than political. It didn't feel like I was, you know, cleverly manipulating people. And I mean, fine. Sometimes, you know, you just go for the straightforward approach. All right, so anyways, development here. We're going to try just development, I guess. I don't think we want to go invade another place immediately. I don't know. Oh, we could gain a new agenda if we innovate. You know what? Whatever. We're going to do it. We're going to live by our decisions. We're going to develop. Okay? So, development. This guy allows us, like all these cards, to do 3 things. Okay? We get to pick 2. So, we can grow. We spend a material, and we get to build a guild, either a guild or an installation, not both. So that's important to know. We could get a guild on our newly founded area. We can build on corrupted areas, but I think they maybe don't contribute until the corruption is gone or something like that. We'll have to figure out how that works. We could also use that to get some defense on our like super, you know, our super big boy spot on the map here where we got 3 guilds. Maybe having a little bit of extra defense there isn't horrible. I don't know how much the Void does stuff. That's part of the... I don't even know if they do it at all in the tutorial game, but something to consider anyway. So basically get a thing. Okay, we can settle. That's the middle one. So the settle says that we have to recall a fleet power. That's this cost. So that's what we were talking about. We basically remove a fleet power from the board. And we can establish a guild and or build an installation in the same sector that the fleet power came from. So that's interesting. We could leave our dreadnought and, you know, do some big things there. And then we can harmonize. So, that's the last one there. So harmonize, we spend a science, and we either increase the pure population. So if we increase the population, for instance, on this world, we would gain energy, materials, and money production. Or we could remove the corruption from this world, for instance, right? So I think that's what we want to do. So we're going to do our development action, and I think we're going to end up harmonizing to remove corruption, and then we're going to settle so that we can get some stuff out on that spot. Okay, so let's do the harmonize first. So we spend a science. We have 4. We're now down to 3, and we're just going to take this corruption off the board. So now there's 4 pure population here instead of corrupted, yucky population, right? These are also rubbery. I don't know how I feel about that. Like they're not silicone, but they're definitely like a very soft plastic as far as minis go. I don't like it. Okay, and then we are going to do our other action, which was settle. So we have to recall a fleet power, and then our settlement action has to take place on that spot. This camera I wish was set up better, the slider cam. I had intended to build the board in the middle here because I was going to play an actual scenario, but I didn't get that far. So it kind of sucks, which is a shame. But we're going to recall this Corvette, our most basic guy. Okay. When we recall it, we do put the power back in the active side, which is important. And now we can establish a guild and an installation in that sector. So this is going to give us 4 additional production to whatever we put it towards. I have no idea what we need, honestly. You know, I don't know. I feel like science is going to be hard to come by, so that might be like a decent idea. But you know, when we produced last time, we only picked 1 resource. So having a resource that we had more than 1 guild of, so we get like actually a functionally like useful amount, might be cool. I don't know. We kind of desperately need materials. We're hard up on materials. Let's just pick materials. Okay, so we put a material guild here. That's going to increase our production value by 4 on materials. That takes us from producing 3 to producing 5. So it wasn't 1-to-1. It's just the way this game works, you know? And then I think we can only produce the most basic. There's 2 different types of installations, or 3 types. They're all very samey, but some of them need technology, and I don't know if we have, or I don't know which ones we can get. So we can get a sector defense, a shipyard, or a starbase. So sector defense defends us from attack. Ship bases allow us to build ships, unsurprisingly, and starbases are functionally both of them. Now, starbase, we need the technology in order to get. So, and we can't get it in this game. So we're going to take the sector defense installation. So that anybody who rolls in here is going to take a damage. And then we've got our, dreadnought, and we hope that that's going to be good enough, basically. Cool. All right, so we get to pick one final thing. Do we want to be innovative, or do we want to conquest? I legitimately don't know. I don't know. Let's see. In the event that we innovate, I wish the frame rate for that didn't suck, but it does, and I haven't figured out why. So if we innovate, we can research. It costs us food. It either gives us influence for each of our scientists and bankers guilds, which we're never going to do. That'd be this bottom part. Or we can produce both science and credits. Now, producing credits is really good for us, right? We get the 2 bonus ones. We get 4 credits and, well, we produce 0 science. So this action actually sucks, especially because we need food for our upcoming upkeep, right? We can invent. Inventing allows us to gain a technology. And we can consolidate. We have to pay a little bit of everything, but that lets us gain an agenda. Now, agendas are like this down here, right? They give us ways to score points. So from this one, if I achieve everything, I essentially would gain 6 influence. Now, some agendas have things you can score multiple times, but I have to pay upkeep in order to afford said agenda, okay? And this is basically my last turn of the game, right? I either do this, we do get 4 actions this turn, we've done 3, so I either innovate, we know research is worthless, so I would gain a technology and an agenda, I don't know, or I conquest, and if we conquest, well, then we can engage, we could spend energy to invade a sector or regroup, our choice. We can strategize, which lets us gain an agenda and or move corruption. We don't have any corruption to move. I'm honestly, I don't know how moving corruption, I'm sure that will be more obvious later, but it's not clear to me how useful that would be. Or we could prepare, which lets us activate 2 fleet power. So we get to spend 3 materials to move fleet power to the other side of the board, basically. So, I don't know. Let's conquest. Let's conquest. I don't think there's a good way. I don't want to spend a bunch of food right before we have to pay our maintenance, our upkeep, in order to gain an agenda. So we're going to try conquesting, and we're just going to see what happens. Now, I think we can actually win this fight up here. It's always deterministic, right? We have the shield technology. It says in combat, if you have at least 1 Corvette present, you gain an absorption, 1 absorption. So we would ignore the damage from this. If we brought 2 dudes over here, we would kill that guy. We'd have 2 initiative to his 1. He would die, and we would gain 7 influence. So invading is like super viable. And then we could strategize and take an agenda, but I don't think we want to. We don't want the upkeep. We can't afford the upkeep. So I guess that means we would prepare and we would activate some dudes. Let's do that. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna resolve this prepare action. Okay, it costs us 3 materials. We don't have 3 materials, but we do have 1 material and $2. Okay, and that lets us activate 2 of these cubes. We just slide them on over. So we've got 3 cubes in our active area, so we can deploy those on some future turn when we're feeling spicy. And then we're going to take the engage action. So we're going to spend 2 energy. We have exactly 2, so we're now down to 0. Okay, and that lets us take an invade action. We're going to split our fleet up over here. So we currently have a fleet with 3 Corvettes. We're going to take 2 Corvettes, fleet power of 2, and we're going to roll in to this spot right here. Okay, so we broke it off this big fleet, slide into this one. Okay, and then for combat here, so we do the initial salvo, right? On approach, this is going to do 1 damage to us. So this is actually really kind of interesting and important that the tech matters a lot here. So this would do 1 damage to us. Then we would have 1 fleet power, and they would have 1 fleet power. We'd do damage simultaneously. We would die, and then it would just become void again, and that sucks. But we have this technology here, shields. If you have at least 1 Corvette present, gain 1 absorption. That's a salvo absorption. So we're still going to take damage upon arrival. Our dude's going to die. Okay. But then during the salvo, we have 1 absorption. So we won't take a damage. And instead, they will. And then we'll survive and live to tell the tale. And we're way cooler than them, and we're happy with that. Make sure that that actually works that way, but I'm pretty sure it does. Okay, so shields provide you with shields like once per combat, basically. And this works exactly like I thought it did. So we roll in there. His initial approach damage removes one of our fleet power. Okay? And then now I don't know if that goes on the good side or the bad side. I would presume the bad side. But yeah, anyways, we then do the salvo. We have one shield in combat. So we do damage simultaneously because we each have an initiative of one. One for him, one for me. We do damage simultaneously, but our shield protects us from our damage. Doesn't protect him. He dies. This is ours now. We're going to take this 3. We're going to add it to our existing one. So we have 4 plus 3, 7 more... 7 more influence. Number 39. Living the dream. There's nothing else for us to recover from there, which sucks, but that's okay. What was I looking for? Damage. That's right. Okay, and damage makes us recall, which I think means it goes back to the active side. Yep. Okay, cool. So we actually end up with that on the active side. So we have tons of active fleet power now. We got 4 active fleet power we can deploy. We got a bunch of stuff that we own on the board. Life's looking good. We are spread very thin. You know, we have over here, we have... Oh, this installation gets eliminated too. So we don't have that. So we got just this one Corvette out here. It's in a very corrupted sector. It's looking iffy. We have the fleet Dreadnought down here, which is less sketchy. It also has the installation to help us protect it. So that's all right. This is weak, our most important and vital tile on the board. This has all of our guilds on it. It's got one little Corvette protecting it. And then our home area here has 2 Corvettes protecting it. So if we wanted to shift those around, we'd have to take like a regroup action or something like that. But we're out of actions for the round. We are done, okay? So we're gonna move into part C. So that was a third of the game, basically, right? That was cycle 2, and now we have to do like the cleanup part of cycle 2, right? Or the evaluation phase rather, but whatever. Okay, so sorry, cleanup comes before evaluation. It's both. Okay, so any fleet sectors that had more than 3 like types of token, like Dreadnought Corvettes, or like, you know, Corvettes can each have 3 fleet power. If it had 7 power, it would have 3 Corvettes there. You have to pair those back to 2. Okay. We get rid of extra glory tokens. We can exceed 4, but we go back down. We didn't play an agenda token, so that doesn't matter. So our flipped token from that we use to play that extra power, this goes back to the board, okay? And then this token, we have to do something with it, right? So we either return it to the board or we can put it on an agenda, which is what we're going to do, because then it covers up the upkeep cost of that, which is super sweet. There's a whole ass thing we would do here in the solo mode that we don't do now, where the void advances. We'll just pretend that that doesn't happen. Looks like I was supposed to satisfy the trade tokens at the end of every turn. Like in between picking focus actions, I think? No, that doesn't make sense. Yes, I do. I do clean up every time. Okay. So, whoops. Doesn't matter. Doesn't really affect anything anyway. We were going to put that here anyhow. Okay, so we're on to the evaluation phase, which is how we finish up a cycle. So we do A, B, C. So A is basically like the setup, right? We flip out the card and kind of go through the motions. It affects all players. B is where we take our turns, right? I feel like I skipped the oh yeah, whatever. We see our objectives and we take all of our actions. B is kind of the meat of the game, and then C is like our cleanup phase, right? We evaluate. So we pay upkeep, okay? We don't count the ones down here because they're covered by a trade token. But we do have to pay one upkeep because way over here on this board, we've got 3 guilds, so that's 1 upkeep. So for each upkeep, we have to pay 1 food, or we have to pay 2 materials or energy in any combination. So if we don't pay food, it's twice as expensive. We did have enough food. We paid our 1 upkeep. That seems extremely dirt cheap for the, galactic empire we're building here, but we're okay with that. So now we get to take a look at the objectives. Now the objectives on this card were mutually exclusive, right? So we're looking at these, and we are either, if we have 9 or more pure population, which we do, we have 10, okay? Then we can activate a fleet power and or take a technology. And if we have 3 or more technologies, which we also have, we can activate a fleet power, and then we can gain a pure population, right? So it has to be on a spot that does not have corruption. That's what makes it pure. So I think we want the tech, right? We want a free technology. Sounds sweet, I think. So let's do that. So we'll resolve the have 9 or more. We still get to activate a fleet power. We have a ton of active fleet power here. We have 5. That feels like a lot. In hindsight, that conquest card where we got to activate 2 more, we ended up with a bunch from other things anyway. Who knew? But whatever. We also get a technology now, so we're once again not going to think too much about it. We're going to take this. We're going to take the trade nexus. So our immediate perk is we can gain 2 food. Nice. It's going to help us maybe pay for upkeep on an agenda in the future. This would have been nice to have slightly, like just a little while ago, but it says when you return a trade token, you may gain the trade bonus. That's our permanent perk of having a trade nexus. Okay. So that's pretty sweet. Additionally, we get to take a trade tile now, which is interesting because, of course, we take it now, and then I don't think we need to return it immediately. But we'll see. So we get 4 additional influence for taking a technology, and then we can either have 2 money or 2 science. And we got 3 science, we got 4 money. We produce a lot of money, so I think let's take the science again. We could also take 2 of any other resource. That's one of the, when we resolve these abilities, we can resolve the one that it's on, which was this one, or any of the ones further down. So this one would give us 2 to any of the other resources. So, but whatever, take 2 science. Okay. And then we do our agenda. Okay. I found when I was reading this, I found the iconography for the agenda card to be really confusing, but I think that's because I hadn't really played the game very much at that point. So let's see. Let's see if we if we have this right. I think this is for having, you know, sectors that aren't corrupted. For having defense on sectors that aren't corrupted, and for having shipyards that are on sectors that aren't corrupted. That's my guess for what those three things mean. All right. Gain 3 influence for each of your pure sectors. So we have 3 pure sectors. So we gain 9 influence for that. Big. Okay. Gain 1 influence for each of your pure sectors with 1 or more sector defenses. We have 1 of those. So, you know, a pity influence. We'll take it. And gain 2 influence for each of your pure sectors with 1 or more shipyards. We have 2 of those. So we're going to gain 4 additional influence for that. And then finally, hiding down here in the bottom corner, it says increase your energy production by 1. All right. So that's our agenda card. An important note it says is you can almost never score influence for sectors with corruption on them. Okay, cool. And it doesn't sound like we have to return this trade token, which is something I was just trying to double check. Hydrate, thank you for that. I need that. Taking care of myself. Need that help, thank you. All right. So that was cycle 2. So we gain all of their things back into our hand. And then we kind of rinse and repeat for cycle 3, which should be a lot faster. I feel like I actually have some vague ass idea of what the various icons do. They're starting to actually feel at least a little bit meaningful, which is nice. So we're gonna try and proceed through cycle 3. And then we'll see what time we're at and how we're doing, because that took a while. Like that was not fast. Like I've been streaming for about 2 hours now, and we played 1/3 of the tutorial mission, and that's it. But that's okay. That's okay. So we'll see. It's 3:05. We'll see if we can do this one, knock this one out a little quicker. Okay, so this trade token goes away. Oh, okay. So these improved technologies that I didn't get, they're gone. So we cannot get an improved neural matrix or something now. We didn't really have an opportunity to unlock those very effectively. They're locked in cycle 1. In cycle 2, they're unlocked. In cycle 3, they're replaced. Now, there's only 8 technologies available, so we can get we have access to 4 of them in cycle 3 or cycle 2, and 4 in cycle 3. Anyways, it's okay. And then we get our galactic event. So let's take a look. This is called Redemption Awaits. Okay. So whoa, that went really far. So we're going to play 5 turns, focus cards this time. I think hopefully we're just going to be able to use all of them, which would be cool. Okay. No, we're not going to be able to use all of them. The one that I wanted most because of its name, the Temptation Focus, is the only one that we don't get to use. It tells us to discard it. What a jerk. Okay, but we have the other 8. So we're like very open-ended here. We didn't really try hard to like min-max or whatever. I feel like this is a very open-ended game, and we could spend a lot of time trying to decide order of operations when figuring out which of these to play. We really didn't get that far. last time. Okay, and then optionally here, we can gain an agenda or advance on one of the tracks here. So I think we should gain an agenda. Let's try that out. We've not done that before. I don't know what the agendas really look like or, you know, have on them, you know. So let's try gaining an agenda. See what happens. What could go wrong, right? So when we gain an agenda, we do one of two things. We either get one of the face-up agendas at the right, or we get one of the we get to pick two of face-down agendas and pick one to take. Okay. So the agendas are in this convenient little tray that's been hiding over here this whole time. I'm gonna slide it over. That messes up my piles of power moons, glory tokens, whatever. Martina probably got tilted watching that, but that's okay. She's not here to yell at me, so I'll survive. Okay, so this is our agenda tray. Okay, and basically that leaves us, there's 4 types of agenda. So there is dominance, wealth, might, and support. That's not the order that I have them in here, but I think I put them in the order. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, what type of agenda do we want to go digging for? I think we should just take one of the face-up ones. That sounds cool. What might surely is the punchy in the face icon, right? Surely. Dominance, wealth, might, support. Okay, so if we take one of the face-up ones, our dominance one is called interplanetary colonization. Our wealth is called quantum leap. Industrial nourishments. Basically, we're going to earn points for having 8 or more farms. Okay, that's never happening. Environmental exploitation. You know what? Let's just take the dominance one. Let's dominate. Let's just assume we're gonna run with that and see what happens. I don't know what the hell's going on. Let's look in our compendium. Or our glossary, rather. This thing is from dominance, and we're gonna have 2 maintenance now, or upkeep rather. It's called interplanetary colonization. So it says have 10 or more pure population to gain 4 influence. We have 10 presently, so that should be really easy for us to maintain. Consider the tier of each of your pure civilization track markers separately. Gain 2 influence in tier 1, 4 influence in tier 2, or 6 influence in tier 3 or 4. So the tier, we're actually doing really poorly on that. So we're in tier 0 on all of them. This is tier 1. Getting into this tier unlocks some technologies for us. Oh, there's a ding in this. That sucks. Getting into here unlocks more advanced technologies as well. And then we actually have to pay to get into tier 3 and 4. So moving along these is quite difficult. So this dominance isn't looking like it's given us a ton of extra stuff. But you know what? We're just going to pick it anyway. Okay? And we get to do an action that's shown on here as part of our step. We don't actually have this agenda available to us immediately. It's like part of our turn because we're going to get to do like an invade action here. And we probably want to have a little bit more fleet power on the board before we resolve that. But whatever, we gained an agenda. We're feeling good. So what remains on our Redemption Awaits cycle event here is that if we have at least 8 or more pure guilds of any type, we currently have 5, we will gain 15 influence. Or if we have 1 or more civilization track in tier 2 or higher. So we either need to gain 3, a minimum of 3 on our civilization tracks to get 15 points, or we have to build 3 guilds. This one's, I think, maybe easier, but don't quote me on that. I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see. And these can be corrupted, these agendas, in which case we don't score them. So we gotta be mindful of that. So we resolved our galactic card, and we're into the focus phase. So we select, and we can use our trade token here if we want, or we can optionally play our agenda card from our hand. Okay. When we play our agenda card, this is like one of the complicated things. So this agenda shows a couple icons on it, one of which is temptation. So in order to play this agenda out, we have to take the innovation action, because we have to play it at the same time as one of those other ones. And the agenda action can be before or after. So unfortunately, this agenda action really doesn't help us to get more fleet power on the board. Okay, so when we do have to get rid of our trade tokens, like that one trade token we gained, we either have to use it to take 3 actions or place it on an agenda like this turn, or we'll have to just discard it. I don't think I want to do the innovation action immediately and then invade as an agenda thing. Innovating doesn't help us to invade in any way. We got to get some fleet power on the board first, right? So let's not do that. Let's pick a card where we want to do all 3 actions. Okay. We're going to produce. We are going to produce. Surely this is a good starter action, right? So the production action is where we're going to start. Okay? Because production lets us get stuff. We like getting stuff. So we can thrive, which allows us to advance on the society track at no cost. That's big. We can produce food, energy, and materials, and gain influence for each of the farms that we've got. And we can remove corruption. So we do have 1 tile with corruption on it. That would give us more pure population. I don't know if that's helpful. We don't really need that space. We have spaces to build that aren't corrupted. But we also kind of are at this point where we have this trade token, and we're going to end up turning it back in. We don't have an agenda to place it on, and we don't want to play any of the other cards because they really involve, like, we need resources in order to do it. So let's just start with production. Let's work from the top down here. We're going to move on our Thrive track here. So this allows us to increase our pure population by 1. So let's increase our population on our super mega good spot over here, the one that has all 3 of these. So that increases our energy production. That increases our materials production. And that increases our credits, wealth production. Not enough to actually matter in most of those cases, but that's okay. It's okay. Then we can produce food, energy, and materials. So, food we produce 1, sadly. That sucks, but whatever. Energy we produce 5. We had 0. We now have 5. That's sweet. Materials we produce 6. We had 0. We now have 6. We can actually pay for stuff. Imagine. And then we can earn 1 influence for each of those guilds on a non-corrupt spot, on a pure spot. So that's actually 4. Not a trivial amount. You know, we're at 61 influence. Okay, our goal is 120, if I recall. I don't think we're going to do it, but that's okay. We don't really care. And then we can spend a food and an energy in order to remove a corruption, and or optimize that lets us move around some of our stuff. You know what? Let's do that. Let's spend. We just got all that energy and materials. We'll spend 1 each. Let's just remove this corruption on principle from this spot. We're not actually producing anything here, but it does mean we have 4 additional pure population. Okay, that can't be bad. Then we can regroup, which basically we could end up, you know, moving things around on our various spots here. But we're going to just move one of our corvettes onto our spot that has all of our stuff on it. So we're less, you know, I don't think that the Void does anything in the tutorial, but at least this way we don't get our butts kicked. And then we had to use our trade token in order to take all 3 actions, right? We had that extra one we picked up last time. So we're going to return that to the board. And this lets us either activate a fleet power, which I don't think we need to do. We have 5. But we can do any of the lower things there instead. So we could gain 2 money or 2 science. We have 5 science, but we only have 4 money. Let's gain 2 money. Because our trade nexus means we gain the trade bonus when we return those tokens, which is super sweet. Big fan. Okay, so that was production. There's nothing that important to kind of clean up. We don't have too many dudes on the board. We don't have too many glory tokens. And we placed our trade tokens out. So we get 4 more turns. What do we want to do? Our production card is gone for now, and I have set the others in some really clever spot. They're here. Okay, so I think at this point, we got some materials and stuff. We probably want to build some dudes and go, you know, conquest some of these other areas, right? We also have to not forget that we need to get one of these. We either need to get 3 additional guilds built, which is a lot, or we need to get one of these tracks to the tier 2. If we get one or the other, we're going to earn 15 additional influence, right? This one would, you know, would work towards both of those things, but not easily. So I don't know. What else? What can we do here? So I think that, like, reinforcement is probably our only way like get any significant number of ships out on the board. I imagine it's got the reinforcement, sounds like the right, you know, the right card for that type of thing. So we can accelerate. That lets us, we deactivate a fleet power to advance on a civilization track and build a sector defense. So that'd be good. We can get some defense in the one super good zone and move on a civilization track that basically gives us an agenda, right? Or a guild. And then when we muster for each shipyard we have, we deploy one fleet power in its sector. So when we deploy fleet power, we're either deploying it as corvettes or as dreadnoughts, because those are the two types of ships that we have unlocked, right? It's interesting, compared to most games of this type, we're quite limited on which ships we can have. And then finally, we can mobilize, regroup, and or build a sector defense. So, I mean, we definitely, the unfortunate thing is that our shipyards are only in, we only have shipyards in 2 zones, and we spend 2 materials either way. And one of those is our home area, where we really don't have a lot kind of going for us, right? Our home area here, oh, you can't quite see it on that camera, but basically it's off in the corner. We don't need extra ships there. So maybe let's find a way to build a shipyard and then we'll reinforce, right? How would we build a shipyard? Oh, you know what? If we do our, if we just actually do our reinforcement, we can advance on a track, and that allows us to build a guild. We'll just advance down here. Okay, so this totally works. All right, let's do it. We're going to do a reinforcement action. The first thing we're going to do is we are going to accelerate. That allows us, we deactivate 1 fleet power. We have plenty, we have 5. Okay, we can advance any one of these tracks. Let's advance the trade track here at the bottom. That allows us to immediately build a guild. Wait, hold on, a guild isn't a shipyard. I'm an idiot. That doesn't help us at all. Fool. Pro streamer, by the way. Okay, what we really need to do is develop. So let's develop. Let's do that. Pretend that's what I had said the whole time. Okay, we're going to develop. So this lets us build a guild, or increase pure population, or remove corruption. So we probably want to do these top ones. So we're going to spend a material to grow. Okay. That lets us establish a guild or an installation. We want guilds. We want guilds because we'll get installations when we reinforce. Okay. So, I don't know what guilds we want. Whatever. We don't have a science guild. Let's do that. Okay. We'll put it down here. Be happy about it. That gets us 4 production on science, which will allow us to produce 3 science. Cool. Now, our next thing we're going to do is we're going to settle. That requires us to recall fleet power, which we don't actually really have any. So I messed this up and we can't really do that. So instead, we're just going to pay a science, and we're going to... This is actually harder than I anticipated. We can increase a pure population. So why don't we increase our favorite one, this center board here. That gives us 1 additional energy production, 1 additional materials production, and 1 additional credits production. We're getting plenty of those. And we are done. We don't have any cleanup to do, I don't think. So let's just do that reinforced like we were going to. We didn't actually build a shipyard, right? Like, I failed horribly, and we didn't do what we wanted to whatsoever. Because I was going to settle. That's when I was going to build a shipyard, was when I was going to settle, right? Okay, listen. We're gonna retcon the one part of that. We're gonna pretend that instead of building a science guild, we had built a shipyard because we want to blow stuff up. Let's go blow stuff up. Okay, so we're gonna reinforce. When we reinforce, we are going to take the accelerate action. So we're gonna pay one fleet strength, active fleet, to move this forward. This lets us build a guild. We'll rebuild that science guild and feel really good about it. Okay. I could have just done that a little faster if I knew what I was doing a little bit better. That would have been really seamless, but instead I didn't. We also can build a sector defense, and we're going to put that over here where our, all of our cool stuff is, on this sector. So we have a sector defense, a shipyard, corvette with a little bit of power. Okay, and then we are going to take the muster action. We will pay 2 materials, and everywhere where we have a shipyard, we can spend 1 fleet power. We actually have 3 active fleet power, so it worked out exactly correctly. So we might as well get an extra dreadnought out here because we can. And then we're gonna put a corvette here because we want to have like a diversity of ships. 1 fleet power in each section actually isn't very much, because this makes it really hard. Like, gaining 1 is now we could leave with that 1. But critically, when we invade, we get to pick, and we can do the invasion from any surrounding areas. So it's not just like from one tile or pick a ship. We could pick this one and we could invade from both of these tiles, for instance. Well, all 3 of these actually. So that's important for us to remember. So we've done 3 of our 5 actions. So at some point here, we're going to want to innovate, because that lets us play out our additional agenda, which is going to be worth, well, that lets us take that invade action. Are we ready to do that now? We probably are, right? We can slide in there with some dreadnoughts and stuff and laugh in their face. So let's try innovating. Okay, innovating allows us to research, invent, and consolidate. Okay, consolidation research lets us gain some points for having science and banking guilds. That's only going to be like 2 points for us. We're going to produce a bunch on those, but like, I don't know how helpful that is to us right now. Inventing, we're going to spend our science to gain a technology. We also have unlocked 1 advanced technology, so we could replace our trade nexus, for instance, with the better trade nexus, or our dreadnoughts we could upgrade to the better dreadnought. So we definitely want to take an invent action. It's also worth 6 points for the advanced one. So we're going to go fight people. Let's research the advanced dreadnoughts technology. Okay. So we gain 6 influence for that. We're up to 67. And dreadnought fleets are no longer limited in power. We also get to activate 1, and then we can deploy that as a dreadnought. So we got a super dreadnought now. We can be very happy about that. That's nice. It's going to help us with our invasion for sure. And the other thing we can do, we can either do that research action for food, which we don't love, or we can consolidate. If we consolidate, we get an additional agenda into our hand. I don't know how useful that's going to be, but you know what? We're just going to try it anyway. So we pay 1 food, 1 energy, and 1 material. And we get to take a agenda into our hand. I think there's some sort of restriction about the agendas, you can't have multiple agendas of the same type, I believe. Don't quote me on that. It's something like that. 1 point per uncorrupted, or for having one or more uncorrupted civilization tracks, we earn 7 points, and 2 pure materials things, we earn points. We have both of these. Let's just take this. Environmental exploitation. That's what we're doing. We're going to exploit the environment because that's the type of people that we are. This tells us here, this particular one says, those are technologies. These are events. Those are crises, which we haven't even talked about yet. Where are my agendas? All right. This was a support agenda. Gain 7 influence if one or more of your civilization tracks are corrupted. Well, shit. We don't have... Gain 5 influence for each pair of miners' guilds in your pure sectors. The guilds can be in the same or different sectors. So we would gain 5 points from this card. But whatever, we're taking it anyhow. Okay. I don't know if we're going to be able to play it out. I'm not certain about that. But we did play out this agenda, right? Because it was matchy-matchy with our innovation card. So we can resolve it afterwards. I believe this means we get to just take this action, right? The agenda action has no cost. And this action is to invade, right? So we're gonna go bust this guy up a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna take an invade action. So take a look back at the board over here. This is where we can invade, right? We can invade from anywhere around it. So this spot, and this spot. We want to roll in this big dreadnought. And then I think we want to just bring in this other dreadnought. Because these guys will essentially like just survive the damage. And then we leave these behind. We keep the population, etc. I mean, if we bring, because we have a salvo absorption. That's what dreadnoughts have anyway, right? So they each have 1 salvo absorption. He only does 1 damage to us anyway. I don't know if that counts. I guess this is, strictly speaking, our dreadnoughts would look like this now. It's 1 thing with 3. I think we have 1 salvo absorption. We're going to end up losing a dreadnought this way. If we left that dreadnought behind, actually, which feels silly. If we left that behind... Actually, no. We can bring the dreadnought, and we're just going to abandon all hope of having like a well-defended place because this is a bot and he's not attacking us. And we're going to bring this one little Corvette. Because that gives us, we have shields. If we have at least 1 Corvette present, we gain 1 salvo shield, right? So, we're invading. We came with a gigantic crew. Okay. They don't have any sector defense or anything, so we don't take any approach damage. Okay. And then our initiative is 2, right? Oh wait, no. Each Corvette, destroy a dreadnought, and carrier fleet power adds 1. And then if at least 1 dreadnought is present, it adds 1. Oh, so dreadnoughts actually count as 2. We got that wrong earlier, but that's okay. So we have 5 initiatives. So we will attack first in the salvo, and we will damage him for 1, right? And And then they will damage us back, but we have our salvo shield. We have 2 shield for salvo. And then in the next round, we'll attack again first. So we're going to suffer no losses. He will die. We will gain this 2. We'll add it to our pile. So we have 3, 3, 1, 2. So we get a total of 9 influence from defeating the evil Voidborn guy there. Love it. Love it. And I'm trying to remember if there was any other rewards, but I don't think there are, right? That's combat in a nutshell. Is very deterministic. It's sort of interesting in that way. There's no bounty or reclaim tokens, so it's just the glory, and that's it. Okay, cool. So we beat that guy up using our agenda action. Now we're going to have to pay food for this time. We have upkeep on this guy. We did pick up an additional thing. So this is going to be basically worth 5 points to us if we play it out. It would also allow us to activate 1 fleet power and place a like a sector defense or something like that. But I'm not sure how useful that actually is. I don't know. We can't really afford the upkeep. I mean, we find a way. 5 points is 5 points. Now, do we actually have that? We need to do that on Conquest, so we do, right? Because we've played 4 cards. So this is our final turn of the game, right? So probably what I think we want to do here is we want to Conquest this final spot, right? If we do Conquest, our Dreadnoughts will kick this guy's butt in exactly like a very similar fashion to the last one, right? And then we will gain this 4. We'll get 13 influence. We'll have to discard an influence token after, but we'll gain 13, which is huge. So I think we basically, like, we gotta do that. It also means that we can play this other agenda, which is worth 5 to us. So might as well. So we're going to play our Conquest. We're going to play this agenda. Though, mind you, this means that we're missing the 15 points from technology or guilds that are at 8, right? This would gain us, you know, whatever. It will gain us 18 points at the cost of 15 points. I don't think... We don't have the other card in hand, so we couldn't do it anyway. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. We'll suffer the consequences of not meeting our objectives because we're bad. So, we can strategize. That allows us to move corruption. Hey, we could move corruption to one of our tracks, and then we'll actually earn extra for it. So we can gain an additional 7 points that way. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so let's do that. Let's pay 1 energy and 1, not a material, credit. And we can take an agenda, but we're not going to take an agenda because we're not going to get to play it out anyway. So let's just forget about that. And let's just move a corruption. And we're going to move a corruption from this sector we control that we just took over. This guy here had 4 pure population on it now. I could find the 4. And we're going to just move this corruption and put it on one of these tracks. These can be corrupted. I don't know if it's supposed to sit inside of it or something. I think that means we can still advance it, but we don't gain the benefit when we do if it's corrupted. But because this agenda is played now, that's going to be worth 7 points to us, as long as we have 1 or more corrupted tracks. So that's cool. Let's do it. And then we want to fight this guy. So we're going to take the top action. We're going to spend 2 energy. That's all of our remaining energy. Okay. Which I think means we're going to come up short here, actually, in terms of having enough food for, because we're going to have to pay 5, and we definitely don't have it, and I think we're not allowed to use credits for it. But we'll see. We'll reconcile. We'll live with our choices later. That is a problem for another day. So we are going to take an invade action or an engage action, which allows us to invade. And over here we have these 4 dreadnoughts. So we're going to move in with 3 dreadnoughts. Now our dreadnought has... does our dreadnought do damage on approach? And I just haven't done that ever, and we could have just been absolutely ruining these guys this whole time. Maybe. Oh, he has an approach shield. He has an approach shield. That's right. 1 approach shield per dreadnought. So we're like totally fine. We don't take any damage. And then we have 4 initiative to their 2, right? So we will, it's just like before. It's just like before. We have 4 initiative to their 2. We'll deal the damage. They now have 1 initiative, but they'll deal the damage back. However, we have a salvo shield, so we're fine. And then we would actually have 3 salvo shield, I think, from our fleet of dreadnoughts, but I'm not certain about that. And then on the next round, we will deal damage first, and he will die. And it's just like last time. We eliminate him without any damage. We take this 4. This military installation gets removed, but this is now ours. We've basically saved the universe here. No big deal. This 4, we're going to score 13 points. Okay, then we're going to have to discard one of these, so we'll get rid of the 1 and keep the other ones. We can activate our thing here. I don't know if it helps us in any way at all. We earn points for being in tiers of uncorrupted research, which we really didn't do very effectively. But we can build an installation on a spot we control. I don't think it helps us in any way whatsoever anymore. We'll just drop a shipyard in their face on principle. Okay? And then that's it. That was our 5th turn. So we are now approaching the end of the game. Okay, so we did our cleanup. Upkeep. So we have 2, 4, 5 upkeep. We have to pay 1 food per upkeep. We have 3. So we're going to pay 3 food. And we are, unfortunately, 2 food short. So it says, you may spend a total of 2 materials or energy in any combination, but you cannot spend credits or science. So we will lose 6 points. Oh, look, we got some spam. Isn't that fun? I wish they made it easier. Here, let's do that. This guy doesn't have a spammy name, but he had a spammy comment, so whatever. All right. Where were we? So we failed horribly with our upkeep, which sucks, but what are you gonna do? Okay. And then we evaluate our galactic objectives, which we also failed at. So either have 8 or more guilds. We have 6, so we failed. And have a... Oh wait, maybe we did achieve this other one. No. We need to have an uncorrupted technology in tier 2, right? So here, I should have just grabbed this. This is so much easier. 8 or more guilds. We don't have that. Uncorrupted technology. That's our civilization track. That's at tier 2. So we are currently at tier 1, but not tier 2. We would have need to gain 2 more advancements. So we didn't get either of those. So see you later, 15 influence. Who wants that anyway? Not us. And then we score our agendas. So this agenda, we earn 3 influence per pure sector. We actually have 5, so we get 15 for that. Okay. We earn 1 influence per pure sector with sector defense. That's 2. That brings us to a cool 100. That's an okay problem to have. And then we earn 2 points per pure sector with a shipyard. You know what? Let's just retcon the shipyard that we built randomly in this spot, and like, let's imagine we had put it up there, because then it's actually worth points to us. Whoops. So that gets us, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 sectors, pure sectors with shipyards. So that gets us 8 points. So that's our first agenda. Our second agenda here, you get out of here. Exactly. His name seems very, like, strangely not like a spammer, you know what I mean? But I wonder if that's just, like, hacked account or something, because he was talking about, like, you know, go here for botted views or whatever. Okay, so then our interplanetary colonization. Do we have 10 or more pure population? We do. So we get 4 more influence. And then we have 1 technology track where we are in tier 1 or better. We would score for each track, or there's civilization tracks. I keep saying technology tracks, but anyways, we get 2 points for that. We don't get anything for the rest of them. And then, do we have 1 or more corrupted civilization tracks? We do, so we gain 7 points for that. And then, do we have 2 or more pure materials guilds, or for every pair, for every 2, we gain 5. We have 2. So that gets us 5 more points. And that's our agendas. So now we proceed to the end of the game, which literally, all of the end of the game rules in the rulebook we're supposed to ignore. So, strictly speaking, it tells us back here, your goal will be to individually reach 120 influence points by the end of the game. We got a total, not that it's very legible, of 126. So, that's all right. We did it. I'm very surprised. The first round, I literally just picked the cards in a random order, and I feel like I tried to play like decently fast, but it wasn't very successful at being fast, honestly. This is a big game with a lot of moving parts. So we completed the intro tutorial scenario, and I'm humming and hawing about whether I want to play like an actual scenario or not. So let's think about what would be involved. There are a couple rules things that I would have to look at, but not major. Like, basically we've done everything except there's really only 1 or 2 things. There's this whole crisis board that we have to figure out, and then there's the void advances step, which is something that we skipped. I think that actually literally is just the crisis step as well. So there's this crisis board where shit's gonna happen when every round, basically. That's probably gonna make the game a lot more interactive than what we experienced so far. But like, honestly, there's probably 4 or 5 pages of rules that I have to read before I can successfully play the solo game, like an actual scenario. And then I got to do the setup, which was not fast, but it wasn't like egregious, you know? And then in this game, when I tried to play that last 5 turns basically as fast as I was possible. There's lots of icons that I don't know and opportunities to check the rule book. That will be better, but I don't think it will be like gone by any means. And it took me 50 minutes. So 10 minutes per turn, basically, is what we averaged out to. I'm going to just actually check because I don't know if on these cards... Okay, so it looks like on average we're taking, 5 or 6 turns per card. So I played a total in the tutorial of 12, and it looks like on average we'd play a little bit more than that. So here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to consider whether or not I want to play the full game here, full solo mode, like an actual scenario. I think, I mean, I'd like to. I've enjoyed this game so far. I hate the learning experience in this game. It was like, I feel drawn to anger about it. Like, I have a tough time believing that somebody who could come up with a game of this nature could sign off on something like that obscenely poorly optimized. Like, it was wild. And just like there's like plainly evident ways to do it better. But the game as a whole has been very interesting so far, and it is not obvious how to play it well. And there's a lot of like a lot of order of operations decision space here that I am really interested to try out. I just don't know. I think if I'm honest, setting up and playing a solo scenario is going to take no fewer than 3 hours, probably 4, right? So the question is, do I want to stream for another 4 hours? And I don't know if the answer is yes. So I'm going to take 5. I'm going to noodle on it. I will be back, and we can see. If not Voidfall, maybe we'll play something else or just wrap up. I don't know. But in any case, we'll talk about it in about 5 minutes. See you soon. Hey friends, welcome back. So I was doing some noodling on Voidfall here, and I think I really do want to try playing the full game here, experience the entire scenario, get a feel for it. It's already out. This game is huge. It's complicated. I'd like to kind of cement the rules in my brain while I'm here and working on it instead of having to like rework through those later. And I don't want to commit to it like next weekend or something like that. So I think I'd like to try it again. So that does mean, unfortunately, that I'm going to have to do a little bit of rules reading, but not a ton. Like I said, there's a couple of pages in there. And honestly, I think we could probably figure them out as we go through it, because that's the one saving grace about the rule set is it's very like the steps are very linear and it's well organized in that regard. So I think we can kind of go through them. Yeah, you're stuck with me for 4 hours. Yeah. so yeah, anyways, I think we could kind of go through the rule set, and like it's not going to be watch James read the rules, the stream. I've had those streams before. They're never very good. Okay. So I don't want to do that again. That's actually something I've been really endeavoring to do. I felt a little bit bad about it this stream too, because if I'm honest, I came outside here. I had read the rules last night. I'd read them like 3 days ago, and I kind of reread them, went over them again last night. Then I came out here last night to do the setup, and I only got so far as putting all these frickin' things together and punching everything out. And I came out here early this morning and spent the entire morning trying to get through this first scenario. But like, honestly, this tutorial thing, I mean, granted, I wouldn't be monologuing and that sort of thing if I'd been doing it by myself, but it's like, you know, I did the bigger 2/3 of that scenario, but nonetheless 2/3 of it in 3 hours. Like, it took a long time to learn this game. I'm like 8 hours in so far, if I'm honest, between assembling all this shit and setting it up and whatever else. So like, the learning experience has been hard, but I've been really trying hard to make sure that, you know, I'm not reading just sitting here with no idea what's going on stream. Scholars of the South Tigris, also a heavy game. That one was tough on stream as well. That one was one of the ones that was a more recent misstep where I feel like I wasn't quite comfortable with the rules, and I tried really hard to make sure that that wasn't going to happen here with Voidfall, and honestly I kind of failed, but it wasn't too bad. I'm literally waiting for paint to dry and cleaning up models. Heavy model prep goes well with heavy games. Hey, there you go. A couple of pages, but what percentage of each page do you have to read? Well, there you go. So that's actually funny, because now the rules is effectively read everything. And most of the spots where I have stuff to read, it's like I skipped all of this as the solo rules. It's in blue on here. So, you know, I actually do have a fair bit to read. But it's like, this is literally take these steps and it walks you through it. So I think we can honestly just do them. Like I was basically sitting here going through the steps in the rule book every turn so far. I think I can just do that again and it will be fine. So I'll just set it up. We'll work through it. If we make a couple rules errors or whatever, we'll suffer the consequences. We'll hang our heads in shame, or I don't know. There's no one to judge us here for, you know, making a rules error. I'm over it. I don't care. Allison, what kind of stuff have you been painting lately? I'll be the first to admit, I don't actually, like, I don't know how familiar I am. I've looked at your Insta, but like, I don't know if you have a preferred kind of thing that you paint or not. If you do, I'm not familiar with it, so you should tell me about it. All right. Okay, so the scenarios, it says, get progressively harder and more complex. So we should try the first stand scenario. Oh, look at that. There's a table of scenarios. What's our table of scenarios got? So we have solo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 scenarios. We're going to try the only scenario that is 1 complexity. I like that. I don't know what this reference number means in any way whatsoever, but that's okay. Oh, there's quite a few more. Maybe not. Anyways, there's 8 solo or cooperative scenarios. Only 4 of them can be played with 4 players, interestingly. And then there's about 10 or 11 if you play it competitively. All right, so we're going to try setting up first stand here. See how it goes. I think I do get a little bit more latitude in terms of what I get to kind of pick here. I wonder, probably we just keep the same. I mean, I don't think the civilizations are extremely different. I mean, that's probably not true, but I'm tempted to try a different one just because I wanna. Okay, compendium I don't need, or glossary, rather the rule book. Let's look at setup, and I'm just gonna go through the whole setup, start to end, make sure I don't make a stupid mistake. The crisis board isn't that hard to run, but it takes a little while to figure out at the beginning. Oh, awesome. So, hey, Matt, well, welcome in. Nice to see first time chat. And obviously you're familiar with Voidfall. So I've been sitting here stumbling through this. If you haven't been in stream for long, I complained extensively. I do not care for the way the tutorial and rulebook are structured, but I'm kind of like past that now. I'm into, we're going to try a scenario and just go for it. So that means we're doing the whole thing. And I know the crisis board is part of it, but I literally haven't read that part of the rules yet because I was dutifully trying to go through it in the, as the tutorial goes. But it's nice to have somebody in chat who has, obviously is familiar with it. Understandable. I watched so many videos before I played my first game. Yeah, I didn't watch any videos. When I'm streaming games, like, I don't love learning games through videos anyway. It's okay sometimes, but when I'm streaming games, I try to learn them from the rule books, because I feel like when I watch a video, at least, I feel like I don't feel like I have a nuanced understanding of the game sometimes, and that I always end up with rules questions in ways that I find just like a little bit frustrating, where I felt like if only I'd read the rules, I would know what this is. So I usually learn from the rules, and just like the way that the tutorial is laid out here is something. It is something else, So, Allison, I'm attempting to up my painting game, and I've started a couple big 75mm busts. Wow. One comes with a lovely 6-hour tutorial. Allison, how long have you been painting? Other painting bits are a group of minis inspired by Hieronymus Bosch. Played the Where's Waldo version of his painting reference. That's it this week. Okay, cool. I'm not familiar with that artist, but cool. That sounds awesome. I talk about this a lot. I'm quick to throw myself under the bus in Jamie's stream. I hardly paint at all, ever, right? So, I've painted 0 minis this year. I did assemble the Demon Ship minis, which were like 2 pieces each. So super tough stuff there, but that's it. Okay, I don't want the cycle of play. What am I looking for here? I thought there was setup that was separate from the... I just wanted to take a holistic kind of start over here and make sure that I did the setup correctly. And I thought there was some that was different than just in the compendium, but maybe I was wrong. Painting since COVID, very cliche. Whatever, who gives a shit? I mean, I think all of us ended up with, time on our hands and a need to fill it with something. I had 3 young kids who I had the joy of trying to, teach how to learn online when they were like in elementary school. So that was, a special gift I wouldn't wish on anyone. I'm sure, lots of others had to experience that also, but like, yeah, oof. You're a lovely stream to paint to? Oh, well, thank you. Risto usually tells me that I'm a lovely stream to fall asleep to, and I just assume that's because of my boring content and monotone voice. So that's a big upgrade. I will say that's a thing that's an interesting kind of, I don't know what even to call it, but like trait of the board game stream. I feel like, I don't think a lot of people watch people like others playing, say, Apex Legends and do it like paint while watching it, but the board game streams are like, they're not super visually interactive and that sort of thing. So they very well like kind of present, like they give it a good opportunity to work through a different task or whatever simultaneously, My voice is certainly not monotone. Well, that's because I'm projecting really fucking hard. I will say, so I streamed a lot. There was about 6 months earlier this year where I didn't have full-time work and it was just, between jobs. Maybe it was longer than 6 months. Regardless, I streamed a lot. I was streaming like 5 days a week. And a big part of that for me, or a big difference, is I just became more aware of like talking on camera and what that feels like. That's actually one of the challenges of streaming. On Wednesdays, I stream on YouTube Live with my daughter Sarah, and we stream together, and we've streamed like, I don't know, 20 times now, right? But once a week, and she's a little shy about it sometimes. And I'm just so used to projecting. I always feel like I'm 20 times louder than her. She's got this teeny little kid voice, and then she's not used to the way you kind of talk at the camera, It's just different. Team Sarah! Yeah, get out of here. I wanted to make Team Sarah, like a Team Sarah emote. I think I will anyway, but she can't stream with me on Twitch. And there aren't channel points and redeems and stuff. YouTube's such a not as good streaming platform, honestly. I had the joy of attempting to educate during that time. No one learned anything. I missed that comment, but yeah. It's less fun, the YouTube. Yeah, I think honestly, I feel like YouTube is sort of like the approach that YouTube took to streaming. Twitch is like kind of, it's a streaming platform, and it feels very communal, right? There's a lot of ways to interact with audiences and, like even just something as simple as rating. Rating isn't a thing on YouTube, right? And it's sort of weird in that, like YouTube, it just feels like they had a platform for videos, and then they did a little live stream like hack job so that large channels, established channels, would have a way of doing live events. And that's it. There's nothing communal. There's no fun stuff. Like, it's just sort of, I'm going to do essentially a video, but I'm going to broadcast to you live. That's the goal there. Whereas Twitch feels like interactivity first, So it's definitely less fun. All right. I gotta actually set this up. If I just talk about live streaming platforms, we're gonna be here for the next 6 years. Oh yeah. This was one of the things that I wasn't was a little goofy. There's 2 sides to this board, and it's like, oh, you're playing the competitive game and ignoring the solo rules. So we actually need this side of the board. The cooperative or solo mode side. And then we're going to put out our trade tokens. This is going to take a little while, but it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. I'm actually really excited to play the full version of this game. We did the agenda offers. I cheated and already did that. Our main combat tile is kicking around somewhere. Honestly, I felt like I wasn't smart enough to use the combat reference effectively. I needed to just read the rules anyway. We never touched the bounty and reclaim tiles in our tutorial game, so they're still just as shuffled as before. We got our glory tokens, fleet tokens, that's all of our ships. Honestly, tokens would be a lot more effective. I kind of feel like that about this game, like I did with Mosaic. I got the legendary edition or whatever it is of Mosaic, the upgraded one with like 3D resin buildings and stuff like that. And like, it's so much more playable with cardboard tokens. They're included in Mosaic. Here, you just get the upgraded stuff and there are no cardboard fleet tokens. So you're using minis, whether you like it or not. And they're like a little clunky, honestly. All right, we start at 10 influence, not 0. Cool. Pity influence is good. We got our focus cards. We cannot play innovation in cycle 1, so we discard it. I gotta reset all of our dials here. Our agenda, our starting agenda will determine on the back side of it, yeah, where we start. Minis are a bit of a miss in this one. Setup is such a bear as well. Main reason I sold the game. Oh, you sold it? Ah, okay. That's fair. Do you have any other, like, do you regularly play heavy games? Or not so much? I would say just as much as here I am. I'm going to keep doing these resource wheels while I talk this out. But I would say that my like personal favorite type of game for me is like heavier Euros, little to no luck, perfect information, like a little bit cutthroat. You know, I think probably some player interaction, but not like focused on player interaction per se, like not a war game or something. That's my personal favorite type of game. And my group, that is not their favorite. So in years past, I would take heavier games and kind of slog everybody through them. And I think I was the only one really having a ton of fun. And now heavier games are more, there's something I'm going to stream and play solo, but they're probably not something that I'm going to take to my group. I'm not going to play Voidfall with 4 players ever. It's just not going to work with my current groups. And I'm not eager enough to find other players to just play heavy games with. Got enough in the schedule without doing that. But yeah, I'd be curious if you are like regularly play lots of heavy games, and if you do, if you have a favorite. All right, we got our fleet power cubes. We got our 2 pity glory points. Played it 5 times, loved it, but no one wanted to play with me, and I have better solo experience for less of a setup time. Okay, yeah, so that's exactly it, right? It's like, this is the game that, yeah, no one is gonna want to play Voidfall with me, right? I'd be a much, if I was gonna play a heavy space-ish themed game, or not heavy, but a longer game anyways, like I could get people to play Eclipse, but that's like, the overhead on Eclipse setup is pretty significant, but like from a rules perspective and whatever, and just turns are a little less open-ended, I think. So it's a lot more playable, it feels like, to somebody who doesn't want to play a heavy game necessarily. Love Euros usually with people only, or a solid Euro with not too much setup. Love Anachrony because I have an insert that setup makes easier. Okay. Yeah, I had an Acrony and I sold it. I had kickstarted it. It was in that was right in the sort of, I'm realizing that heavier games aren't making it to the table phase. And I sold it. I actually rebought the Essential Edition, but I mean, I've had that Essential Edition for at least a year and it hasn't hit the table. Sorry I missed the beginning. Wife's family is visiting. This is on my list to try, but seems like a step up in my complexity levels. On Mars is also on my want to playlist, but never played. Lacerda, a little nervous. Yeah, so I also have On Mars, and I haven't played it, and it's sitting on the shelf of opportunities. So it's gonna happen one of these days, but it hasn't happened yet. All right, so let's figure out this crisis board. Also, Zakun, what you missed earlier is I essentially finished playing through the tutorial. The way this game, if you learn this game from the rulebook, it has a tutorial mission you do. I hate the way it's set up. I would say I have nothing but nasty things to say about it. I'm not going to repeat those. If you watch the start of the VOD, I get on a pretty good rant about them. But I had just finished that, and I just decided, you know what? I've got this on the table. It's big. It's heavy. There's a million bloody components. I know I'm only playing this solo. Even though it's going to take a while, I'm going to set up and play another scenario. So you just caught me like mid-setup, basically. And it's not trivial. Like, setup takes a hot minute here. So, all right. Catastrophe tokens we've got on hand. Select a difficulty level. That's an interesting thought. I feel like I have no idea what's going on, but I don't think I need to play on hard. I'll just lose. Or wait, if this is your first time playing against the Voidborn, we strongly recommend selecting easy. Should we heed that warning? Maybe you have an opinion on if it's on how hard the game is. What's the difficulty curve like here? So I need other cards that I ignored largely because I didn't know what the hell they were. It's these guys. Easy for sure. Okay. okay. I'll take your word for it. We're a big fan of getting our butts kicked around here. I usually play harder games. I'm not afraid to take an absolute ass kicking on stream. It's really common that I lose. But this definitely seems like, overall, whatever. This just feels like a heavy game. It's open-ended. I get the distinct impression that I'm in the zone of, I have some idea of how to play. I have no idea how to play effectively. It's obvious to me that order of operations is something that I need to figure out a little bit, but it's not clear, like, in practice, what that would actually look like, So, we're going to go with easy. There's no shame in trying on easy, especially on a first play, Okay, so we need Harbinger tokens. And 7. 4. Otherwise, the game's going to beat you on the head while you're still learning the ropes and the asymmetry of your house. Okay? James usually dies a lot. Oh, if you like it, then that's another matter. Listen, I'd prefer to win. I'm just, I'm not afraid to take my licks. We've recently played a string of harder games. What did we play? We played Halls of Hagra, which is sort of notoriously difficult. We played Demon Ship, which is definitely actual difficult, but it's difficult in a way that's like there's quite a bit of randomness to Demonship. I won that game on my last attempt. I'm literally never going to play it again because the only thing that will happen is I will lose. Like I lucked out an extraordinary amount, and I'm keeping that win. And I'm just like, I played 5 games, I lost 4 times, I won once, and I am happy with that ratio. All right. I guess these are just in the supply, so we'll just put them over there. All right, our crisis cards are already in their respective decks. I don't believe I shuffled these, so I should probably do that. Do you have the Alien Invasion expansion for On Mars? That's what truly interests me. Halls of Hagra was really good. Honestly, I enjoyed that a lot. So what Halls of Hagra was like, so I would say I've considered like playing sort of war games before, right? I feel like they're kind of their own separate genre where there's usually kind of heavy, like they're rules heavy games typically because there's lots of like exceptions. So that's what I think of as a war game, right? There's going to be whatever terrain rules, and then those terrain rules are going to have an exception for weather, and then those weather rules are going to have an exception for acts of God, or who knows, whatever, right? So I've played a couple like older war games, Tide of Iron and stuff like that. Nothing really too crazy, but I never really got into them. And Halls of Hagra felt like this is a war game with Euro mechanics. It felt like a kind of modern take on like wargaming, sort of, in a way. It felt very familiar. It wasn't difficult to learn, and it sort of ticked the right boxes for me. It was very it was enjoyable to play. I would I really liked Halls of Hagra. Definitely, it was a gooder. All right. Oh, hey, find the starting crisis cards on easy difficulty. Return them to the box. Sweet. I like that one. I can do that part. All right. We don't need any of those. See you later, nerds. Find the alert cards. I do not know what an alert card looks like. Is that these? That's these guys. I think my music playlist came to an end. I'm going to have to get up from my desk here to fix that in a second. Are these alert cards or not? I think they are. Okay. If only they included a gratuitous amount of reference material telling me about what everything was. So those are the crisis cards, and the alert cards are, these are them. Okay. Why do the backs look different? What the hell's going on here? Okay. So are these just situation cards? Now I'm confused. Doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. War cards. Okay, so situation cards are ones that are colored. War cards are these ones. Are these all war cards? Ah, ha ha ha! I just had to get a little further into the pile, and it all makes sense now. Okay, so I have to find the war cards that don't show my chosen difficulty. The nasty, scary, terrifying ones that we're just going to pretend don't exist. Feel better for it. Okay. I think these situation cards we do not shuffle. So we've got. I'm gonna have to reorganize my table here a little bit. I'm just kind of putting everything everywhere. I got spare technologies from last game, all kinds of things. We got those shuffled up war cards. Those are the only ones we need to shuffle. Ah. I'm gonna use this to set this up. Oh my gosh. Oh, hey. You want to offer the promotion of my channel? That's so nice of you. You know what? I have something to offer you too. I really like the Crisis board. A better solo experience than running a bot like an Oath. And that decision tree takes too long to parse. Man, we need to talk more about this because honestly, these are the things that I like. So I didn't do much solo gaming until I started streaming because I found that I'd rather play a video game than a board game solo, like just left to my own devices, because solo games have a lot of overhead. And that's something that I struggle with a lot, where I feel like most games have maybe not most, tons of games have solo modes now. Not all of them are good. They're certainly not created equal. And, I played Scholars of the South Tigris, for instance, and that was really good. And I'm surprised because the bot experience there, it took a lot to get the flow for the bot and to kind of move things along. And usually that's extremely off-putting for me, but it wasn't in that case. That was like quite surprising, actually. But yeah, that's something that I often think about is like, is this solo game like worth it, or is the solo experience like gratifying? Like, I find there's lots of half-baked solo modes where it's just the bot. You play against a bot, you have to run the bot, and then it just sort of like, it doesn't even do a good job of even approximating, forget like emulating or something. It doesn't actually, it's just sort of doing random things and ends up with a score at the end. And it's like, well, you might as well have just printed a score table in the rule book, but you wanted to have a solo mode or whatever. So I have a lot of like thoughts about solo modes and their respective, qualities, basically. I see people playing Voidfall solo as their main solo game. It's really quite good. Yeah, cool. All right, so how do I do this? Take the required number of level 1 situation from their face-up stacks. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. These are just, they actually don't have anything on them. Okay, so I need 6 level 1 situations. And level 2. Oh, okay. So I see. So I have 6 level 1 situations for in cycle 1. Okay. Got it. I don't know. Do I end up making separate alert decks for this? Like this deck kind of. I feel like no. Do I end up assembling it like in reverse order here or something? The alert deck instructions are clumsy. Maybe I'm just. I'm just not getting it. I don't know why this seems so weird to me. These have to be per cycle, because otherwise they wouldn't, like, it wouldn't. Do I do this every cycle? Is that the gap that I have? No, that doesn't make sense. I'm so confused about this alert deck. It's weird. Thanks for that follow. Okay. Take all the situation cards and place them in 3 face-up stacks. We did that. Okay, that's the 1, 2, 3. Okay. Shuffle the war cards. Create an alert deck. Take the required number of level 1 situation, 2, and 3 situation cards from the face-up stacks and flip them face down. Okay, so we flip this entire stack face down. But we need more level 1 alert cards than there exist. I feel like I'm just being an absolute buffoon here, and like there's something about this alert deck that I just like do not understand fundamentally. Why does this seem so like? Why am I being so obtuse? This can't be this hard. And nonetheless, here we are. Okay, whatever. I'll see if there's something enlightening about this later. Shuffle all heroic focus cards together. Ooh. Heroic focus cards are somewhere else. Did I put them away? Yes, I did. No, these are our focus cards, the basic ones. Where the hell did I put our heroic focus cards? Those these guys. I gotta put more music on. I need something to distract from my failure to find cards. This is awful. Just like not working out. New setup was gonna be a pain in the ass, but like Jesus. No. There either. Where, oh where, did I put the heroic focus cards? What would I have done with them if I was like a cleverer person, you know? I'm not sure. Are they right in front of me? They're right in front of me. They're literally right here. Oof. Okay. We're back to there. We're back to that zone, you know? Had been one of those streams. It had gotten better. The music stopped and it's like we started over. All right. Heroic focus cards. Those are the ones. These guys. Heroic prosperity, heroic politics, heroic development. So I'm going to actually have to start moving these things around now because we are going to need to actually put these in a place that is sensible. Like here, they make a little offer. Okay. Technology can go away. That's a tray I can easily pull over easily enough. We're going to need these for the crisis board sooner than later, I am sure. Shove everything out of the way. What could go wrong? All right, what do we get? Prosperity, politics, and development. There. If in a solo game you reveal a heroic focus card that matches a focus card your house does not have. We're just going to play as Valnus, but I don't think we have all those Focus cards, no big deal. Okay. So I'm still deeply confused about the this alert deck. It does not make sense to me. Still need to figure that out. And then I need to set up the actual scenario here. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a second. I'm going to fix the music because it's really bugging me. It feels so weird to be sitting here in silence. So, I will be back in like 2 seconds. All right, we're back. I just restarted the playlist, so there's going to be some weird, funky stuff at the start here again. But that's okay. Okay, so we have our home sector. You know, we got that. I might want to put the board somewhere that's a little bit more useful for seeing on stream this time. That'd be a big improvement. I wasn't intending to play the tutorial on stream, but, you know, that's okay. Okay. So I think we can just find our scenario here. First stand. Was that us? Solo first stand. That's what we need. Not cooperative. First stand. Okay. All of the citizens of the Empire who rejected the dark prophecies of the Novarchs were surprised by the sudden opening of the rifts and the coming of the Voidborn. Many of the proud and glorious great houses fell into disarray and capitulated to the Voidborn's corrupted puppets, but the forces of the last remaining house managed to stop the spreading of the corruption and drove the evil back to the rifts. It is time to sever their ties with the Domineum once and for all. Okay. Safe havens. I don't know that I know what those mean yet, but we're just going to identify the correct ones here. They have something to do with the crisis deck and all that stuff, all the new rules that we don't know anything about really. And our home tile, where are we going to build this? Maybe we'll build the board over here, and I might just have to like adjust the camera to make it work. I really didn't. Having this all on the table kind of everywhere and then trying to do setup simultaneously maybe wasn't the move. You know? I don't know. But whatever. It'll all work out in the end. What do we got? We got technologies. Figure these out too. I don't know if it's a good idea to just put these away and then redo it. Probably. Advanced technologies. I don't know that it really made sense for us to have multiple copies of these when we were doing it the first time. Just did it that way because they told us to. So where did I put the home disk? There it is. This guy down there. Still got to figure out this alert deck. Garphill Games just opened up testing for the follow-up to Hadrian's Wall. That's awesome. I will say, Hadrian's Wall right here behind me, and I'm really excited to play it some more, actually. So that's super cool. What is that? That's a spicy one. Okay, so I think I need to find a special type of tile here for the one, and the rest are all standard tiles, I believe. Oh my gosh, here's the stack. Oof. That's the one. All right. Oh, this is home tile. Whoops. Bind those guys in there. Shouldn't have done that. It's like typing in a meeting. You know, I don't think very many people are actively watching, but I still feel pressure and somehow manage to mess up. We have 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and then 4. I have to move all this stuff away. Where is it going to go? Nobody knows. How are we going to fit it all? Definitely don't have a good idea. I saw your note there, Zakun, about Garphill with Hadrian's Wall. I don't know if you heard me reply. I think we were in the middle of an ad. That's super cool. Have you played Hadrian's Wall very much? Also, did you get a chance to stream yet or not yet? I know I didn't realize, like, when we were talking the other day about Legacy of You, I didn't realize you were, like, actively in the middle of a campaign and streaming it, which is super cool. Okay, I think this is all the tiles I need. Let's see, where do we get? Where isn't there? Like this void fleet, it's bloody everywhere. Right, 2 fleet power here. Only 1 over here. Oh, that's the old raid sound. Time Roller, welcome in. I have the world's dumbest raid sound so that I don't miss it, because I think for the last couple of times here I've missed raids just because I've been head down in a game, totally not paying attention. So glad to see that it worked out. Time Roller, welcome in. Thanks for bringing your friends over here. What were you guys up to? What were you guys playing? I'm James, off cost. We play board games on the table here. Today we're playing a big boy game. We are playing Voidfall. I'm just in the setup for the next scenario here, or rather the first scenario. I played through the tutorial mission to get a feel for the game. It is extremely rules heavy and a little bit odd to learn the rules of. And now we're in the midst of, we're just about finishing up the setup here on the first scenario. It's called First Stand. This is a solo scenario. Yeah, it's been pretty cool so far. What were you guys up to, Time Roller? Hopefully playing something fun. I feel like I've caught a lot of your streams lately, Time Roller, but like you start and it's like terrible timing for me, and I basically end up lurking, and then that's it. Like I don't get to actively watch, or I haven't had a chance to actively watch in quite a while, which makes me sad, but what are you gonna do? Or it's hard to get to tile. It's valuable. Surprise, surprise. Oh, Risto. Hey. Thanks for taking care of me with that hydrate. Here I was thinking I was on the overhead cam, and instead you guys have been staring at the top of my head the whole time, like as I lean forward and down to look at the board. Whoops. Sucks to suck. Risto, why don't you tell me, what was Time Roller up to? Oh, so these Harbingers are creepy looking. I don't like them. Look at these guys. I don't know. I don't love that at all. Was playing Archipelago, oldie but goodie. That is the that's like a like semi co-op, right? I'm trying to remember. I feel like I didn't actually ever end up playing it. But I'm not sure if that's true. I cannot recall. There's no real difference in streams. You mostly are both deep in the rulebook most of the time. That's fair. That's fair. That is a valid criticism. I've been trying really hard to do better about having rules learned prior to stream, but I would be the first to tell you, Voidfall, the exception to that. It is, I mean, I did endeavor to learn the rules. It's just that it has a very particular way they want you to like to play through the tutorial, and like it's kind of clumsy, honestly. I didn't love it. There's things about it that I would go so far as to say are objectively bad, like poorly designed, about the tutorial. And despite my effort, it took me a really long time, and I felt very behind on stream, so that sucked. Semi-co-op, okay, yeah, cool. So did Chad betray you in the end? With some, you know, whatever, inevitable betrayal on the last turn to win the game? Okay, cool. I think we almost got this set up. There's a couple icons on here that I don't actually know what they are. Also, it's really hard to fit these things on the bloody map. I'm not sure. It's giving me Mosaic vibes in terms of, do I actually want to use the minis? And I feel like the answer might be no, but the difference here is I didn't get, like, you only get the minis if you buy the upgraded one. Okay, so what the hell? Oh, the Harbinger tokens go on the edge of sectors. How the hell would I even do that? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, so apparently I need to get to step 13 of the setup. No, the one question I wanted to answer, I don't get to find out till step 13. I'm getting a big pile of random shit behind my my chair here, just from things I don't need that I've just thrown down, you know. Oh, here we go. We get to learn about the safe havens. This is good. So there's multiple safe haven tiles of a specific size. We set them aside on the board here. It's these two. Whoa. Can't shuffle. Safe havens come in 3 sizes, 2, 3, and 4. Place the indicated tiles next to the map and return the rest to the box. Okay, I have no idea how these work, but next to the map they will go. Man, this game's huge. That's the other thing. I can only imagine if I was playing this with 4 players, you'd need like a table the size of my house. All right. So we need the fallen houses now. Almost there. We're getting there. Fallen houses look like this. So we're just going to play as the Valnus because we had them out, and then I have less setup to do. Markelos, Novaris, Yarvek, and Nervo. Okay. At the end of the process, you should have at least 1 and at most 3 with cracked glass. We got that. Selected our fallen houses. Life's good. Oh, these determine the technologies that we have. Okay. So, all right. So in this game, you know, we're setting up here. Basically, everybody died. It's just us. We're the one true, you know, nation of true believers who are going to fight off the Voidborn. These are fallen houses. Nervo, Yarvek, Markelos, and Novaris. They're going to determine which technologies we get to have in this game. So it looks like from Nervo we get arc ships and robotics. These were kinda, sort of alphabetical before, but not really, and they're really not anymore. There's robotics. And what was the other one? Arc ships. Arc ships. I see. So in the solo game, we're going to have all 8 technologies, but then 3 of them are going to only have, we're not going to earn points for them. And then 5 of them we would earn points. Okay, now I understand the significance of having 2 cards. This was something that we didn't really cover in the previous one. So arc ships allow us to get 2 extra guilds in our home sector. That's cool. Robotics let us double the cost and effect of 1 focus action. So if we've got a decent economy, that could be like opportunity cost is kind of huge there. We'd need to know how to play the game to use that effectively, which, you know, we don't really know. Combat replicators. When we win combat, we can take a bounty, and it does not get rid of military installations in the sector. There's only 1 or 2 spots with military installations currently. So cybernetics, when we build a guild, we may gain 2 resources matching that guild. That sounds super duper useful as a noob. What else do we need? Hyperdrive and tactical transports. Oh, trade nexus. We had that last time. We liked trade nexus a lot. That seemed abusable. Trade nexus. Autonomous drones we had last time. Also, we didn't buy it. The trade nexus lets us gain a trade bonus when returning trade tokens. So we get it twice the trade benefit compared to normal. Autonomous drones let us use trade tokens in combat. So that's kind of cool. What else did we need here? Hyperdrive and tactical transports. Hyperdrive, what's that let us do? When we invade, we can first refocus. Wild. That seems extremely good. Conquest focus, we may also produce energy. And then tactical transports. Prosperity focus. We can get rid of like deactivate a fleet, increase population, or no, we return a fleet to increase population, or we can decrease population to activate or deploy in that sector. That's kind of, I feel like I'm not competent enough to use that effectively. Okay, so we need to find the 8 advanced versions of all these technologies. Autonomous drones. I guess shields we also need, because we start with shields because that's what we got. Trade nexus. Hyperdrive, tactical transports, arc ships, and robotics. Oh, these are paired up. Oh, they even have art. That I didn't notice before. That's kind of cool. Okay, cybernetics and combat replicators. Is that all of them? I feel like we... 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, so we're going to choose the 3 that are going to not have their... not be worth influence. It's going to be the 3 we want, probably. Trade nexus, which we definitely wanted. Our autonomous drones, I said I wasn't clever enough to use. Arc ships seems pretty good. So these ones we're going to have not have their additional stuff. Autonomous drones out. What else do we have? Arc ships out. And trade nexus is out. Okay. And then the other ones we do the opposite. So they are going to all be worth points, basically. 1 copy of each technology. 5 technologies we earn influence for purchasing. 5 we do not. All of them have an advanced version that we can upgrade to, but we have to unlock it first. And I still need the shield technology because we start with it. Alright. Probably made a mess of that deck. Sounds like a problem for later. Whatever. Start with 4 of these sorta, kinda, maybe available. Autonomous drones, combat net replicators, trade nexus, and arc ships. In practice, the way the flow of the game works, these ones that we have out are available in cycle 2, essentially the second round, and then the remaining ones that we don't have out are available in cycle 3. We'll set those aside. I don't know if we need to do anything else with these fallen houses or not. I'm not sure. Probably. Okay. Did the scenario show a thing from a fallen house? It did. That was this one. So. We're going to shuffle these cards together. And we get one of them, because there's only one fallen house in this scenario. We got Nervo. Okay, this starts corrupted. It starts with 3 population. You get bonuses for some sort of bonus for invading a fallen house, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. Okay. We're going to play as the same house as before, so we don't need anything extra special. I assumed that the starter houses didn't actually have extra house focus cards, because that would make sense for tutorial houses, so let's just assume that that's the case. We are going to play with origin card B, I think, because we played with origin card A. So these are the Valnus house. Oh, I guess that means we wouldn't have shields potentially. Whatever. We'll just play with A again because we already have shields. We already have the tech out. Then I don't have to go digging for more crap. So never mind. We pick an origin card. Richie, thanks for that follow. I am amazed anyone would follow when I'm just sitting here literally doing setup. This is the most boring thing I've ever streamed in my life. Apologies, but it will get better. All right, so I'm just gonna leave that there. We are not gonna have enough space to competently play this game, but we'll figure that out later. Once again, another a problem for another day. Okay, so we get 2 population, and on both our home sector and our outpost sector. Outpost sector is under our control. It's over here on the map, but it is not it's surrounded. There's some shit going on here. It's gonna be a little rough, We basically start with 2 sectors. Our home sector can never be corrupted. Outpost sector absolutely can. Okay, so both of them start with 2, but they are not corrupted. And then it's a disaster. Absolutely. Legends, welcome in. How are you? Setting up Voidfall here for the next scenario. As we played it last time, and I went this backwards. Oh, so I had left this. Anyways, we played the tutorial mission, had a lot of fun. Setting up an actual mission here. Turns out setup's really freaking big on this game. So it's been it's been a minute. I'm plodding through. We're almost done. But I feel like I've said that before, and yet here we are. So hope you're doing well. All right. We have those guys. We have 2 fleet power in each of our sectors here. So we have a corvette, the lamest of all ships. Strength 2, essentially. 2 corvettes, basically. Do we get any installation tokens? We have a shipyard on our home. It's already baked in, and that's it. Legends. Can we say Mosaic? This is like Mosaic. It's very reminiscent, right? In terms of having an intense setup. Less irritating though. I mean, the difference here is that with Mosaic, like, you know, I was actively misled about how to set it up by someone who I won't name that may or may not be in chat right now. Whereas here, I'm just plodding through it slowly, you know? This was one of the things that I actually kind of found really interesting about this game, was that these dials, this was, you know, took forever to set up and punch out. Each player has 5 resources and 10 dials. On the right is how many you have, and on the left is how much you earn. But as you increase your production, you essentially increase it with this outer wheel by a certain amount, and it changes the amount that you produce on the inner wheel. But it's not necessarily like a 1-to-1 ratio, right? You don't, like, gaining 1 production doesn't mean if you're going to get 1 extra of that resource. You might have to gain 2 or 3 in order to get an extra one, which is kind of interesting, right? It's not just like a little non-linear, I think, whatever, that just increases the decision space generally. The really practical way to do it too, though, setup was a pain in the ass, like assembly. All right, so our starting agenda. Proceed with the first cycle of the game. Okay, cool. So we're all set up, except for my failure with the crisis deck. That's okay. Okay, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. I'll secretly sneak there while you guys are looking at this ad. Aha. Where are we gonna put this stupid crisis board? Man, we just don't. I do not have enough space here. Okay, so I think the crisis deck is just these level 1 things for now, based on our easy difficulty. I'm gonna do the best I can with this. I'll probably get it wrong, and that's just the way it's gonna be. Okay, so we'll put our crisis board up here. Hopefully it sort of fits. Probably really didn't need all this many, like, these tokens I could get rid of most of probably, and it would be fine. Sort them out later. I feel like we're just on a string of, I'll deal with this later, you know? This is one of them. Glory tokens, who gives a shit? Find a way to make them work eventually. Hard ones? No. Okay. Keep those handy over here somewhere. These were the ones that we have currently. Oh my god, we just need 20 times more space and everything would be good. No? If only. We did it. Okay, so we're at that part of the game where we're set up. Jesus, that was a long time. That took me like an hour. So whatever, we don't care. We're at that part of the game where we realize that we have no idea what safe havens do. We're gonna just keep them next to the board and we'll figure it out later. I'm not sure how we deal with these fallen guys, fallen kingdom things. That's also in the figure it out later here territory. But we do have everything set up, and the way this game is structured is that you play through this tutorial and you play this game in cycles. Okay, a cycle is functionally a round during which you're going to take a number of turns, and then for the basic game, like the tutorial game, you play a cycle with like a shortened rule set, and then you play with a slightly expanded rule set for cycles 2 and 3 in the tutorial. That's what we've done. Now we've set up the full game with one of the actual scenarios, and we play with the full rule set. Now there's other rules that we haven't like experienced yet that we are just going to like acquire as we go, because this game is very procedural and the rule book is really very like step based. Do this, then do that, then do this, then do that. And it highlights those additional things. So we're going to kind of encounter them as we go so that nobody has to wait for me to read 10 pages of the rule book or stare at me while I do it. I mean, at some point that's going to happen, but in pieces, right? So we're going to dive into Voidfall here, and we're going, havens are important victory points wise in the solo game. Okay, well, I will make sure to read about them for sure. The setup was put them beside the board, and I did that, and then I kind of just forgot about them until I saw them beside the board, you know? Anyway, we'll figure it out. So things that are new. So let's talk this out. This is our faction board, okay? So we are playing as the Valnus, okay? We have, I guess I can move this down a little bit so we can see the technologies and stuff too. So, things that are on the board here. We have civilization tracks, okay? These allow us to, it's like any other tech track in any other game. When we advance these, we get to claim a benefit, okay? There's quite a few here. As we advance them to this spot, we unlock advanced versions of the technologies that we can gain, and then we can unlock more of those way up here. Eventually, to get to the distant spots, we need to actually pay in order to advance our markers further. Up here, we have 5 technology slots. We currently start with shields, okay? Shields is going to give us a little bonus in combat. We'll deal with that when we get to combat. I've just set this advanced version of the shields card aside. We don't actually have it available yet, but we can potentially purchase it like in the future. Okay, and then down here at the bottom, these are spots for our agendas. So we have 1 starting agenda, and then we have room for 3 non-starting agendas. Okay, agendas basically give us an opportunity to earn influence, which is points. It's how we win the game at the end of every cycle, basically. Okay, so this agenda, our starting one, we are going to want to have spots on the board way over here, this guy, okay, that are pure. So pure means they're not corrupted. So right now we've got our home sector. That's this guy. You can tell it's our home sector. It's got our pink dye on it. That's the color we're playing. It's got some stuff over here. This one can never be corrupted. It's always going to be pure. This is our outpost. It's also currently pure. Okay, the dye value is how much population is there. That's going to affect the production from that area. And everywhere else on the board is corrupted. So all of these have dice on them, but the dice they're sitting in these little creepy orange trays, right? So that means that it's corrupted, okay? We don't like corrupted spots. We want pure spots. We're going to earn more influence with our agenda by having pure spots on the board, okay? Now, that's just our starting agenda. We can get additional ones. And that corruption is really important. Our agendas can be corrupted. Like we start with 1 slot on our agenda board that's corrupted, okay? If our agenda is corrupted, we don't earn influence. These tracks can be corrupted. If they are, when we advance them, we don't get the perk, okay? So corruption bad. We're trying to fend off the void, and it essentially manifests as corruption, and we don't like it. Fallen houses give you a bonus slot for techs. It's cool if you want many techs. That's what it was. That's how we get the 6th technology. Thank you for the reminder. Lots to absorb here, and that was one of the ones that didn't get there. So we have a ton of other stuff going on here that we don't need to talk about because we can just talk through it as we play. Off camera behind the slider cam over here, we have our technology board. That's got a couple different techs that we can purchase, 8 actually. We cannot currently get the advanced versions of them, but we can unlock it eventually. This board here we're going to use for like round to round. We're going to have a galactic event and generally use it to track our progress through the game. It has a ton of icons for reference to remind us the procedure, but frankly, that's not good enough for us because A, I don't know what I'm doing, and B, there's definitely some rules that we have to layer in here that we're not aware of because they weren't present the last time we played. So we're going to have to give those a look-see and just kind of work through those as we go. And we've got this crisis board over here, which also is hard for you to see. I probably should have put it here where maybe I can even swap that. I don't really care about these. If they get all mixed together, it'll be fine. So our crisis board, we're going to be using... I don't know about you, but I think crisis sounds not altogether nice for us. This is one of the things that we also just added in that we haven't yet experienced. So we're going to kind of like, you know, work it in as we go. So let's give this a whirl. We're going to proceed through it like we did last time, layering in the extra stuff. So we do the preparation phase, but we don't do that immediately, or well, we skip a bunch of it on the first round, first cycle. Okay, so we basically start by revealing the top galactic event card. That's this guy. Okay, these cards are going to tell us what this one's called. We Are the Resistance. Okay, it's going to give us some things on the side here to do. Ones that are in a solid border we have to do. Ones that are in a dashed border are optional. Okay, within that, like this one here, you can see it's got these red lines. So we can do one of those things, not all of them. A lot of them allow us to do multiples. This one, pick one, right? And then also this is going to show us how many turns, essentially, how many we're going to take this round, this cycle, as well as some goals for earning influence. These, like the benefits down here, some we can do multiples, others it's like either or. So in this case, we're either have 10 or more population on pure spots, that's what this top one means, and then we would gain the rewards at the bottom, or have 3 banking guilds on pure spots, which I guarantee you we are not doing. So anyways, so some scoring conditions for this round, how many turns we're going to play, and some stuff that we got to do right now. So we're going to drop this up here. Okay. Oh, look at that. Step 0, 1, 2, and 3, we skip. Step 4, that's where we're at in the rules. It like literally corresponds to step 4 in here. So, okay, so what's our first step? I should have left this here. You know what? I'm gonna actually. That's the other thing that's really nice about this game, is that they did give a really detailed glossary, which includes literally everything, including all of these events. And we can just sort of like look it up, make sure we don't screw something up because we're new, right? So the top says each player must place 1 Voidborn fleet power and a glory token of value 1 on 1 Voidborn sector that's adjacent to their sectors. Okay, so I just realized I didn't have a thing there. So let's have a look-see. Our sectors are not very well set up for me to show on stream because they're just between the two views, but these are our sectors. So we either need to do that here, here, or at the top there. So we're going to add a 1 glory token that's going to be worth influence if we invade there, and 1 fleet power. Okay. So fleet power, the Voidborn, essentially, there's different types of ships in this game, but the Voidborn more or less have the equivalent of our corvettes, the crappiest ships we have, and they just gain more and more of that. I don't know the significance of the Harbingers and if they interact with fleet power or not. So that's a thing I don't know. I don't know if I need to figure that out now or just drop one of these in somewhere and figure it out later. Suffer the consequences. That's what we did last time, but that was mostly because we were trying to just like work our way through the scenario really fast. Let's see here. Harbingers are former members of House Novercon, perverted and mutated in the service of the Voidborn. Damn. So, when you invade a sector with one or more Harbingers, it has to be moved to the crisis row of your choice. And eventually, if Harbingers fall off the right-hand side of the board here, then we gain catastrophe tokens, which, you know, catastrophe sounds friendly, it sounds nice. Yeah, I think I wanted to actually check if I have the Harbingers in the correct position, because I don't know if they're supposed to be on the edge of the board or on in the center. I feel like that was a note that was sort of lost on me during the setup. I'm just gonna double check. Oh, it looks very much like they're on the center. So I believe they're all where they're supposed to be. I did also miss putting out a little bit of this stuff. These guys up here and this guy over there. All right. So, whatever. Let's do this. We got to add a fleet power and 1 to a Voidborn sector. Let's just put that over here, and we're gonna allow this sector to remain wimpy so that hopefully we can take it over this turn. Perhaps. Is that gonna work? I have no idea. Are we gonna try it? Heck yeah. Okay. And then we can optionally gain one active fleet power, increase a pure population, or place out a like money guild, you know, the bankers guild. So establishing a bankers guild would maybe make it viable that we would get 3, but I don't think so. I feel like we're just never doing that ever. I think it's more likely that we could have 10 or more pure population. Maybe that's unlikely too. We're at 4 currently. We might just not be gaining influence or gaining the rewards there, rather, from achieving those. So, if we put out a bankers guild, we're going to be paying additional upkeep, and I don't know that I want to do that. That was one of the things we struggled with last time. Just, I don't have the bandwidth to remember to farm, basically. So I think what we'll do is we can either just, I feel like just taking an active thing, that's kind of weak. I think we'll increase a pure population, and we're going to increase this population to 3. That's going to increase our energy and materials production as well, which, you know, hard to go wrong with that. Here's that funky song that was near the start of the playlist, I think. Space funk. Not entirely sure what the hell is going on, but the music is whatever it is. Okay. So, basically we're into the focus phase now, right? So focus phase, we did our galactic card. We know that for B, that's the focus phase. That's the the main part of the game. We're gonna take 4 turns essentially, right? So we are going to be adding in a couple rules here. So we reveal the top card of the alert deck each round. Okay, so I guess what I said to turn is it's calling a round, just because it uses the term cycle for round and round for turn, sorta. Anyway, okay, so we reveal the top card of the alert deck. That's this guy here. Okay. This is all new stuff we've not done. So we reveal a crisis. Okay, so we're going to reveal an alert card, and then it depends what we see, basically, for what happens. This is going to get a lot easier once we've done it once before, because this was one of the things that's a big change that I just have no idea how it works. But I want to check. Of course, I can't actually find that information where I want it to. What in the hell? Okay, a situation card. War cards are the ones that have multiple things on them. We don't have any war cards. We only have situation cards. Okay, so if the most recently revealed alert card is a situation, we have to draw a crisis card. There isn't a revealed one, so that's kind of weird. Oh, I see. It's just written kind of clumsily, I think. I think we reveal this card. And hey, it's a situation. Imagine that, because all of them are situations. There are no war cards in our first. The crisis has to be set up on the side for you to deal with. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, all of in the first thing here, these are all just ones, right? So we're gonna take a level 1 crisis card because it's currently the first cycle, and we're gonna reveal it, and it's gonna suck presumably. And it goes up here, I guess, because there's, you know, where does it go here? I don't know. And probably it goes on the board. Oh no, it goes here. Okay, so corrupted but not broken. Here, let's take a look at this crisis card. Talk about this. Okay, corrupted but not broken is the card we revealed. It says that what is that? Fleet we like deployment or whatever. Yeah, deploy fleet power twice in corrupted sections. So that's how we deal with the crisis, I presume. And then otherwise we're going to suffer some consequence. That sucks. I don't like that. I don't want to deploy in corrupted sectors. That sort of railroads us into some stuff that I don't like, right? So okay, so as long as we meet the conditions of the crisis, we'll resolve it. And we basically don't want the crisis board to get too out of hand, or we're going to be in a lot of problems. I don't think it's realistic for us to, you know, deploy twice in corrupted sectors on like turn one. I feel like that's unlikely. So anyways, we deployed our crisis, or revealed it, and then now we're basically back to kind of where the main gameplay loop. So we have this handful of focus cards. Okay, these this innovation one we have to set aside. We don't have access to that in cycle 1, but we have these other 8 cards. Okay, and we're basically going to end up selecting a card, playing it, and then we can activate 2 of the 3 actions that are shown on it. Some of them will have a cost, some won't. Like this conquest card, for instance. So this conquest card, we can engage. That lets us invade or regroup at a cost of 2 energy. The middle, we can strategize for a cost of 1 energy and 1 credits. We can gain a new agenda and move corruption. Or we can prepare for 3 materials. We can move 2 fleet, whatever the hell they're called, cubes, to the active side of the board. That allows us to then later use them for fleet power, that's it, actually on the board to deploy ships and that sort of thing. So every round or every turn, we're going to end up picking one of these to activate, and then we're going to resolve 2 of the 3 things that are on it. And here, of course, is like the crux of the game, because we have, you know, we're only going to pick 4 out of 8 cards, and then we're only going to do 2 out of the 3 things on each of those cards. So most of this we're not going to end up doing. And if we were competent players, we're going to do like amazing things and cleverly chain our actions. But I'm not sure that that's how I would describe myself. So that's a thing, you know. I don't know. I'm not sure what we really are gonna want to do. I mean, we can keep in mind like the crisis that's currently available, and the fact that we should probably work on that, you know. I feel like I want to know a little bit more about the crisis board. Okay, here's the void advances step. This is the new step that we add at the end of our turn, basically. If we resolve the current crisis, this step, we don't have to do the void advance at all. Okay, if this is still present, we either suffer the penalty shown on it. Okay. Put a catastrophe token on the right, or make it an ongoing crisis by putting it on the military crisis board. In which case we can deal with it later, basically. But it's taking up space, also taken up by harbingers, which is bad. Okay, so let's think this out here a little bit. I don't think we're going to deploy. We don't have the requisite materials and so on to deploy twice in corrupted sectors. I don't think that that's very likely at all, if I'm honest. You know, that seems like it's going to be really hard to achieve, actually. But we could try. We could dream of a time when we do that. The other things we can do, well, I think we're probably just going to have to accept that that's not happening and let it either become an ongoing crisis or suffer the consequences, you know? Just the way it's going to go. So let's not worry too much about that one. If we suffer the consequences, we put a corruption on the might agenda. which looks like a fist, right? I don't actually know the significance of corruption on the agenda tokens at all, but that's okay. I was looking for a specific reference in here. First, I swear this first turn is just going to be the worst thing ever. It's feeling that way anyhow. I want to clarify. About the corrupted. What is a corrupted sector? Because it's not one that has. Or well, wait, I know what a corrupted sector is. What am I talking about? Why did I think that was something else? Anyways, doesn't matter. We're not going to worry about that. Okay, so what the hell are we going to do then? Okay, so we probably want to, I think, eventually we want to come over here and invade there, right? Now, challenging thing here is we cannot abandon this. We cannot leave this empty, or else we basically immediately lose it to the void, which is going to suck. Competence? That's not on brand. Hey. All right. So we want to eventually be able to invade there, but I don't think we can invade immediately because we simply don't have. We would be invading with one Corvette, and then essentially we would have we would tie up for combat's totally deterministic. We invade with one, we tie on initiative, we both attack each other simultaneously, we die, and that sector is just as covered in voidy bullshit as it had been all along. Okay, so that won't help us very much. Now we do have a salvo shield, so maybe that's not true, right? We have shields. We start with shields. If we have at least one Corvette present, then we gain one salvo absorption. So we actually could kill him by sending a single guy out there, right? That's an option. Maybe that's a good option, actually. I don't know. I feel like we need to get some guilds and so on the board. And if we go do that first, or soon, early, I guess I'll say, then we have a spot where we can add additional guilds that isn't it's not going to cost us additional upkeep, right? Like, it's nice to have guilds on these tiles where they're all in the same tile and we increase the population. That gives us a huge boon, but we have to pay upkeep, and upkeep is kind of like a pain in the butt, right? So I feel like you have better initiative as well. Do I have better initiative? Wouldn't I have the same initiative? I mean, if I have better initiative, then I messed that up last time. Because I thought that we each would have, like, our Corvettes would add one, right? Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, it is totally related to fleet power. But I would be taking a single, if this guy here, you know what, I should have adjusted the slider cam so we could see the board better. You know what, maybe I'll do that really quick right now. I maybe won't make you guys watch or you'll barf because it'll be shaky and weird. But let's see if I can get this a little bit more on the board that we actually care about right now. and then we can look at it and think things and discuss. Maybe it doesn't even need to be sliding, and we can just use it as an actual camera like that. So this guy here has, I've got 2 fleet power, but I wouldn't want to invade and leave, like, abandon this sector. So I would probably just take a single fleet power, right? I would use just 1. I'd split that fleet and invade with just the singleton, right? And that singleton could still win because he has no defense. I won't take any approach damage. And then we have shields, so we have 1 salvo absorption. So in the first round of combat, we won't take any damage, he will, and then we'll win, right? You can move 1 fleet from your base to protect the outpost and move from the outpost to the corrupted world. I could, but I think I can just win it with the 1 because I have shields. And I think that's what I'm going to do. I think we're just going to take that over immediately and live the dream. So we're going to... is there any other way I can invade other than conquest? I can... Oh yeah, that's right. I can do the political invade. I can just, you know, show up and punish this guy with politics. But I don't know that... I mean, that might be better. I don't know. This conquest, what can we do? Gain an agenda? I don't know. Do we have the money for this? We need energy. Whatever. We're gonna try and conquest. We're just gonna go on a conquest here. So we're gonna engage and we're gonna strategize. I think we don't have the materials to do the prepare. So we're gonna try and engage and strategize. So basically, why don't we strategize first? Strategize. We pay 1 energy and 1 credit. I almost paid a material. That would have been foolish. Okay, and that lets us take a thing from the tray. Actually, I should just bring this down. That's way better. So we get to gain an agenda, and we can move a corruption. I don't know how useful moving corruption is because I'm not that good at this game. We do have 1 corruption here, which we could move, but I think leaving it on our agenda spot, like, is a fine place for it to be for now, and I don't think we need to worry about it. So if we take an agenda here, we get to take one of the face-up agendas or draw 2 and keep 1, right? So this kind of tells us what the agendas tend to need in order to score points, right? Like Quantum Leap here, we're going to score points for having 2 or more advanced technologies. Well, we're sure as shit not getting any influence with that anytime soon. We don't have any advanced technologies, and we would need to get some of these tracks over to here to get any of them, right? We do also get to take an action when we deploy the agenda, and we don't have to deploy it immediately. It goes into our hand, so we do have options, okay? Enlightened Nation here is going to allow us to invade, which we may or may not be prepared to do, and it's going to give us points for having our civilization tracks in tier 3 or better. So that's like an eternity away, okay? Also for having 3 or more population on pure spots, which that we could do quite soon actually, but I don't know if we have the bandwidth to invade again soon. This will allow us to get a trade token or do something funky with our civilization tracks that I'm not sure what that icon actually means. Maybe that's advanced on any of them. It probably is. The mining consortium. Then we need 8 or more population on mining guilds, I think. And I don't know what these mean. Okay, let's grab the old icon reference. So, deployed fleet power on pure, 2 or more deployed fleet power on pure worlds is worth 5 influence? That seems like extremely good, honestly. Wow. Gain 5 influence for each of your pure sectors with 2 or more fleet power. I mean, we could start scoring for that immediately. We have 4 fleet power total. We have 2 on. We have 2. Let's take that. Let's do that. Let's grab this agenda. It's also one that we can probably find a way to deploy, because that's the thing. It goes into our hand, not immediately. It also lets us get a trade token, so we could either do something useful with it, play an extra action, or reduce our overall upkeep, which is useful. So, okay, we gained an agenda. We can move a corruption, but I don't think it's worth doing. And then we were going to spend 2 energy in order to engage, which lets us either invade rather, or regroup, which regrouping lets us kind of shuffle around our existing guys. So we're going to invade, right? We paid 1 credit and 1 energy because we don't have 2 energy. And over here, we're basically going to split this fleet because we can always freely split them so that we have a fleet power of 1. And we're gonna slide in here. So when we invade, we pick a tile. We can essentially go attack it from any of the adjacent tiles that we have power on. That's only this one. And we're going to resolve combat here. In the approach phase, we would potentially take damage, but not in this particular case. Something like one of these guys is going to do damage to us in the approach phase. Basically, the approach phase we resolve once as we enter the hex, and then we don't resolve it again. Then we resolve this salvo phase. So we're going to figure out our initiative. So there's 2 ships here, each of which has a power of 1. This guy's got a fleet power of 1. We've got a fleet power of 1. And there's no special technology or anything that's going to give anybody like a distinct advantage. So we would each attack simultaneously and do 1 damage. However, we have the shield technology. So the shield technology says if you have at least 1 Corvette present, that's the unit we're using there, we gain 1 salvo absorption. So we're going to absorb that 1 damage. We're not going to suffer it, but he will suffer our damage and he will be eliminated. Which means we get to reap the rewards here. So this is now a sector we control. We gain this glory token. We add it to our pile. We can only have 4 glory tokens at the end of a turn. Whoa, I hit the ending screen there for a second. But when we gain it, we add up like the cumulative value of all the glory tokens we have, and we score that many influence. So that's 3. It's not huge, but it's a starting point. Where did I put my influence tracker? I have lost it. It is gone. I'm sure it's on the table, like right in front of me, and I'm doing that same thing where... Oh no, I threw it on the floor. I don't know why I did that. But we're going to gain 3. The camera setup is really good, by the way. That's rare, the level of coverage on Twitch. Thank you! Yeah, I really... that's an important thing for me. I might babble and monologue. It might take me 7 hours to play the game, but you're going to be able to see the card. I laugh. I sometimes joke a bit about, board games on Twitch. Not that that's an extremely small niche, but I feel like a significant amount of what happens with board games on Twitch is, well, I was going to play this game, so I turned the camera on. And I want to do like a little bit better than that and have something where we can actually, realize what the hell we're talking about and, that sort of thing. It's important to me. So, all right. I think we finished our conquest, right? We gained our couple of influence. We don't get any huge bunch of rewards. But the good news is now we have another space on the board that we control that we can, we can add some additional stuff there. Like we have room to grow, basically. Okay, so that's nice. Okay, we didn't take an agenda action this time. We don't have anything special to do with technologies. We definitely didn't resolve a crisis. Well, that we're just going to pretend doesn't exist. Just making sure that I resolve the cleanup phase and whatever every time, and I think I do, right? So I would have to, so now that I'm done that, I would basically check that I don't have too much fleet power on the board, essentially. That's not a problem for us. That I don't have too many glory tokens, also not a problem. We didn't do any agenda card, so we don't have to worry about that. We don't have any trade tokens to worry about either, so I think we're just doing the void advances. So, do we want to suffer the penalty, place a catastrophe token out, which sounds really bad. There's only 3. We don't want to do that. Or do we want to make it an ongoing crisis? That's what we want to do. So we want to put this up here, right? So it says, select one of the 2 rows to put it on. So we have to place this. It's a warfare military crisis. So it has to go on the military row up here. Okay. We're going to place that out there. And then we're going to resolve the crisis board. Well, that sucks. Resolve the skirmish shown on the military row. So that's this, right? Or that. Okay. So, add the value seen on the leftmost unoccupied space to the total fleet power of the Voidborn side. So +1? Yeah, okay. So, skirmishes are one of the things that we haven't done before. This whole crisis board we've never done. Basically everything about it we don't know. We don't know shit. Okay? Well, this might suck really bad. Well, this sucks. I don't like the fact that I did this at all. This was a terrible idea. Oh, this is we only do that if it's war. Okay, so it's not war. Okay, so we don't have to deal with that. Mistake made. Okay, so we just had to put that out and then we don't have to worry about it. We'll figure it out later. Okay, cool. Perfect. My mistake. So, hydrate. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. I need that. I need you guys to take care of me. Because I forget to drink. Because I'm that clever. Okay, so we've literally played one turn. So we conquested. We attacked. We gained stuff. Or we gained space. We did not complete the corrupted but not broken. We placed it out. That's going to make future skirmishes worse in the event that we get a war card. Now, there are no wars in this first deck. We know that because we're playing on easy mode. There's one in the second cycle and one in the third cycle, but there's none in the present cycle. So we can be really nice and happy about that, right? So we're back to our kind of our focus phase. Like, we just kind of rinse and repeat here, where we're gonna select a card. Or I guess actually we have to reveal another crisis card. Jesus, we're gonna get our butts kicked here. Okay, so I don't know the significance. Why are these alert cards even here? Like, I guess because that randomizes when the war would happen if we actually had war cards there, right? Because we're going to flip this out. It's going to be a 1, which means we're going to get a crisis card. What's our current crisis? Imprecise research. When you gain technology, choose to not gain the 4 influence or gain one without 4 influence. Okay, so that's actually really achievable for us, right? We could just gain a non... we don't want to lose science as a penalty. We don't have to do that. We just resolve this one this time. We could probably gain a technology. Gaining technologies feels really good. And honestly, something like the Trade Nexus is one that doesn't have influence on it. We know that. And I'd like to get it anyway, and this is kind of gives us an extra benefit to it. So that's pretty okay. So what are ways we can gain technology? If we advance our state whatever spot 2 times, which is extraordinarily unlikely that we would do that in one turn, I think. We could inspire and we could advance it once. We could also just use the progress card, which would allow us to play our mining consortium, our other agenda, right? So that would allow us to gain a technology. It lets us produce science or build a science guild as well, which might be worth doing. We could build a science guild out there. We don't have any science production currently. I don't know. Do we want to go hard on getting technologies? Go rescue this fallen kingdom, whatever the hell it is. Get the 6th technology slot. That may be an interesting thing to try and do. But that lets us just straight up take a technology, right? And I think that's the only card that we have that would allow us to do it. Because otherwise we're going to need multiple advancements on our civilization tracks in order to get there. One thing that we need to read about, because it's sort of really in the layered in kind of thing, I feel like it hasn't worked out, is I want to know about these cards here, the heroic focus cards. Okay, There was something about joint cards, but it didn't seem like it really adequately covered those guys. So, oh, and safe havens. We should read about those too. Okay. So safe havens cost us inactive fleet power. We can build on a safe haven when we overproduce 2 or more times in 1 turn. So we would need to have high production and a decent stockpile. We have to get to tier 4 on various civilization tracks. Damn. Or if we have a pure sector with 6 population and 3 or more guilds. Interesting. Okay, that's a viable one for us to get. The safe havens that we have access to here only have 2 slots on them. Once we have both slots filled, we can't do any more on them. But we do get... You get a one-time remove a corruption, remove a harbinger, gain 3 resources, or deploy 2 fleet power. That's pretty cool. Okay. So I feel like I still didn't read about the heroic focus cards, which is the whole reason why I was looking at that. Tell me about the focus cards. The song's weirding me out. I don't like it. Okay, well, I just looked through this thing kind of end to end, and I didn't find this. So it must be in this joint focus section, because it would be a joint... It'd be a joint focus in the cooperative game. Okay. Okay, so when these are available to us, and they're basically just upgraded when we use the same card. So like instead of using our normal prosperity card, we could use the heroic prosperity card. We would still discard this one, but we would do the actions shown on there. So for instance, prosperity, normally our prosperity, we would increase on our trade track and with a flourish action, right? And we would pay 1 material to increase. In this case, we pay any 2 resources, and then we would increase and then gain 4 resources. So that's quite a bit better. The other actions, the one at the bottom is actually, the organized action is actually worse, but it doesn't cost anything. So it's either gain an agenda or deploy installation. On our card, it's both, but we have to pay to do it, right? And then on the revolt action, we actually, I think, have to discard a guild from our home world. Whoa, which is extremely expensive. But we get to remove a harbinger and gain a trade token. Okay, so prosperity, one of those actions is really good. I mean, just to flourish and then organize and get a free installation is not a horrible thing. We'd get a trade token from the deal. But I think we really want to be... We want to be... We wish that there was the progress card up there, right? Because we want to be resolving this. We want to be taking a technology so that we can get rid of this. I can't lose sight of that. And I got distracted by these stupid cards. And none of them is going to allow us to gain a technology. So they're simply not going to kind of do the deal, like do it for us. And we wanted to conquest early. None of them had it. We could have done a heroic politics action instead of conquesting maybe, but too little, too late. So let's just forget those for now. Let's continue with what we were going to do. We're going to take a progress action, right? We were going to pay our only 2 science in order to invent something. So that lets us get a technology, okay? And we're going to take one that doesn't have influence on it, because that means we satisfy the conditions of our imprecise research. Okay, we can satisfy that immediately. I think it's probably Trade Nexus, but let's have a look-see here. What do we got? So ones that don't have influence, we basically are taking arc ships. You may establish up to 2 additional, whatever they're called. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on that. Guilds on your home sector, not occupying the usual guild spaces. So that's cool, because that would actually allow us to, gain, like that. We could satisfy the requirements of building a safe haven, for instance, on our home tile, which normally we couldn't do. So that's not bad. It also gives us population and lets us put out a guild. So if we put out a guild, like a science guild, before producing science, that would be useful. Or we take hyperdrive. When we invade, we may first refocus, basically. And when we do a conquest focus, we also produce energy. That would... Oh, wait. Hyperdrive is one of the ones that has a thing on it. My mistake. It's autonomous drones. When we invade, we may return a trade token to gain 1 salvo and 1 approach absorption. Or during a skirmish, we may return 1 to win the combat in the evaluation phase. Interesting. We also get the one-time benefit of each of these, right? So if we take autonomous drones, we get to take a trade token, and then we get to deploy a thing. Deploying a thing to a corrupt section would get us halfway to completing the requirement on our card, right? Do we have to do it twice in 1 turn or not? Probably twice in 1 turn, right? So doing it once now and then not having another way to do it doesn't actually really help us. I mean, I kind of like this trade nexus. When you return a trade token, you may gain the trade bonus. So you basically get the trade bonus for taking it off the board, and then you get it again when you return it, which is really nice. And it lets us take 1 immediately. And we get 2 food, which means that if we do have a bunch of upkeep and stuff, we're fine. But arc ships really lets us kind of, abuse our current situation a little bit better, maybe. I don't know. Let's try arc ships, because we did the... No, actually, you know what? Let's try Trade Nexus. Forget it. We're going to do a Trade Nexus. We're going to do Trade Nexus. Okay. That took way too long for me to figure out. We're going to play our Trade Nexus card. So we gain 2 food as a one-time bonus. Which is nice, because... Oh, not 2 food production, 2 food. And then we get to take a trade token. So the way trade tokens work is we just grab the bottom one here. So we can either gain 1 science, or we can gain one of these bounty tokens. I think let's take a bounty token. We've never recovered one of these before in the past. We get the trade token now, which is cool. We're also playing out our agenda card here, so we'll get some. We can do some other funky stuff too. So how do these bounty tokens? I think we just flip it over and get whatever the hell it says. Basically, we can use it. Either I don't know if we can use it immediately or not. Bounty tokens. Resolve it immediately. Okay, so what do we get from our bounty token? Let's see. We gain 2 energy or 1 influence. We can definitely use the energy right now a lot more than we could use the influence. 1 influence isn't going to make or break our game. 2 energy might allow us to do something that we otherwise couldn't. So that's cool. Okay, nice. And when we return that, we can gain the trade bonus. That's awesome. But we're not going to return it because we're probably going to use it to reduce our upkeep, right? So that was 1 action. We did our invent action. We paid our 2 science for it. Unfortunately, I think I need to just like take a quick break. I need a minute. So we're going to stop there. I've done 1 action. I'll come back and resolve the rest of my progress card and my mining consortium action, and we'll keep on keeping on. So I will be right back. All right, turns out guzzling coffee, mutually exclusive, was sitting here for like 7 hours. So, sorry about that. Of course, I also grabbed a Coca-Cola on my way back because surely that will solve the problem. So, anyhow, let's jump back in here. I did my invent action. We picked up a trade nexus. We satisfied this to this whatever crisis. I think we just discard it. So we have one more action to resolve on our progress here. We also have our agenda that we're going to do. So we can do our agenda action at some point this turn. It can be kind of like before or after the other things. I think it might have to be either wholly before or wholly after. I'm not sure. I was intending to just do it after because I didn't have a clever plan. This is advance on your lowest civilization track. But of course, for us, that's any of them, right? So we got some options. Decent options, even. Okay, so we can either remove a fleet power to cleanse a corruption and also shuffle some stuff around, which we really can't do. We can't afford that restore, right? That is, we don't have much fleet power. That's just like kind of a non-starter. So probably what we're going to do is, you know, we're either building a science development or producing our science guild, or we're taking science production. Our current science production is 0. So let's make a science guild, right? We don't have to pay for it. And we can either put it on our homeworld. Well, so we can build on corrupted spots, but I think that they don't do anything for us, right? Until we remove the corruption. But do we care? I don't know. Do we gain? Maybe we gain from it anyway. Guilds in both pure and corrupted sectors. Okay, so the thing is, we can't increase the population while it's corrupted, but we can build this guild there. Let's just do that. Oops, it's a science guild. We can be happy to have it. We'll figure that out later. We definitely need to clear out that corruption, but we want to get to we want to have a way of deploying a couple times, right? Okay. Our agenda. We can advance on the lowest track, or we can take a trade token. I think we want to start unlocking better technologies. We're going to try and go tech heavy and just see what happens. So we can just take a trade token, or we can advance on this track because it's tied for lowest. This we advance the second time, and that means we take a trade token anyway. Okay, so let's do that. And then with our trade token, we can have 2 of any resource. So we could have food, materials, energy. We have lots of food, actually. We got 6. I don't know how we ended up doing that. I think we took it, we got some from our trade nexus, and we took some when we conquested or something. Somewhere we did it. Doesn't matter. I don't know. But we can take materials here or energy. I think probably just materials. We need to build out some stuff. We got to get some shipyards and some fleet power on the board sometime before never. All right. So we did our agenda action. And then we're done, basically. Okay, so we have 2 trade tokens. And we can put them in the bottom corner here so that we don't have to pay upkeep for either of these agendas. Because it wasn't worthwhile for us to use them to do things. Now that means we don't gain the bonus, but that means we're further up the track and we're going to get the better bonuses, which hopefully works out okay. Okay, and we skipped the void advances because we resolved the crisis this time. So we don't have to deal with that. And that's it. We're on to our next turn. So we have 2 more turns in... 2 more actions in this cycle. I don't know why I'm having problems with terminology today. But that's okay. So what's our crisis going to be? Gates of Sanctuary. Population in your home sector to 4 or higher to resolve it. We're currently at a population of 2. So that's not super ideal. But that's okay. It's okay. We'll figure it out. That would also go down here. So at least we're not getting like a ton of skirmish power or whatever. So let's think this out here. What are we trying to do? I think we have 2 more turns. It would feel good to build some defenses or maybe build some shipyards or something and get some ships on the board. The problem is right now, if we deploy ships, we get 1 fleet power and it's in our home sector. So that seems not at all worth it. We want to deploy to like not just to our home sector, and we want to clear out this one by deploying twice in corrupted sectors. So that's this guy here, right? So I think building a shipyard out there wouldn't be horrible. That might be an idea. And then just try and deploy some fleet power next turn, maybe. So how would we do that? We can let's look at these heroic cards. So prosperity moves us up the trade track. Revolting is scary, and organizing would get us another agenda, perhaps. I don't know. Do we flip out a new one when that happens? I kind of forgot that. I mean, presumably we would flip out a new agenda. Can't imagine that we wouldn't. We'd do it. Not for the consequences. We can't take another one of the same type anyway, so I don't think we really need to worry about that too much. Okay. Also, yeah, we get extra for having. We want pure sectors. Where do we get points for pure sectors? Was that on the other thing that we didn't take? This was, oh no, yeah. 2 or more fleet power on pure sectors. That's this one here on the mining consortium. So we have that on 1 sector presently, but we want it on more than 1. So how are we going to do that? Okay, so we want to build the heroic development. Costs us science, which we do not have, which sucks. Oh, you know what? We have 2 science production. I forgot to move that up when we built that science guild. We would earn a science if we produced. Because we want to get installations, right? Maybe the heroic prosperity is the move. That gets us a little bit of science, or sorry, a little bit of fleet power. No, it gets us a guild. What am I talking about? I'm going crazy, I tell ya. I am just slowly losing it. I wish it was slowly. It's not all that slowly, honestly. Yeah, that lets us move up the trade track. That would get us to the point where we have an unlocked technology, like advanced technology, which would be cool. I don't know if that's super essential, though. It would allow us to also organize. We could, for free, build a shipyard, right? That would set us up for the future state of gaining something good, building out some ships and being happy. What's our heroic development let us do? We can, it's like a less good version of the flourish, the grow. We get to, yeah, build a guild. That also, nothing lets us get 2 installations up there. Does anything let us get 2 installations down here? Reinforcement basically lets us build with our shipyards, right, to deploy. So that's kind of an important one. We also want to increase our population in our home sector if we can. If we do development, that lets us potentially get 2 installations or increase our population. We don't have the science to do it. We'd have to return fleet cubes, which we don't really have any excess of. So that's a real challenge for us, honestly. Temptation was the card that we never got to see before, right? So temptation, I don't even know what this means. What's temptation even do? So at no cost, we take 1 action from a preferred focus in your hand or discard pile. Oh, so we get to just pick a thing and do it. Whether it's in our, we have to pay the cost, but we don't have to, like, it could be something we discarded. It could be something, I mean, presumably we could even temptation our innovation card. That's interesting. Okay, we can gain a corruption to advance on a civilization track and or peek at the top 2 galactic event cards of the next cycle and put one back on top and the other on the bottom. If I was better at the game, that feels really useful. And we can gain a corruption to activate 1 fleet power and or deploy 1 fleet power in your home sector and or produce 2 different resource types. Wow, so temptation lets us do a lot. Holy schmolies. So temptation might be a good way for us to actually achieve this thing, right? Twice in corrupted sectors. Or wait, it only lets us in our deploy in our home sector. So that doesn't help. So basically, in terms of options here, we could do prosperity or the better prosperity, which is probably we do the better prosperity. And that lets us, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the move. That lets us increase, get a guild out, and also unlock advanced technology, and then place a installation, which could be a shipyard, so that we're setting ourselves up to actually deploy some units next time, maybe. Okay, let's give it a whirl. You could say temptation is tempting. Yeah, agreed. It does seem like, I mean, the corruption part of it, not so good, but even this top effect of just do any one thing from any other card seems like pretty cool, you know? So, okay, let's try this out. So we discard our prosperity card. If I understood this correctly, we discard our prosperity card to do the heroic prosperity, which after we resolve, this goes back in the box, basically. It's out. So we can lose any 2 resources to increase and then gain 4. So we're just gonna pay 2 energy to increase on our trade thing. That lets us get a guild out. I think, I don't know which guild it should be, honestly. Having some credits, you know, this is the only thing we don't have. Maybe let's do that. Because that gets us 3 on our production track here. But we get only 1 credit from that, but that's okay. We'll figure out the population later. We can't do everything all at once. And we gain any 4 resources. So we probably want to gain that energy back. And maybe, we can also be science. Science is hard for us to come by. Kinda. And it can be money, which is any of the other ones, except not during upkeep. Okay. We kind of took a random assortment of stuff. For the top effect, it's specifically connected to your Valness power on your board. On temptation? Okay, so it has to be from one of these cards? Okay, that's cool. The focus cards with those 2 symbols are eligible for that temptation effect, just to be clear. Okay, cool. Got it. I think I misunderstood that for sure. So yeah, we did our flourish, which was huge. We spent 2 resources to gain 4 and an increase, which gave us a guild and unlocked an advanced technology. We don't get to take an advanced technology. We can buy one, which is cool. And next round, they'll become available. So we're already set up for that. And then we're going to take an organize action here, because otherwise we have to return a guild from our homeworld, which would mean we are getting rid of our only farm, which at some point we're gonna already have 1 upkeep. I mean, we have lots of food right now, but I feel like getting rid of our only farm is probably not a good idea. I mean, maybe it's not that bad. It would get us a trade token. If we take the trade token from doing a revolt, it also lets us remove a harbinger, which doesn't exist currently. Or wait, can we remove one from the board? Does it just go away entirely? I don't know. According to the reference, this icon doesn't exist. I assume it's a harbinger. Weird. It's like totally not in here. All right, back to the glossary it is. Heroic prosperity. Gain a trade token and or remove... Oh, destroy a guild in a non-home sector. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. Gain a trade token and or remove a harbinger. Because we would just use that trade token to take the final action. So all we're really doing is removing a harbinger. I don't understand the effects of removing that well enough to know if that's worth doing. I feel like when they were removed, like, does it just get removed from the board entirely? Like, not very well defined, I feel. Harbingers, harbingers, tell me about it. Tell me what happens. Okay, so that actually does. It goes back to the common supply. It was either off the crisis board or off of a sector. So, I mean, going from 4 harbingers to 3 sounds like an okay problem to have, I think. We're likely to come into this sector soon. I don't know. Let's just give this a whirl. So we have to get rid of a non-home sector. We increase our energy production naturally through our thing. Let's just get rid of our energy and just hope this works out later. We're going to destroy this energy guild. That means we won't pay upkeep on this one because there's now only 2 tiles on it. And then we get to take a trade token. So we'll take this one. We can gain 2 money or 2 science. We're going to pick 2 science because we have lots of resources right now, even though we don't have great money production. Whatever, we don't have anything. We need everything. We need all the things. We're going to take this harbinger off and put it back in the supply. And then we're going to use this trade token. We're going to flip it so that we can do the final thing, which is to organize, which allows us to build a installation. And we're going to put that over there on that corrupt tile. And overall, I think I'm pretty happy with how that went. I think. Maybe. Probably. Somewhat. Kind of. Sort of. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So. We don't have... Our fleets and whatever are fine. Everything's good. Is our population in our home sector 4 or higher? No. Do we want to remove a banner-y thing? One of these guys? Is that what that is? Remove a banner thing from a sector? I don't think so. I think we want to just put this down here because we're going to get our population up to higher than 4 sometime before never, right? Am I having fun so far? Yeah, I'm having lots of fun. I feel like I'm really moving slowly. The full mass of the game here, layering in those rules, has worked out a little bit harder than I anticipated. I really thought it wasn't going to be a big deal, and because of the procedural nature of working through the rules in a given turn, but most of it's sort of a little bit further outside the info than I expected it to be. So it's been a little bit harder. It's definitely gone a lot slower than I anticipated. And I was trying to account for my slowness. My own personal slowness. But, you know, here we are. But yeah, this it's a very interesting game so far. And I'm digging it for sure. Oh, this gets returned. And then we gain 2 money or 2 science. We took science last time. Let's take 2 money. Okay. So, we got a crisis card. Before you advance on a civilization track, choose to also spend 2 money. Well, we just gained that 2 money, so that's like a really easy one to achieve also. So that's pretty cool. So I have to not lose focus here. Our goal was to get some fleet power on the board, right? So, what's heroic politics? We can go fighting and stuff. Heroic politics looks wild. So if we do heroic politics, we advance on a statecraft civilization track and or gain a trade token, so it would pay for itself. And then we can remove a Voidborn fleet power from an adjacent sector and invade a sector. Interesting. And then overthrow, we can remove a corruption from a sector and or remove a harbinger. Wow, so we could like really do some nasty things with that heroic politics. I don't know if we should be really trying to lean on these cards aggressively. I feel like yes. But that doesn't let us do our primary thing that we wanted to, which was to deploy ships. So probably we want to simply... Well, this works out really badly. We need a magical way to have more activated power, which we don't. And I don't think we have a way of doing it either. Right? Temptation is tempting. It does, you know... It lets us do some things. Do some stuff. When we use our temptation card, can we use the heroic actions? I wonder. That's as fast as you can get with that game, I think, on first game. Yeah, agreed. It is admittedly like it's a heavy game. It's just, this is reality for heavy games, and they're rewarding, you know, like proportionate to the time you invest in them, I think. That's just the name of the game to some degree, right? Okay. How are we going to abuse this? I'm trying to think of the most cleverest way in which to get some dudes on the map, and they have to be in pure zones, which isn't really going to help us much, but that's a problem that I forgot about, frankly. Okay. We're gonna do reinforcements. We're gonna reinforce. We're gonna stick to the plan. Was it a good plan? I don't know. Is it the plan? Yes, it is. So we're gonna reinforce. Okay. So we are gonna take this top action, accelerate. So that allows us to lose one of these. Oh, that was the problem with this whole thing, right? Because then we shit. I'm back to the I looked at all the other cards and I forgot about my one misgiving about this, which was that we get to build, but we're gonna have one active fleet power, so we're only gonna get to put out one active one fleet power, which does not seem worth it at all, frankly. So I don't think we actually want to do that. I think we want to do something else. Like, we want to not suck at this game. It does let us resolve our resolve our event card by increasing on one of the civilization tracks, but so does production or politics. And frankly, we could do like the heroic politics or something like that and just, you know, do some crazy stuff. I don't know. Do we just spread ourselves hilariously thin and hope that everything works out okay? I mean, I feel like that's definitely an option. I don't know in what context that ends up, you know, hurting us, right? Because essentially, I think we don't deal with skirmishes and stuff until we get like a war, which could be the first card next time, right? We don't know. Well, we have to resolve a skirmish at the end of this round, at the end of this turn anyway. So we're going to have to deal with a skirmish and pay the extra stuff if we don't have those finished. So that's going to be bad. That's good. That's not fun. That's suboptimal, I think. The Voidborn will invade one of your sectors with fleet power equal to the number of corruption on your civilization tracks and agenda slots. So it would be 1 plus 1. So we would lose a sector currently after this turn, basically. So that is pretty untenable. We don't want that to happen. I shouldn't have closed the skirmish rules. Are skirmishes affected by things like okay, so we resolve it a skirmish just like normal combat, basically, right? They invade with fleet power equal to the number of corruption on your civilization tracks and agenda slots, not on your sectors. So 1 plus 1. They're going to invade a sector with 2, and they're going to invade a sector where they have the best chance of winning. So that is sucky. So I think that basically means we're back to where we thought we were. We basically have to do the reinforce action, even though it means that we don't get very much stuff on the board, right? That's okay. We're going to do it anyway. So we deactivate a fleet power in order to... I mean, I guess I could always just not deactivate that. Now, let's do it. We're going to deactivate a fleet power. We get to advance on a track. What track do we want to advance on? Probably this one that lets us activate a fleet power. Duh. Well, that was easy. I just resolved that in a second. Okay, and then we get to also put out a defense thing. Installation. So let's do so. Oh, I recall what the challenge here was. I wasn't going to do this one because what I was going to do was take a trade token, because then I can do all 3. And then I get to muster, and I get to put out another sector defense. Yeah. That's right. Okay, so let's do that. And I have trade nexus. I always want to be taking trade tokens. Like, I gain hugely from them. I get 2 more money or 2 more science if I want. Maybe I'll take the science this time. Feel special about my life. I don't know. And then we can pay an energy in order to mobilize. We'll pay a credit instead. And when we mobilize, we can... Oh, wait. We want to mobilize last. My mistake. So we're going to pay our 2 materials to muster. And that sucks because we can muster it at each shipyard, but we only have one thing here. And I just don't think there's a way to make it work. Otherwise, we're just going to put this guy out here. Now we have a, fleet strength of 2 there and a sector defense. So we're fine. Okay. Oh yeah, and this is why mobilizing didn't matter, actually. Whatever. Okay. And then we're going to do the other one. We're going to spend our energy. Oh, we spent a credit instead. Let's remember. And we can rearrange our stuff, but I don't know that it makes a difference. I mean, I probably want this sector to be the really protected sector. And then I get to build a thing to protect it as well. But it's pure. I don't want to lose that through some stupid miscalculation of mine. Oh my god, I'm zoomed in on everything this whole time. Okay, this is what I was talking about. We got 2 fleet stuff here. We got our sector defense, right? This guy here. And we also built the sector defense up here, but we only have 1. But we have our shields, and I think that actually means we'll win there anyway. We'll do 1 damage on their way in. They'll hit us back. We have a shield. They don't. We win. I think. Cannot believe that I was zoomed in on the wrong thing. I actually can absolutely believe it. That happens to me all the time. But anyways. Okay, so that was our 4th card. We resolved all of the things on it. Oh, when we advanced our thing, I meant to spend my 2 money. I'm going to retcon that. I don't feel bad about it at all because that allows us to resolve our other thing. We do not have 4 or higher in our home sector. And we've deployed once in corrupted sectors. I don't know if we need to do that in the same turn. Probably not. That seems quite difficult, but I'm not sure. In any case, we have finished our turn, and now we skip the void activation thing because we dealt with our crisis card, and we're off into the evaluation phase. Okay, so in the evaluation phase, the Voidborn strike back. So we resolve the crisis board. So first we resolve a skirmish. Okay. So based on the skirmish chapter on page 33, it tells us here. So we have fleet power equal to our corruption on our agenda tracks. That's 1. Okay. Plus what's over here, which is +1. So they have a fleet power of 2. Okay. We would add 1 in cycle 2 or 3, but it's not cycle 2 or 3. Okay. They're only going to attack sectors that are adjacent to a Voidborn sector. So that's all of our current sectors, right? Okay, and these come from the supply. God, I had to read a huge example to confirm that. So, it can't invade our home sector. So either of the other ones is possible, but it's going to invade the one where it has the best chance of success. We actually resolve it fully because combat is deterministic. So it can't defeat me in this sector. and actually it won't end up defeating me in the other sector, but this is where it would invade from the board. So the way that this would work is we currently have 1 corruption here, so that gives them a fleet power of 1. We also, on our crisis card, it gains 1 additional because we have an ongoing crisis. So it is going to invade here with a fleet power of 2. Now, one of those, so that would be like literally one of these ships with 2 fleet power. And we're going to resolve a combat just like we would normally. So it's going to, on approach, suffer 1 damage from our sector defenses. Okay. And then we have the same initiative here. So we're going to resolve 1 damage simultaneously, but we have shields. So we absorb that and it dies. And we survive the skirmish unscathed. Do we get anything from winning the skirmish? I suspect not. Nothing is awarded to the defender. Okay, cool. So we get nothing. That's all right. So we did the skirmish. Okay. So that's it. We did the skirmish. And then we have to spend these resources. So we have to spend 1 material and 1 energy, as shown on our crisis board, because we have the other ongoing crisis, because we suck at managing crises, you know? Because that's a skill that I didn't know I was going to need. But apparently I do. We'd lose influence if we couldn't spend them. That'd be bad. Then we have to pay upkeep. So we have no upkeep to pay. I guess at the end of our thing, we used this in order to do all 3. We would have returned this to the board, and we would have also then gained one of the perks there. So we could gain 2 money because we got enough food. Sure. Forgot to do that. Okay, so then every agenda card, but they're covered. And then we don't have enough guilds because we blew that one up. Nor do we have enough installations because we're bad. And some sectors just require upkeep, but we don't have any of those. So we don't have to pay anything for upkeep. And then we do our galactic objectives on the card here. So 10 or more population on pure sectors. We have 5, so we failed. 3 or more banking guilds on pure sectors. We have 1. I assume is that 3 or more guilds or 3 or more population worth of guilds? I don't know. We are the resistance. Three or more total pure bankers guilds. No. So we did not achieve that. That seems very challenging to get out there. I guess we could have had 2. We could have done it. We could have done it, but we didn't. So we get none of those. Sucks to suck. But then we resolve our agenda objectives. So these we did get some of. So we gain 3 influence per sector that is pure. So we have 2 pure sectors, so we gain 6 influence for that. Okay. We gain 1 per pure sector with sector defense. We gain 1. And we gain 2 per pure sector with a shipyard, which we gain 2. Almost gained those multiple times, but not quite. Then the mining consortium, we need 8 or more mining like population. I think. Wait, hold on a second. That looks the same as the other icon. Oh, that's production yield. Okay. Or if our yield is 3 or higher. It is actually quite a different icon. Well, not quite a different. Anyways, our production yield is actually close. It's 2, but 2 is not 3. So, or sorry, it needs to be 8 or higher. So it's not even remotely close. So we do not get that. And then we get 5 per 2 or more fleet power on pure tiles. We have 2 of those, so we gain 10. That was big. Okay, so we get all of our cards back, including our innovation, which we weren't able to spend last time. And this is an important point for us to just talk quickly, briefly, about how we win the game. So we calculate the Voidborn's influence, and we have to score more than them. They're going to gain a base of 60 because we're playing on easy mode. 30 influence for each rift on the map. That's this thing. I don't know what we do to get rid of that. 20 for each incomplete safe haven. Oh, damn. Okay, so we... Yeah, yikes, 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 yikes. 20 for each catastrophe token. 10 for each harbinger on the map. And a bunch of little bits here and there. So currently they would get 60 plus 30 plus 40. They'd be at 130 plus 6 or plus 30. They'd be at 160 points currently with the way that this is laid out like right now. So we gotta get our butts in gear here, because we're at 36, which is better than I expected, frankly, but that's okay. So we refresh this offer. Okay, these get removed. I then have to find where I put the other ones because we need to deal out 3 new ones, and I cleverly set them in a safe place. What do we got? We got Heroic Reinforcement. Could have used that last time. Heroic Conquest. Apparently we're going around kicking ass this time. And Heroic Innovation, the new one that we couldn't have used on cycle 1. Okay. Okay. So now the alert cards make sense. So we get rid of these discarded cards and we add cards to here. So there's some left over. We need the discarded cards. So we put in 3 level 1 alerts, 2 level 2 alerts, and a war card. So overall, this deck has 5 level 1s, 2 level 2s, and a war card. And we don't know, I mean, we'll eventually, I guess we won't actually resolve all of those, but there's 8 cards in here, and we're probably playing 5 or 6 turns. So there'll be some left over, almost for sure. And, you know, they may be war, they might be the level 1s, who knows? A little randomization. Okay. So our trade token goes away. Because it's cycle 2, we now have access to the improved technologies. We have, so these improved technologies are very hard to see. But there's those bottom 4 cards. We could get the improved trade nexus, which says when you trade, or when we return a thing, you can regain the trade bonus. That's what we already have. But additionally, the first time we produce each turn, you may gain 3 influence or a trade marker without the trade bonus. That's not super useful, honestly. I feel like we kind of have burned the trade markers, and we get rid of one. Like, we'll be throwing one out next time anyway. So that's less spicy than I thought it was going to be, honestly. That's okay. All right, and we're basically at the galactic event part here. We have access to those better technologies. I guess I can always get my upgraded shields as a better technology. If you have Corvette present, we gain one approach and 1 salvo shield, which would be really nice. Let's see what our galactic event is. Scorched Earth. That sounds really, really, really positive. Okay, so let's figure out how to resolve this Scorched Earth. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? You know? So each player must place 1 Voidborn fleet power on a Voidborn sector that is adjacent to theirs. Same as last time. So I guess we're going to put it over here. And each player must choose from the following options twice. Okay? 2 times, we either need to destroy a guild in a non-home sector or destroy an installation in a non-home sector. Wow, that is super punishing. That just kind of sucks balls. Like that's horrible. Okay. And then for the rest of cycle 2, we skip the crisis board during the evaluation phase of cycle 2. So we won't for sure have a cycle 2 like skirmish, right? We might have a war event, so we could still end up doing one at some point here, but we won't have one as a result of the end of the round, I think. And then our objectives, if our credits production yield is 3 or higher, it's currently 1, we get to produce food, energy, and materials. That's not what it says on here. I'm reading the wrong thing. Okay, if we have at least 2 pure sectors with 5 or more population, we can advance on a civilization track, or we gain 5 influence for each resource type that we have 8 or more of in our stockpile. So we are currently nowhere close to either of these objectives. That could be a ton of influence if we really stockpiled, but I don't think we're going to be able to. And yeah, we still got to do this. Do we want to remove installations or guilds? I don't know. I don't know. We're going to play 5 turns this time in round 2, cycle 2. Hey! Oh, Raina! Whoa, welcome in. Hey, Raina! Thanks for that raid. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, perfect time for some spam. Why wouldn't that be a thing? Why wouldn't that be a thing? You know? Welcome in, friends. Nice to see you. What were you guys up to today? Raina does a bit more, has a bit more variety in her streams than I do. So I hope you guys were doing something fun. Happy to see you here. We are playing a heavy board game today. We're playing this guy, Voidfall. Okay, Voidfall is it's solid. It's solid. So it's a interesting little game about the last grasp of humanity in the universe as it gets slowly taken over by the corruption of the void. And that's kind of what we do here. Not the void part, but rather playing board games. So I'm Opcos, James, if you don't know me. And we play board games here, usually on the table, like the analog goodness of a real game being played physically, not digitally. And that's what we do. So we're in the midst of Voidfall here. I'm expecting to lose. That's a pretty common thing here. Solo Sundays, usually I play pretty challenging games, and usually I get my butt kicked. So we're partway through getting our butt kicked here. Happy you could join us. Raina was playing a board game, Super Squad High. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna look that up real quick. I don't know. Unless that's just something you were saying, and I'm just a goofball. It's possible. Super Squad High. Oh, it's like gets released next year. That's why I haven't heard of this. Okay, cool. Teen superheroes manage their hero life balance to unmask a hidden villain. Well, that's a fun sounding theme. 45 minutes. This is like so it's on Kickstarter right now. Okay, cool. I listen, I've been trying to stay away from Kickstarter lately because Kickstarter and I have a bad history. So I've been trying to take it easy on Kickstarters. It's funny, I think these days I see a lot of content from folks where they're like, you know, looking through Kickstarter board games and trying to provide advice or decide what to back or whatever, and it's like instant, like, no, I'm not going to watch this. I don't need more ideas about how to spend money on board games. Please no. So I definitely wasn't aware of Super Squad High, but that at least thematically that sounds really cool. So all right, Voidfall here that I'm playing is like the heaviest game I've played in a minute. So basically in this game, we're trying to win by protecting the universe from corruption. Okay, corruption is in the form of anything orange on the board over here. That's corruption. That's the Voidborn are out to get us. They're using our own ships to attack us. Basically, they're like the evil bad guy in, you know, off in the back, like controlling the pawns. So they have like super advanced technology and have been slowly waiting for some other, like propping up other civilizations so that they can eventually devour them, which seems pretty evil, I think. And this game is super open-ended. So we play 3 cycles, they're called, and on each of those we're gonna pick from one of 9 cards that show several abilities, and we're gonna resolve 2 out of 3 of the abilities on these. These do all kinds of stuff, and we're only gonna actually end up doing 5 of them in this particular round. It's a little bit variable how many you get to do. You just rated in right as we started cycle 2. So we're going to end up playing 5 turns this cycle using our cards, picking 10 of 15 actions. And because there's a lot of order of operations challenges there and that sort of thing, there's a lot of variability to what we could do here. So this is our civilization. We're playing as the Valmus. There's super cool card art in this game, or just art generally. We track our technology tree, our civilization tracks, statecraft, trade, something I don't remember. This is sort of how much military power we can deploy. We currently are very sad in that department. We have hidden agendas that allow us to gain influence, and ultimately we're trying to get as much influence as possible by the end of the game so that we have more influence than the Voidborn, and we succeed in pushing them back and saving the universe. No big deal. So we were just resolving this card here. It's kind of the start of each round. You do a little upkeep, and then you flip out an event card. The one we got is really nice. It's called Scorched Earth. You know, that sounds really comfortable and fun. It's the sort of thing you want to hear. So basically the Void gained some strength, and now we got to blow up some of our stuff. So we have to remove 2 guilds or installations, which are basically in our little corner of the board here. We've got these 3 tiles where we've got some influence on. Installations are at the top of any given tile. They're military might. They allow us to build additional ships. They protect us from attacks, things like that. And guilds are at the bottom. They allow us to produce resources. There's 5 types of resources, and the guilds allow us to produce those resources. So, on that note, we have to choose 2 of these to blow up. I think we're blowing up this guy, this installation, their sector defense, and probably our shipyard. It was hard to get this shipyard, and I'm tempted to keep it. Maybe we keep it. I don't know. This is a little like risk reward where I don't really know what the hell I'm doing because it's a very heavy game and I'm new to it. But I don't know. We'll try it out. Okay, so we blew those things up, and now we're on to the meat of the game, where we get to take our actions. Okay, so this particular time we have goals to have 2 or more sectors over here that are called pure. They have no corruption, that have really high population. That's going to be extremely hard for us to do. Or alternatively, we can try and hoard a ton of resources. They're tracked on this enormous thing here that has our kind of income on the side and how many we have on the right of 5 different resources. That's also going to be really hard for us to do. So probably, like last time, we're going to achieve nothing, which is likely, you know, a good comment about my skill at this game. But before we do that, we have to flip out a alert card here. We got level 2. So that means we're going to add a level 2 crisis here called No Mercy. God, Scorched Earth and No Mercy. We're really happy here. Okay, so to get rid of this card, this crisis card, which is what we would ideally want to do. Basically what we get with these crisis cards, they give us some sort of effect at the top. If we achieve that or pay a cost or something, it goes away. And we skip a really nasty phase at the end of the round, which we like doing. Alternatively, we can get rid of it by suffering a penalty at the bottom. Or it can end up being placed out on this track, which is going to make all future things that happen to us worse. Okay? So what we really want to do here is, achieve the thing at the top, right? But in this case, we would need to invade, attack the opponent with 5 or more fleet power. That is our current total fleet power. So we will not be doing that ever. But whatever, we'll see. Maybe we can find a way to achieve that. We can get there somehow one of these days by I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna do it. It makes me sad to think about it. All right. We did our crisis, and now we pick a focus card. All right, so what the heck do we want to do? We need to win the game eventually. So winning is going to involve getting the most points. We probably actually get points more by reducing the Voidborn's points than by gaining our own. So there's these cards down here called Safe Havens. Increasing on these would be really good. So we can do that by getting our civilizations really far along. That's hard to do. Or by having really well built up spots on the board. If we have 6 population and 3 different guilds, we can move on these. That is probably like a reasonable angle for us. We might want to try and do that. And then there's one other way. One thing that's interesting about this game is it has like 70,000 icons. There's like a 20-page it's not 20 pages, it's 4 pages, but like these are all just individual icons of stuff in the game. There's a lot going on, so it's not uncommon for us to encounter something that we haven't seen before. Oh yeah, hey, this is what we need to do. We need to overproduce twice in a single round in order to move up on the safe havens. Overproducing means we're maxed out on production, which is never, ever, ever, ever happening for us. So we're just not going to worry about that. We're going to pretend that, you know, wasn't a thing. And we'll worry about it later. Some other time. So I think we need to try and focus on getting some additional ships on the map. That would be, you know, we're playing like let's attack people in space here. I feel like it's not unreasonable that we would need some actual ships. So we're going to try and focus on doing that. Now, the first step of that is going to be, in order to deploy anything, we're going to need some to move some of these guys over. So these are inactive or deactivated fleet power cubes. We're going to need to activate them so that we can put them on the map, because where they're at right now, they can't help us at all. Okay. So, what can we do to increase those? Basically, I think this is also a shame. We haven't moved up. The only thing we've moved up in is trade. And we've really gotten a high value from that. I'd like to continue deriving value from it, but I'm not sure that it's going to be easy to do. So, what are our options here for moving those over? If we take the conquest action, because, you know, conquest is kind of our jam. Raina, oh hey, late raid message. Sorry, I was just having a brief chat with my guest before signing off. Sorry to raid and run, I have to address laundry. That's fair. That happens. Thanks for the raid, Raina. Appreciate you. I didn't give you a shout out. What am I doing? Pro streamer, by the way. And now I can't type your name, apparently. There you go. All right. Hey, the pro streamer didn't work. What happened? Martina, it didn't work. Oh, I guess you just lost those channel points for forever. I'm sorry. I don't know why that, maybe, I guess my logic for how it functions just made it not work at all, and I'm an idiot. So, pro streamer indeed. Okay, where were we? We were going to take a heroic conquest action. Also, Jason, thank you, by the way. I'm quite happy with how things are set up right now. A couple tweaks I want to make, but there's always a couple of tweaks. So, when we pick an action, we get to resolve 2 of the 3 things on here, okay? Now, this one's called a heroic action. Basically, in the solo game, there's 3 heroic actions available in the central board, and we can use them in lieu of our normal actions. We don't have to, but we can. They're kind of like good and bad in some ways. They're usually more powerful, but also more expensive, right? So this would allow us to, we'd have to pay a cost up here. So a food and 2 energy, which is quite expensive. And this would allow us to invade as well as remove a corruption. So removing corruption is extremely valuable. Extremely valuable. Our stargaze, is that what that? Strategize. What am I saying? Stargaze. Jesus. Okay, we'd lose 1 energy and 1 credit. And we would get to refocus and then gain an agenda card. Agenda cards are the ones that allow us to gain points at the end of the round. But they also cost us upkeep. So we have to pay for them over the course of the game. And then finally down here, we would remove a fleet power in order to activate 2 and then upgrade one of our cards, our glory cards. That lets us get points when we attack. That kind of looks like we can't afford that right now. Especially the removing a fleet power. That requires us to have fleet power on the board, and frankly, we just don't. Now we do have our normal conquest card that we could use. That lets us activate a couple fleet power. Alternatively, we could get at least 1 by increasing on our civilization track here. If we move this one up, whoop, we get to move one of those over. It's only 1, but you know, 1 is still 1. So that would be a progress action that would let us do that. No, it wouldn't. What am I talking about? That would be, in fact, a politics action. Now, politics is one of the ones that doesn't have a heroic version, so we would just do the normal version of it. We could also, actually, this might work out really well. So here's what we could do with this. This guy, we get to, for pay a science, we have quite a bit of science, so that could work out okay. And that would let us advance on that track, and the reward for doing so, hiding right here, is that we would get to activate 1 more fleet power, which is kind of our goal, right? And then we can do this one for a credit. We can take a trade token and then move a corruption. Moving a corruption isn't super valuable, but it might be okay, honestly. Because, yeah, whatever. We could move a corruption. And then this here, we either pay 2 energy or a buck, and we can upgrade a glory token. So when we attack, that lets us gain points, and then we can invade. So we don't really have the resources to invade right now. But if we take this trade token, taking a trade token allows us to gain a benefit that's shown up here. The dark side has cookies. Nice. So when we take this, we can resolve the effect beside it or any of the ones below it. This one would give us an additional fleet power. So we do our politics card. We would gain 2 fleet power, which we then could actually, like, you know, use on our shipyards and feel good about our lives. I don't know that we're going to ever be able to do this, though. This is a rough one. Invade with 5 or more fleet power. So, when we invade, we get to attack. We pick a sector. We can move from anywhere adjacent to it. So we could move into this one from here and here, right? But we have to leave some stuff behind or we just lose it. So we would need to gain these 2. That would let us invade with 4 at a maximum if we left these just completely bare bones, right? Which we probably don't want to do. So we're going to need to gain a 5th fleet power and deploy it if we want to do that stupid thing. Rough. Whoa. Losing cards here. We also don't have a ton of resources, which is problematic, nor do we have a ton of guilds. We're kind of just a little bit... I feel like we're really not getting a lot done so far. We've really advanced a lot on trade. Rightly or wrongly, that's what we did. Not sure how useful it was. Okay, and then... Okay, you know what? Let's just do our politics thing. We gotta do something. We're gonna try some politicking. Okay? So, we're gonna inspire. We're gonna do an inspirational speech. We move up on this. Doesn't cost us anything. We gain 1 on our active fleet power. Okay? And then we really don't want to invade yet. We're not prepared to do that. Oh, we have to pay a science for that. We're then going to pay a money in order to take control. So we're going to gain this trade token. And that lets us activate a fleet power as well. And we're just going to keep this for later. We're not ready to invade just yet. We're just going to keep that there. Okay? That feels really lackluster. But that's all we got to do. Ooh, I think we're going to risk it. All right. I think we're going to risk it. Make sure we did this correctly. Or do we want to just suffer the penalty? What do we have to do? Put out a corruption on an agenda. No. Or wait. Put out a corruption on one of these tracks. Nah, we're just going to leave it. We're going to leave it. Okay. And then we get to draw an alert card. As we're off into the next round. We resolved all this stuff. We did our crisis card. We placed it out. We don't have anything else to resolve. Into the next round. Okay, so we get a level 1 crisis. Thank goodness. Breathing room. What do we got here? Compromise trade lines. After you trade, choose to also do something that I don't know what it means. Put out a void fleet power or something or other on the void spot is my guess. I don't know. Crisis cards. What is this thing called? Compromised trade lines. So this one says... Well, it's not in the reference book. Oh, there it is. After you return a trade token to the galactic thing, choose to place 1 fleet power on each rift sector. If any of the rifts have 9 fleet power, you cannot fulfill it. Or you just resolve a skirmish, which would be really sucky. But if we successfully defend it, we gain a bounty token, which normally we get nothing. Okay, so after we return a trade marker, we put out some stuff on the void spot. There's only 1 void spot on the board, 1 fleet power, who cares? Super doable, we don't have to worry about it. Okay, so let's reinforce, right? Reinforcement, instead of doing our reinforcement, so this is our normal reinforcement action, okay? Our normal reinforcement action allows us to advance a marker, okay, a civilization marker, and gain a defense token on one of our sectors, but we have to pay by deactivating one of our fleet power. That's the thing we've been trying super hard to do. Okay, so we don't want to do that. We can also pay materials in order to build ships, okay, and on each shipyard. And we can also pay energy in order to move some dudes around and put out a defense token. Alternatively, we can do the mega reinforcement, okay? If we do this, instead, we get like the, you know, kind of much improved action here, where we can spend 4 resources to regroup, gain 4 resources, and advance on our lowest civilization track. So we basically just can turn any 4 resources into any 4 other resources. We have kind of an abundance of food right now, so that might be good for us. Okay, we can activate a fleet power for 4 materials, and for each shipyard deploy a fleet power. So we have 2. We only have 2 shipyards, but that would let us do it. That's cool. And we can gain a corruption to build 2 installations or discard a military or general crisis. So we could get rid of a crisis that's going to be hard for us to achieve. Or, you know, like, just overall, that looks pretty okay. Is that better than our normal reinforcement, though? We have to pick the lowest one, but the lowest one's kind of shameful right now. Hey, Time Roller. I don't know if gaining a corruption is really the move. We could just not do that one, and we could instead... Or we could gain a corruption and get an extra shipyard. Okay, let's try that. We're going to pick our reinforcement. We're going to do the heroic reinforcement. We're going to try and just get some dudes on the map here and hope it works out for us, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to spend 4 resources in any combination. We're going to spend 4 food. No, we're going to spend 3 food and a money. Now, that lets us move around our guys, which I don't know is super useful. I guess we can move one of these guys here. Why not? And then we get to gain 4 resources. We're going to gain 3 materials. And that's going to give us enough material to pay for our next thing. We're going to gain that money back too. Money can be any of the other 3 goods above it. Materials, energy, or food. And then we get to advance on our lowest track. So we're going to advance on this guy down here. We gain a money and a science. So that was just our first action, accelerate. Okay, then we're going to try this withstand thing. We're going to gain a corruption, which is sort of not nice. This is going to end up really going badly if we end up being attacked. Like have a war card in our next card. So we could put it on our agenda spot here. That means we can't score for our agenda, but it means it always when we get attacked more vigorously by the Voidborn. Or we could put it over there. You know what? We'll put it over here and we'll just have to clear it off later. Okay, so we're going to gain a corruption. We're going to put it on this spot. And that's no longer pure, which sucks, but whatever, we'll get there. We'll get there. This lets us either remove one of these cards, which we're not going to do, or deploy 2 installations. And we can do them both, importantly, we can do them both simultaneously. Or on the same spot. So we can build a shipyard here. And what I was going to do was put this sector defense there, but then they're just going to end up attacking up here. So let's put the sector defense up at the top instead. So I guess it's not important at all that we can put it on the same one because we just put it on different ones anyway. Okay. Now, finally, we're going to use this trade token so we can flip it in order to use our third action on a card, right? Normally we would only get to pick 2, but we had a trade token, we flip it over, we kind of use it up. And we get to place it, or we get to take our third action. So we're going to spend all that material we just picked up. Actually, we'll spend 2 material and 2 money. Okay? And that lets us activate a third fleet power. And then we get to produce on each spot that has a shipyard. Now we have 3 shipyards and 3 fleet power. So we can put 3 of these out. This feels like it was actually like at least half-ass clever. Now the only type of ship we can make is these corvettes. We can't make anything else. But that's okay. We're like reasonably strong. We got 2 up here, we got 4 here, and we got 2 here. I somehow thought we were going to end up with slightly more than that, but no. So I thought we were going to end up with enough that we could invade with 5 or more and clear out that 1 card, which would have felt really good, but we didn't. However, we do get to clear out this card. This one says, deploy twice in corrupted sectors. We just did that. Both of... That is not where I thought it was. Deploy twice in corrupted sectors. We just deployed in 2 different corrupted sectors. This one gets discarded. It's gone. That's nice. And, well, we'll do this, but we do that when we return our trade token, which I don't think we do immediately. Or do we? Oh, we do that as cleanup at the end of this turn. So yes, we would, basically. So we're going to return this trade token. When we return a trade token, we get to activate the effect of it because of our trade nexus. So we can either get an additional fleet power, which could be enough to seal the deal if we find a way to produce again. That would be enough for us to invade with 5 and do this. So I think that's the one we want to take. Additionally, when we do this, after we return a trade token, we can add a fleet power to our void area here. It says it can have up to 9 on it, so we've got now 4 on it, and that gets rid of this card. So overall, we're managing this board sorta. We just resolved 2 crises in that turn and set ourselves up so that we can resolve the next crisis, hopefully. Now, unfortunately, we'll have to wait and see, right? Okay, we can only have 2 fleets on a given area. We've got that. We don't have too many glory tokens or anything else. So I think we're okay to advance to, this is now our third turn out of 5. Okay, we get another level 1 crisis. So this is good, but we're kind of burning all the easy stuff, and next round's going to be rough. Okay, power leak. After we build a defense, sector defense, we can choose to spend 1 energy, but we cannot use credits. So that would require us to build a sector defense this turn, which I feel is unlikely. But it would be a really nice way to just get rid of that without adding it to the board. I mean, we'll clear this one off, hopefully, and then maybe we don't actually care. I don't know. So let's think about this. We can conquest. If we conquest, we can invade, but we can't build first. We need to be able to build and then invade, which is really not very easy. Probably we can do it with temptation, maybe, which is gonna be rough. Okay, what's our heroic conquest let us do? Let's take a look-see here. If we did the conquest action, because we haven't conquested yet, no. So we would pay a food and 2 energy, which would cost us almost all of our resources. 1 food, 1 energy, and a money. We wouldn't actually be able to resolve this one because we don't have the resources, and we'd have to lose a fleet power off the board to do this one. And that lets us invade and remove a corruption. But the problem is invading and removing a corruption doesn't help us. We want to place out a guy and then invade. Magically. How do we do that? I have literally no idea. None of our civilization tracks allow us to deploy units, but we may be able to acquire a technology and gain a technology that lets us do it. Technologies give us a one-time benefit. Maybe that'll do it. Like autonomous drones, for instance. Let's see here. Let's have a little look-see. If we get autonomous drones, can we make it work? Gain a trade token and or deploy 1 fleet power. So the answer is politics, I think. We knew this all along, but the answer is politics, right? Did we use politics already? No, we used politics. Okay. Shit. We wanted to use our politics to punch people in the face, but now that's hard to do because we used it already, and that makes us feel bad. But politics is our focus action, so we could use our temptation card. Now, temptation is like a really powerful ability, but at the expense of... It comes at the expense... This would let us do it. This would let us advance a thing, which would give us a technology, which would let us deploy our thing, and then our ability up here lets us exploit. We can use the ability found on a different card. So we could use the ability found on our politics card, even though we're not playing a politics card. It comes at a high cost, though. We would gain additional corruption. Alternatively, we could use a progress card, perhaps. Progress lets us get a tech. Or maybe we could use a innovation card. What does innovation let us do? Lets us produce science and money, and then gain some influence for that. Lets us invent a thing. We can gain an agenda, which doesn't really help us. But heroic innovation Lets us gain a technology, gain an advanced technology. Oh, 4 resources though. Man, we just need tons of resources for everything. And that's something that is really, that's a rough one to get, you know? Four resources. Do we have 4 resources? Do we spend any in upkeep? We don't. Okay, let's try and make this work. That lets us get the technology. It doesn't let us attack, do the attack right now. But we can do the attack next turn. Probably. Maybe. Let's try it. We don't know what we're doing here. We're going to do advanced innovation. Heroic innovation, rather. So, we can pay 4 resources to gain technology and produce on money and science. We don't have very high money and science production, but we have, you know, some. And then for free, we can gain an advanced technology. We only have 1 unlocked, but that's okay. And then we can also remove something. We can do a little experiment there. So that's what we want to do. So what 4 resources are we going to pay? We can pay anything. So we have kind of an abundance of science. Maybe let's do that. We have 5. Let's pay 3 science and a food. All right, so we're going to take our autonomous drones technology, right? So in combat, we can spend a trade resource to gain extra shielding. And during a skirmish, we can spend a trade combat to win the combat. That's kind of cool. But only in the evaluation phase. So not as a result of war, I guess. Now, as an immediate benefit, we get to take a trade token. So we can gain any of the benefits available. Do we want to take resources this time? We kind of put out a bunch of fleet power. We don't have a ton of additional fleet power to deploy. We could activate a fleet power, but we could also just take resources, which might be a better move. We really don't have a lot of resources, and we're probably going to need some on our other cards here. What resources are we going to need? I really don't know. So let's take 2 money. And then we get to deploy a fleet power. We're going to deploy this one. Dunk. We're going to be happy. Life's good. So that was our first action, research. We paid 4 resources for that. That was extraordinarily expensive. Now, we want to experiment. For free, we can take an advanced thing. So we could take the advanced autonomous drones, for instance. That would allow us to gain an additional trade token, which we want to be using our trade tokens like as aggressively as possible. Basically, when we return them to the board, we gain their benefit again. Combat. During a skirmish, you automatically win the combat. That's kind of wild. Alternatively, we could take the upgraded Trade Nexus, which the first time we produce each turn, we can gain 3 influence or a trade token without the trade bonus. That's not that good. Let's take this ridiculous autonomous drones. Let's take the super autonomous drones. So we gained 6 influence. We didn't gain 4 influence because their autonomous drones was one of the cards that didn't have influence on it, unfortunately. But we gained 6 here. I feel like we really haven't gained any so far this round, which is like, I think we're going to lose, but it's okay. First time. We gain a trade token, so we can either gain 3 influence or any of the same kind of options we had before, right? Where we can take a fleet power and activate it. We could take 2 resources of any kind. We could take 3 influence. I feel like we just need resources super bad. Producing is hard because we don't actually have very many guilds. I haven't been very well focused on guilds or population at all. Probably because I'm not good. So let's do that. Let's take some energy and some money. We want a little bit of everything. Sometimes there's some things we can't do with money explicitly. So do we want to use a trade token to pay 2 resources to gain an agenda and to remove one of those cards from over there? I don't think so. We're done our heroic innovation action. And we got to decide what to do with this. Do we want to suffer the consequences or no? One of these times we're just going to build the thing and it'll be fine. Oh wait, this actually goes here. I don't know that it makes a big difference, but whatever. Like, nobody could see that because I was, you know, whatever on the other thing. Trombone, welcome in. Thanks for taking care of me. All right. We did our heroic innovation. That was our 3rd turn of 5. Our fleets are okay. Everything's looking good on the board. No problems here. And we're actually at the point where maybe we can start doing something useful over there. So we got to flip out this card and we have to really hope it's not war. It isn't. I'm amazed. Invade a sector with 1 or more sector defense. So that's an interesting idea, but one that's not very achievable for us immediately. We could return a card, a token, in order to get rid of it, and I think we might actually do that because we get the benefit when we return it anyway. And we're just going to end up returning them unused more than likely. So we have enough now that we can invade with 5 or more, and we can satisfy the requirements for this while also gaining some influence, getting rid of these guys, feeling good about our lives, etc. So, how do we achieve that? Conquest? I don't think we want to do the mega conquest necessarily, but maybe we do. The mega conquest would let us invade and remove a corruption. We actually have a ton of corruption on the board, or we could get rid of this one. Any of those would be good to do. And then we would get to regroup and take an agenda. Removing a corruption sounds probably worth the cost of entrance to us. So let's just do the heroic conquest. We're doing all the heroic things. I sure hope we can use all of those cards. I believe we can. Otherwise, whoops. Okay, so we got to pay. Do we want to take the thing first, the agenda? It goes into our hand. It can't be might. What can we earn from over here? These are their agenda cards. So we can't get a might agenda because we already have one. Okay. Having 3 or more farms gives us points. Having science labs on uncorrupt spots gives us points. That'd be cool to have, but isn't happening anytime soon. 8 or more science not happening. Production. That we would have to have really gone hard on science. Sectors that have 1 or more defense that are pure. We currently have 0 of those. So this is comprehensive education is rather worthless. Oh, that's the might card anyway. We can't do that one. 2 or more advanced technologies. We only have 1 and we can't get another one until we get quite a few advancements on our civilization track. For every 2 bounty tokens we get, we only have 1, but we will be getting a second one when we attack. This also allows us to produce. We put out a guild and then produce on the guild of that type. So that's pretty cool. Enlightened Nation. We need to be way into the tech. We're never getting there. This would let us invade. Let's take Quantum Leap. Okay, so Quantum Leap. Well, we don't get to play this. This is in our hand. Never mind. We can't even use it this turn. We'll just hide it over here. We don't know anything about it. We're going to do that second. We're just going to pretend none of that ever happened. Did I pay for it? No, I didn't. So perfect. We're going to pay a food. We're going to pay 2 energy. That's really expensive. Instead of paying either of those things, we're going to pay 3 money. And we're going to invade and remove a corruption. So the place we're going to invade is this spot over here. Our favorite one. Okay? So we're going to take this whole guy and one of our buddies. And then we're also going to take one of our buddies from here. And we can freely combine these. So we have 5 fleet power in this zone right now. Okay? I don't know. Can we see it here? Yeah. Kind of hard to see, but he's got 3. We've got 5. Okay? So we satisfied the needs for this stupid card. It can go away. We can be really happy about that. And then we have first initiative, so we do a damage to him. Okay. He then attacks us, but we don't take any damage because we have our shields. We survive one like salvo without any damage. So then we just do that again. We have initiative. He's going to take damage first. He's going to attack us back. This time we would take a damage, but we can return a trade token to gain 2 more. So we're going to do that. We're going to return this trade token, and we're going to use it to gain 2 resources. I feel like we should be taking influence, but I think we're just going to die if we do that. So we're just going to take 2 food because we kind of need the food. And then, essentially, he doesn't end up hurting us before he's dead. We survive. Life's good. We gain our glory marker here. That means we gain 5 influence for our trouble, which is not very good. We get our bounty. This gives us either an influence or 1 energy and 1 science. We're taking the energy and science. We're finding resources throughout the galaxy instead of producing it ourselves. Is that responsible? No. Are we doing it? You bet your ass. Okay, and then we can remove a corruption. Now, I really don't want to die in our little home planet here, so we're going to actually remove this corruption because that reduces the amount of skirmish power they have, so that we don't lose. Because I really like not losing all of our stuff. Because there is a war coming up eventually. Now, we're going to do the other thing on here. We're paying an energy and a money. And, oh, this guy's gone. What am I doing? With our energy and our money paid, we can take our agenda card. So we picked one, okay? And then we can rearrange our stuff. So we can move up to 5 spots, essentially. But what we really want to do is probably just have... Like, we want to have enough here so we can attack. I think we just want to send 1 back this way. This makes it really difficult for us to lose the skirmishes based on his kind of current power. It's very deterministic. If he was to skirmish right now, he'd have 1 power. We would win, even if we were tied on fleet power. This way we definitely win, even if something a little nasty happens, like we have to put this card out there, which we're gonna have to do. So, I think that works out pretty okay. Nice. All right. So that was our heroic conquest. We're not going to prepare. We would gain 2 additional, power here, and we would get to upgrade one of our tokens. It's going to be really useful if we continue across the board, marauding around, kicking everybody's butt. But I don't think we have kind of the bandwidth for that. So that's done. Now, we didn't invade a sector with 1 or more sector defense. So this is going to go away without fear. Or rather, wait. We were going to return this token to discard it. That's right. Because when we return it, we get to do the ability. So what do we want? Do we want more resources? Do we actually want to get some frickin' influence so that we can win the game maybe later? I don't know. One of these days we're gonna have to win. So do we try and pivot? We can play this on development or production. So we could potentially produce resources. We don't actually produce very many resources. Let's take some frickin' points. We're at 50. We're at 50. Realistically, I have no idea what his score is going to be. We gained a lot of points in the third, in cycle 3C, whatever it was, last time. But we scored 125-ish in the tutorial. But that was with a lot less of this stuff going on. He scores a base of 60 plus 90 if we haven't basically destroyed this, I think. Or sorry, 30. So 90 total. And then a bunch from all sorts of other things. We want to get these harbingers off the map. Basically, we have to use our military might to start coming this way if we don't want to lose next round. I had to walk away for a moment to move laundry over. Did James hydrate and check his posture or just ignore my redeems? I did. Not only did I hydrate and check my posture, I thanked you for taking care of me. Welcome in, Trombone. How you been? How's your never-ending story of laundry? I hope it's treating you well. All right, what do we get? What do we get? Oh, level 1 crisis. So we did not get the war, which means we might get 2 wars next round, which would be interesting. And we also ignore the skirmish, I think, at the end of this one, because of our card there. But this is our last turn, essentially. So this one's a general one, tooth and nail. After you build a installation in a pure sector, choose to also decrease the population in the same sector. I'm never doing that. I mean, we could just build some installation in some janky spot to kind of get rid of that card and do this other one, but I feel like I'd rather have an installation in a useful spot instead. I don't know. Hard to say. We also otherwise have to decrease our active fleet power in order to get it. So, what are we going to do in this last thing? We were talking about maybe producing. Production would move us up the Thrive track. We'd get to increase a spot, basically our home world. I mean, eventually we want to get this, our population in our home sector, we want to be 4 or higher. So that would help us do it. And then we would produce on all of our things. So we'd actually have resources heading into next round. We could also play our Quantum Leap card. But then we are going to have to pay upkeep for it. We do have some food. That's okay. I feel like that's like getting that agenda out on the board and using its action is probably definitely worth it. It's either that. Yeah. Okay, let's do production. All right, so we're going to play our thing here. We can do it either before or after. It probably makes sense to do before. So we get to place out a guild, and then we produce on the same type of guild. So we have a free guild space here, but it's only going to give us 2 production. Likewise, this one's only going to give us 2 production. We gain more elsewhere. We kind of need a little bit of everything still, again, per usual, you know. But we will produce with food, energy, and materials again later this round. So it'd be better to take those. Let's just put out materials. I think we have 4 food. Even with this and paying some on the board, which I don't think we have, we would still only need to pay 3 food. So let's put out a materials guild. And then with that on the board, we're going to gain... Now it sucks, we only gain 2, but whatever. We've really... It is very obvious you cannot do everything in this game. So here we are. But when we do that, we're going to produce 3. That's going to get us up to 5. That actually means we might qualify and get some influence from this thing. So that's cool. We added a materials guild. We produced on it immediately. Okay. We then can do our production phase. So we wanted to move up on our drive here, I think. Do we want to increase our population, or do we want to get rid of corruption on one of those spots? If they're not corrupted, we gain additional points from them. 3 points from this one. 5 points from this one. It's probably worth it for us actually to get rid of the corruption instead of gaining the additional population. So let's do that. We're going to pay a food and an energy. And we can remove corruption. Let's remove this one. Okay. And then we can also move up to 5 times with our units. We can't invade, it's just on spots we control. But I don't think that that's actually particularly useful for us to do right now. If we're going to end up getting attacked by a mighty skirmish, then perhaps. But I don't think we will. So I think we're just okay. I mean, I guess we can always even these out. And then, because we're likely to come invade here next, and we can invade there irrespective of, like, when we invade, we pick a target to invade. So we can invade there anyway, right? So let's do that. Okay, and then we're going to do our supply action. So we get to produce on food, energy, and materials. So on food, sadly, we get 1. On energy, we get 3. And on materials, we get 3. So we're now at 8. That means we'll actually earn some influence from this thing. Nice. And then we get 1 per pure materials and food and energy, like production-y thing on the board. So that's sadly only 2, but whatever. 2 free points is better than 0 free points. And that's that final action. We are finished. Our production is over. We cannot do the discard thing here. We don't have a thing to discard. So we're going to just put this out. We're going to have to pay a materials and a thing. Did we do that before our agenda and it costs us 5 points? That sucks. I think it does. And we can't pay money either. What a shame. But I don't think we need a population of 4 or higher in our home sector. We're at 2. So we're nowhere close to it. There's no avoiding it. Too bad. So sad. This guy doesn't need to be here anymore. We don't have too many of these tokens. We didn't fail on these. So we're into the evaluation phase, I think. So our evaluation phase, we skipped the skirmish because we skipped step 1. That's the skirmish. That was our effect from our event this time, Scorched Earth. So we just don't do a skirmish. So I'm okay with that. We then do upkeep. So we have 1, 2 upkeep that we got to pay. So we're going to pay food. We pay 2 food. Then we do our galactic objectives. So we score either for having 2 or more places with 5 population. Nope. Pure spots. Or we score for having 8 or more of a given resource. So we could have got, up to 25 points from that. Instead, we got 5. But 5 is better than 0, as we've been saying. So at least we got something. And then we get to score our agenda objectives. So these we do a little bit better on. So three influence per pure tile that we control. We control 2 pure tiles, so that's 6. We almost control, like 4, but we don't. And then 1 point per pure tile we control that has a sector defense, that's 1. And then 2 points per pure tile that has a shipyard, that's 2, so we get 4. Okay, then over here, if we have 8 or more materials production, we get 5 points. We do not. Okay, we get 2 points, or for every sector we have that has 2 or more fleet power on it, that is not corrupt, we gain 5. So we have 2 of those. Once again, we almost have 4, but we don't. We have 2. So we gain 10 points, 10 influence. And then over here, for having 2 or more advanced technologies, we do not have that. And then for every 2 bounties that we've claimed, we get 3. So we get 3 points for that. We're up to 81. So that's like not crazy. That's feeling okay. He might score 200 and we might get our asses kicked, but like, we're slowly making our way there at least. And then, and we also increase our energy production by 1. And then we get all of our focuses back in hand. And we're on to the third and final round. So we get 3 new cards into the heroic focus offer. I lost the cards last time and then I put them in a safe place. Here it is. Those are upside down. Why am I struggling with this so hard? Heroic leadership, heroic production, and heroic progress. We really wanted heroic kick your ass. Heroic temptation would have been nice. It's the only card we never saw in the heroic slot, unfortunately. Too bad. We put in our new cards in the alert deck. So that's going to be 4 level 2 cards We don't use any level 3 cards because we're playing on easy. We do put in one war card. And then we shuffle these. So we know that there's basically only... There's a level 1, a level 2, and a war card left in here. So the alert deck is going to be a lot yuckier this go through. Who needs food when you have materials and energy? Probably James's meeples. It's true. You might be getting your ass kicked, but you're going down fighting. It's true. Which one is heroic logic? What do you mean? I'm confused. Okay, these are all discarded. Okay. We don't do that. We get rid of the bottom trade token, which sucks. There's only one trade token available now, which is a shame. And we get to see what is our card. The Last Stand. It was a poor attempt at a joke. Okay, well, I didn't get it. Probably because I read it like 2 minutes later, too. The Last Stand. We're going to play 6 turns this time. And we're going to do all of the things shown on here. So, I'm just going to read up on this because it makes it much easier for me. Cycle 3 events. The Last Stand. Each player must gain 2 corruption on agenda slots if able. If all their agenda slots are already corrupted, they must place the corruption on the civilization tracks, one of the sectors, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so. We can't earn influence from these, and it gives them +2 to their skirmish power, which means they'd have 4 skirmish and would basically beat us everywhere. So that's a big problem, especially with those war cards in the deck. So we then have to place a glory value token of 3 on a Voidborn sector or a sector with a fallen house in it. So, I mean, that's not so bad because we get all of these and we want to go get rid of those harbingers. And each player may deploy a fleet power, which we don't have, and or establish a guild. So we can establish a guild. We don't have a fleet power to deploy. I also don't know that we're going to be racing back over to the fallen house, because I don't know that we have enough time and bandwidth to do that. They were all heroic cards, so I was making our friend about heroic logic. Oh, I get it now, and I was confused. Sorry. Been streaming for like 1 million hours and it's affecting my sanity for sure. Okay, so we can deploy a guild. There's no compelling reason why we wouldn't do that. I don't know that we're going to be able to hang on to this spot very effectively. This one over here, where my hand is that you can't see. So I wonder if instead of deploying a guild there, we put it on our homeworld. We want to increase our homeworld population anyway to get rid of this stupid card. So maybe we just do that. I don't know. What are the ways we earn points on the Last Stand here? We evaluate the objectives on a pure non-starting agenda in play. So we could just redo our mining consortium and get like a bunch of like an extra 20 points or something. Or gain 3 influence for each corruption on your house mat. Okay, we really don't want to do that. So, okay, what guild do we want to put out? Let's put out a guild. We should actually keep this spot because then we have more spots with no corruption, which is worth, like, if we can clear it, which is worth a lot to us. So let's just put out another material thing. so that we can earn 5 additional points with it, maybe. I don't know that we need any of the other things really bad. We might need food. Our food production is currently 1, which is just sort of a bit of a joke. Maybe let's just make it a farm. Are we gonna actually produce food though? We do have heroic production. Sure. Let's just put out a food. I mean, we're really kind of going hard there then to just avoid. If we have a big stockpile of materials, we can just spend the materials to pay. It costs us twice as much, but we can pay for our upkeep that way instead. So no, we'll put out materials. We gain 3 to our input or value. And that means when we produce materials, we'll produce 5. We currently have 8. So we're doing pretty okay there. Your meeples might want food if you can produce it. Yeah, agreed. But they're going to eat materials instead. It's like in Stone Age, where sometimes if things are desperate, you just have to like feed your people sticks instead of actual stuff. It's just the way it goes. All right, so we're into the focus phase. So crisis time. This is going to suck. These are going to be bad. And we go through 6 of them, which is kind of interesting because we have more to deal with, but we also have more time to deal with it. But I think these are just going to be bad. We have a level 2 crisis. We know there's 2 wars in here, but we're only going to resolve 6. So they might be the bottom 2 cards. You never know. My earlier quote from the Meeples is sounding truer by the minute. Agreed. Stronghold of Humanity. Increase population while already having a population of 5 or higher. Or you can discard it by placing out corruption. I don't want to place out corruption, but we don't have anywhere even remotely close to 5. So we have 2 different ways. We would basically need to get to population 6. Also, we have screwed the pooch on gaining like these safe havens. I feel like we need to do literally everything simultaneously, and it's not even close. I don't know. We need to overproduce twice. Get a technology up here to level 4, which is not happening because it costs us 3 activated fleet powers, or a civilization track, or have a pure track that has 6 population and 3 guilds on it, which is also not happening. So we got to really like find a magical way to go hard on increasing our population. We also got to get rid of these. Overall, this is just looking a little bit iffy. I think getting rid of these is probably a priority because as it stands right now, we're gonna die. Like, we're just gonna lose our control of basically everything. We could also just invade here. This might be a good, break out the politics. What do politics let us do? They let us inspire. That gets us a technology. That would let us get a second technology for a second. Oh, you know what? I didn't do the technology board, actually. These go away. And we put out the other 4 advanced technologies, which I don't think we have any of. But we could get our shields, our better shields, for instance. Okay, so what the hell are we gonna do? If we do politics, for instance, we could gain a trade token, which we could then spend to get it back. We could inspire, which gets us a technology, and then we can go invading some dude. We could actually just come crush this schmuck over here. We would invade an area with a Didn't we need to do that? Invade a spot with a... Oh no, we returned a trade token to do that. So that doesn't actually help us very much. It also doesn't help us remove the corruption. If we want to remove the corruption so we don't get wrecked in a skirmish, we need... The music is too uplifting for this gameplay. It's true. I did just start a like random space exploration playlist. So, you know, whatever. Okay, so let's take a look here. What if we did heroic leadership? This lets us do something that I have no idea what it means. I don't even have a guess. It also lets us return a glory token to get rid of a corruption and then activate one of our other abilities on one of our other cards. So this is like heroic leadership is maybe the move here. I think it is. Deal with this corruption before it's, you know, super problematic for us. This is way too upbeat. This card counts as any focus card for agenda playing and crisis resolution purposes. It does not count as a preferred focus. Okay. Anyways, so Rise. Spend 4 resources in any combination. Build 1 level of a safe haven. So that's cool. But the problem is that we need the safe haven to either be complete or it's worthless. We are at a point where, you know, we could probably overproduce on materials twice. Maybe. We might be capable of doing this. That would be nice. Do I need to overproduce in the same turn? Because that's the only other way that we're getting it. Like we don't have any other viable. We need 6 population, which is not happening. Or we need to max out our civilization tracks, which is not happening. 2 or more times in 1 turn. Yikes. Okay, so we do heroic leadership. I think we're just going to do it, and we're going to figure out how to make maximum use of it. So we can use any card to play heroic leadership. Was that what I understood correctly? It matches anything. That means we have to use something we're not otherwise going to use. I don't know what that is. We're probably not going to innovate. So we're going to do heroic leadership. I think it said this matches any card. Any focus card for agenda playing and crisis resolution purposes. It does not count as a preferred focus. Do we just not have a leadership card? Is that something we're supposed to have but don't? I don't think so. We're supposed to have 9. Now I'm confused because it's not a specific one for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, because we're supposed to only have 9. Okay. I think I'm understanding this correctly. We could just use any card for it. So That's how we're going to play it out. Okay, does it make sense to do the safe haven? I don't know, but we can return a level 1 glory token. Who cares? To remove one of these, we'll take away the one that's going to cost us our agenda thing. And then we can use an ability on one of these other 2 cards. So it can be on either our progress card or our whatever the heck the other one is, politics card. Which is kind of cool. It has to be in our hand or discard pile, so it can't be one of these guys. Okay, so politics lets us either advance and gain a technology, upgrade a token, and invade, or gain a trade token, which trade tokens are always good for us. We want to gain them. We want to get them and put them back, get them and put them back, right? We want to be like continuously sort of like using that ability, right? Because of our trade nexus. Instead, we could do, our other one is our progress card. We could gain a upgrade, we could get our shields, we could get our big boy shields. That would make it easier to stroll in here. I don't know how much we care about that particular spot, though. Or we could lose a fleet power in order to remove a corruption and rearrange our stuff again. Removing corruption's big for us. I don't know if it's that big. This is tough. I don't think the technology is worth it. Oh, we can't actually get the shields because we don't have a second better thing unlocked. So we can't do that. We could increase our population, which would get us towards, you know, getting rid of this card potentially. But I don't know. Okay. Do we just take a trade token? I think we just take a trade token. We want to get the trade token. We want to abuse that as much as possible. We can use it to activate the third ability here. And then we return it, we get its benefit again. Okay, so we're just going to take a trade token. And then we can move a corruption. But I don't know if moving a corruption is worthwhile. So let's just take that trade token. When we take it, we can gain any of the benefits. We're going to take the fleet power because we want to have a little bit of that. So we've resolved this. We paid our glory token. Did you know by now to create a separate playlist with lots of music and minor keys for when things start to go poorly? That's fair, but that would take extra bandwidth and time. Setting this up took like my entire life. It was awful. All right, so we've done this one. We are going to try, the safe havens are worth 20 points each if they're incomplete. We're going to try and complete one. We're going to try and do it. So we'll pay 4 resources. We don't want them to be materials because we want to keep our materials. I think we probably don't need a ton of science, but I'm not sure. Where my lack of knowledge hurts me. Because we want to be able to produce and stuff like that, right? Like a lot. We gotta hit 2. Is this even viable? I don't even know. We would need to overproduce twice in 1 turn. So to overproduce twice in 1 turn, we're going to have to like either overproduce on two things simultaneously or produce like in two separate places, like through two separate actions. Which I don't know if that's possible. Maybe it's possible on Temptation. We could produce on two not equal things and then do a different action, which could be either our politics or these don't let us produce. Our focus actions don't let us produce. So that won't do it. And that costs us production. I don't think we have a way to actually hit this twice in one turn, right? Because none of our other resources are actually close, and our production isn't very good on any of them. The closest we're at is energy. We would have to pay, like we would have to produce on energy 3 times just to max it out, and then again. So we can't do it. We can't do it. It's not worth trying for the safe haven because we don't have any practical way of doing it. I mean, the only other thing we could do is instead of trying to overproduce, we can try and get a population to 6 with 3 guilds on it. We only have 1 guild on our homeworld, and we can't actually fit enough guilds here to do it. We would have to put it here, and then we'd have to increase the population 4 times, which basically also is not happening. So forget it. We're not doing the safe haven. It's impossible. We blew it. We can't do it. We'll keep our trade token for something else. We'll pay 1 resource to do a repel. We're going to pay an energy. And that lets us remove a Harbinger from the map or remove one of these cards. But I think the Harbinger is just straight up 10 points, right? This is going to be a really hard one for us to win. Let's get rid of that guy. We can kill this guy and then I don't know what happens. Something. I think we're going to lose. Also, I had that zoomed in and you couldn't see anything. But okay, so we did our 2 things. We got our trade token. We thought we were going to use it to do amazing things. We actually didn't, and we'll just toss it out. Now, do we want to place out a corruption? Increase population while already having a population, a pure population of 5. We're never going to do that. So we're always going to have to pay additional resources, which sucks, but I don't want to place out additional corruption. Forget it. All right. I bet you this is war. No, it's just a level 2 crisis again. Fatal experiment. After resolving an innovation focus, choose to also remove a science guild from a non-home world. We could do this one because we don't really care about science production now. It would require us to use a innovation focus, which is the only one that I discarded to do that other one. So we can't actually do this ever. And instead, if we want to discard it, if we don't want to have to place it on the board, we need to trash our leftmost, our autonomous drones, basically, our advanced technology. So we're going to have to just like float that one or find a way to get rid of it. Yikes. This is getting really ugly really fast, I feel. So, yeah. Okay, let's how are we going to win? We got to attack stuff, right? And we could just leave this. I don't want to leave it empty because then they'll end up attacking. I don't think they ever actually attack our homeworld. Can't be invaded, but we have to leave a dude there. So actually, yeah, we could just abandon this. It'll get filled up, but we don't care. We could invade here and kick some ass. make some things happen. That'd be cool. I would like to do that. Getting Harbingers off the map also is just really good because they're 10 points for each one that's on the map at the end of the game. They don't count if they're on here, but that makes skirmishes and stuff stronger. And we know that there's 2 war cards in here. We're probably going to resolve at least one of them. So what can we do? We could conquest. We could go politicking. That gets us a technology. And lets us invade. That's an option. We could also do the progress. We can also get a technology and remove. Oh, they're expensive, man. This is hard. I don't have a good idea of what the hell to do here in order to make this like vaguely successful, you know? It's super non-obvious. Prosperity lets us get further up this track. We'd unlock another advanced technology. That means when we get future technologies, we could take our shields if we want. Which makes us resilient to these things. That's cool. Do we just go kick his ass? Is there any compelling reason why we don't just go crush him right now? I don't know. The music's getting really weird. Okay. We can get rid of both of these things and then we don't have to worry about skirmishes basically anymore. As soon as we build a thing, like a as soon as we build a defensive installation, right? So we can either do that, we can do that with prosperity. Let's go prosperity. We're going to do prosperity. Okay, we're going to pay 1 material in order to advance on the trade track. That unlocks another advanced technology. It also lets us take another one of these agenda cards. Now we can't have matchy-matchies, so we don't want might or trade. So we want support up here. That's points for having lots of farms or science, neither of which we have a lot of, or points for having lots of level 3 technologies, which we don't have, or high populations, which we also don't have. Now, this one lets us invade, and doing an extra invade would probably be spicy. So let's take that one, because we can probably make use of that invade action. Oh wait, was that from the? Yeah, that's one we can do. We're probably getting 0 points from it, but we can invade with it. It's corrupted anyway, so we won't score points anyhow. So who cares? It's probably better to take the corruption off of these because we can actually score one of them twice, like with our fleet power thing, for instance. So, let's figure out how to do that. So we flourished. Okay. We can gain another agenda with this. Organize. Yikes. I don't know how we're going to use that. But let's store. We produce on 1 type of thing. What do we need to produce on? Is there any reason why we wouldn't just choose materials and produce 5 of them? I don't think so. And then we gain 2 of anything. We know we're gonna have some upkeep, so let's gain food. Let's listen to trombone and feed people. Let's gain some food. Okay. And then we're gonna spend our trade token. So we're gonna put this back up here. With that, we're going to gain 3 influence because we want to win, and it's gonna be spicy. Okay. Or well, I guess we don't put that. We don't gain the influence yet. We're spending it here. Whatever. I took it. We'll remember that we already took it. So we're going to do the organize action. We're going to do all 3. So we're going to pay 1 energy and 1 material in order to deploy a thing. I don't know whether it makes sense to take an additional agenda token. We can throw this one away, but it's actually like decently valuable to us. So I mean, this one's not particularly valuable to us. It's okay. We're just gonna not take the I don't want the overhead of figuring out an agenda card. We're gonna deploy one of these defensive things, right? A military installation. And we just want, we're gonna abandon this spot. I don't think we care about it at all. We can't invade here. We just want to be safe. So we're gonna put it here. Okay. So we're gonna build one of those, and then we're gonna do this other thing where, oh, this has to, we have to build it in a pure sector. Shit. In order to make this work, we'd have to build it here. And then we have to pay upkeep for it. But whatever, we're just gonna do it anyway. We're just gonna pay, we're just gonna put it in a pure sector. We're gonna decrease the population in that sector. We're probably done producing here anyway. So the population's down to 1. That gets rid of this card. And then after we build one, we can pay an energy in order to discard this card. And we cannot use money for it. We don't have money anyway. We got rid of both of those now. So now he doesn't gain any additional attack for skirmishes, which makes him a lot less scary. Okay. And yeah, I think we're gonna put this back now because we have to, or I guess, I mean, we could assign it here, and no. We want to be able to take points. Okay, so we did that. We have to choose a place for this to go. This is starting to get yucky, where we have to pay a ton of resources. So I think we actually do just want to put this, I mean, yeah, because we want to leave 2 power on all the spots anyway, because then we earn points for them. So we're going to put that up there, because it's a general one. It can go wherever. And we're done. Cheap viewers. Oh man, the bots are out in strength tonight. I think that's the 3rd one I've banned tonight on Twitch. I don't remember the last time I banned a bot on Twitch. Spamming about viewers. Okay, so we've done 2 actions. What's our next one going to be? Ah, it's a war. So we've never had a war happen. So I don't know how this works. So let's see. So we deal with the war after. We do our selection step and our actions and whatever, like we would normally do. And then as part of cleanup and what have you, we have to deal with this. And if it's war, we either have to resolve the board by resolving a skirmish and spending resources, putting a catastrophe token at the right, which gives him 10 bonus points basically at the end of the round. And if we have to place a fourth one, we lose. One of those two things. But we would win a skirmish, generally speaking, as long as we don't screw it up. We don't add any additional cards out this time. So we know we can't ever get rid of this card, which sucks. We can get rid of it only through an effect that allows us to remove one of those cards. Now, let's take a look at this other thing. This lets us invade again. He has to attack us in areas that are adjacent, right? So potentially if we end up playing this agenda card to get a free invade, if we go and like kind of beat this stuff up, then he's going to be attacking us kind of here on the front lines and not on these areas back here, which makes it easier for us to just sort of shift our forces forward. I don't know whether that's worth it. Attacking here definitely is. Now, we can only do this on innovation, which doesn't exist, or temptation, which basically requires us to take additional void stuff. So we're not going to worry about that this round. There's other ways we can invade, right? And I think the best thing for us to do is just to abandon this spot. I mean, we do have a materials thing on it, but like, we'd have to leave one guy behind. I don't know. He's gonna, right now he would skirmish with a strength of 2 and he would lose everywhere. And we kind of want to keep it that way. But if we leave it behind, like, yeah, actually, if we leave one here and keep it, he'll skirmish us there and we'll lose. So we got to do something like that. Abandon ship, run away. In order to do well with our politics, we need money, and we actually don't have any money. Because reasons. I could have taken money with the store, but I was foolish and didn't. Conquest isn't super useful. Honestly, actually, invading is a little harder to do than we wanted. We can conquest, right? If we conquest, we can prepare, which isn't super duper useful. I mean, maybe as we spread ourselves thin, it might be. Because otherwise we're taking an additional agenda, which we really don't need. We can do production, but this doesn't let us produce money, importantly. It would allow us to remove additional void crap, which we're going to have to do eventually, right? Or here, if we do the super production, we can increase population twice. That would let us get rid of one of these cards. That basically saves us a resource, though. Like, it's not that big of a deal. And that would be in lieu of producing, but it's probably okay, actually. Remove a void and thrive, which gives us population as well. Heroic progress lets us gain science, basically. Who cares? Right? Or upgrade and remove a void. That's super good. Deploy, rearrange, and then I don't even know what the bottom is. What's heroic progress? We got to know this. Heroic progress. Deploy 1 fleet power and or regroup and or remove an economic or general crisis. Oh, so we could remove a crisis. Like that impossible one at the top. I don't know if that is actually the one we care about. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do progress. We'll figure out attacking later. We're going to do heroic progress here. Okay, so we're not going to do science production because we don't really need it. So, oh, we have to return a glory token to do this, so it'd be better to fight first. But I want to do it this way. Whatever, we're just going to do it this way. Okay, so we are going to pay a food, which looks minty and delicious. And we're going to return a thing in order to gain a technology. We're going to gain our shields technology, I think. It's worth 6 points to us. We want the upgraded technology. That feels good. Excuse me. So 6 more points. We're at 90 now. That feels okay. And we're also going to remove a void thing. I'm tempted to just get rid of this one. It's more points if we do it over here, but I feel like we're at this point where exerting enough control where if he skirmishes and has 2, so we don't die, is actually like a little bit harder than I would like it to be. I mean, to get the most points, we need 2 on there anyway. I don't know. We know we're not going to remove the corruption from here because we're just going to leave it behind, right? We're abandoning this immediately. I just don't want to have some stupid skirmish happen and then we just like die in a really dumb way, you know? That's gonna be really upsetting. Especially at this point. The agenda here is just +1 for the skirmish. It happens this time. I mean, we could get rid of that card and then it's okay. Let's do that. We'll get rid of this one. And then we're returning a glory token. We can't deploy because we don't have a cube anymore. That sucks. But we can still get rid of one of these. That really didn't go the way I thought it was going to. That was kind of a bad move, I think. That's okay. Let's figure out how the war works. So we resolve a skirmish shown on the military row. On the war alert card that correspond to the current cycle. Oh. So because it's he gains a shield, a salvo shield. And I think he gets +1 attack because it's in both cycles 2 and 3, he gains +1 attack. It's a pretty game. It is a pretty game. I did leave it kind of really zoomed in there for a long time. So I hope you enjoyed it. Okay, so he's going to have a skirmish of 2. Okay, and he also has a salvo shield of 1. So he's going to try and attack. It doesn't matter where he attacks. He's going to attack where he can eliminate the most units. If he attacks here, he just dies immediately. And here and here, he would eliminate the equal number of units, but this is a pure spot, so he would attack this one. So he's going to attack there with a skirmish of 2. We have initiative, so he'll lose 1 immediately, and then he'll hit us with he'll hit our salvo shield, and we won't lose 1, right? Like, he comes in here with 2 units. 1 dies. Our salvo shield, or actually no, 1 doesn't die because he has a salvo shield. So we do no combat in the initial one, but then we each lose a cube, and then we still have the highest initiative, so he'll lose a cube. And that's it. So we won the skirmish. See you, nerd. But then we have to also do this. We have to spend 1 material, 1 energy, and 1 science. If we can't spend, for each resource we can't spend, we lose 3 influence, which would suck. We have all of them. We have no energy now, so that's going to be problematic. We got to pay upkeep, which is food. We have to pay 2. So we're down to 1 food. No, wait. We only resolve a skirmish. We're not doing the evaluation phase. We're doing a war. Oh, so we spend the resources, but we don't pay upkeep. Oh, and we can substitute resources because it's not upkeep. Okay, cool. So we did the war. We're done the war. We're back to the next step. A level 2 crisis card. This is our 4th turn out of 6. After resolving a conquest focus, choose to also remove 2 from the board. That's sort of shitty. I don't love that for us, you know? But a conquest focus, if we did, we could go just absolutely crush him. Get a bunch of points. Remove that Harbinger, probably. What do we get to do? We get to invade. We need energy, though. We don't have any energy. We need energy in order to conquest, and we have none. So, that's not going to work. Our energy production also sucks. It's only 3. But we could at least go get some. I don't know. Ugh. We could do a production. Feel good about our lives, maybe. We could do our temptation, which would allow us to invade by playing our our whatever it's called, but that will involve us putting out an additional corruption, because we'll have to pick 2 of these. It lets us produce twice on not equal things, which would give us energy and food, or energy and money. 1 money. 1 food. Our food and money. Our production. I absolutely screwed up production on this time around. Okay. We can discard this, so we don't have to do the conquest focus. We lose 2 of these things that aren't on a homeworld. We could get rid of our shipyard and 1 of those. So this is easy to discard. We don't have to worry about that anymore. So we just have to figure out what the hell are we going to do here, because we have to be able to pay for whatever we're going to do, and we're kind of poor, but I think we just do production. I think we got to get that out of the way. So if we do production, we're either doing our normal production or this heroic production, which we get to take a trade token. No, we have to return a trade token in order to thrive. We don't have a trade token. we'd have to remove a fleet power in order to do the optimize. That lets us thrive and get rid of void stuff, though. Means we're not invading this turn. We just want to do all of the things simultaneously. And you know what? It's extremely challenging to do that, it turns out. What about reinforcements? Is there a way we can use reinforcements usefully? If we do reinforcements, we can pay one to, like we would return one guy in order to move this forward. That lets us place out a guild as well as gain a trade token, which we could just use to get the guy back if we want. That also means we'll qualify over here for 4 points, which is kind of cool. Additionally, this was if we were doing temptation, right? It would let us attack. Oh, just, oh, it's so rough. It's horrible. Oh, the trade token. Yeah, okay, we can only do this on temptation. It's the only way we can play this out. We won't earn points for it unless we get rid of this. Let's just try it. We're just gonna, you know what? Too much to consider. I'm min-maxing too hard. I'm not even good at it, which is the worst part. So let's just play our temptation card. Okay? So we can do this either before or after. We know we're not getting a war card right now, and even if it comes out, we get the turn to resolve it. So we can attack immediately. We have shields. We have salvo shields. 1 salvo shield. So it's gonna hurt to resolve this, basically. But we potentially could do that immediately. Is there any benefit in doing so? I don't know that there is. Okay, let's try and do this. So we want to exert. How was I going to get a trade token out of this? I feel like there was some magical way I was going to get a trade token and be happy. Or was that the other? That was the other action here. God damn. Okay. So temptation. We're going to play this card. We can invade. Let's invade after. So we get to either do an action from politics or from progress. So we can gain a... We have to pay the cost, but we could gain a technology as an option. We could advance and instead of paying 2 science to gain a technology, we could pay 1 science to move up on our track here and gain a technology, which would be superior. We could also, we don't have what it takes to prevail. We could pay a money. We don't have any money. We suck at this game. Okay, so let's first inspire. So we're gonna pay 1 science to move up, and that lets us take a technology. We then get the benefit of that technology immediately. So that's kind of cool. Okay, all these would be great some other time if we were better at this game. We're gonna roll the dice. We're gonna take hyperdrive. Okay, this lets us draw 3 of these tokens. What did we get? We gained a resource, and a food and a materials. So let's take a food. materials. These are also worth points to us. And then we have 2 resources of our choosing. We've been really struggling on energy. Let's take an energy and a money, because sometimes we can't exchange them. That gives us options. This is the longest off cost. I left and played a whole game of brass. Listen. It's complicated. This is not the longest stream ever. I did a 13-hour stream once, I think. A little marathon stream for funsies. Which ones of these had I discarded? This is our 4th turn. I think it was politics. No, it was progress. I think. I hope. Whatever. Okay, so we did temptation. We gained a technology. We gained 3 things. When we invade, we can first refocus. And when we take a conquest focus, which we haven't done yet, we can also produce energy. So that gives us additional energy, which is awesome because we need it so bad. And we get 4 points for taking a technology. So that's good. Okay, so we took our technology. Now we're either advancing on another one of these, which would give us population, who cares? Another one of our agenda cards, who cares? Or the other one, exert, which is what we're going to do. So we get to do this guy down here. So we are going to move over one of these. We can deploy one. It can only go onto our home base, but that's okay. That's okay. And then we can produce on 2 separate areas or things, whatever. You know what I'm saying. So we're going to produce on energy. That gets us 3. So now we're at 4. We got lots of energy now. And we are going to need the upkeep. We only get 1 on food. And we get 5 on materials. But like, what the hell are we going to do with the materials? We're going to need the science. And let's produce a science. Ugh, it hurts. It's stupid. It's ugly. Let's not produce a science. Let's produce materials. We're at 15. We overproduce. That means we gain 3 points. Okay. So we're done our temptation. We can discard this by getting rid of 2 non-home things. I also forgot that we had played this agenda, so we can invade, right? So let's do that. The question is, are we wholesale abandoning this? And I think the answer is yes. So if we wholesale abandon it, we can come here. I mean, or do we just go here? We have the upgraded shield, so we won't take damage from this. And then we can do this one next turn and kind of reduce. These are weak. Well, this one's weak. This one's a lot more points, but we can do it next round, next turn, and we'll get these things. I don't know what's on them. Let's go here. Let's leave this out as it is, and let's go here. So we have one, a salvo shield, or sorry, a approach shield. So I should be over here. I suck at streaming. We have an approach shield because of our upgraded shields, so we don't take any damage. And then we have higher initiative, so we just kill him. So it's like hilariously easy for us to get rid of this guy. And then we gain this 3. We put it with our 2. That gives us 5 points. We've done kind of mismanaged those a little bit. But we're at 102 now. That's looking all right. And then we get these. So what are these? 4 intrigue or influence. And either 1 random resource or something about energy that I'm not sure. Energy equal to our like produce energy? I don't know. The way it's a different icon. Do we increase our energy production, I think? Maybe? Something? Yeah. I'm looking in the wrong place. It'd be really swell if this huge reference guide was actually like complete. I would really appreciate that. That would make me a very happy boy. But it isn't, and that's annoying. I have no idea what the one top of this thing means. The top part of this token. I think it's increase our production level. And then it shows equals, and it's like equal to what? I don't know. We'll just take a resource. We're going to take 4 influence and a resource. And then we don't have to worry about the stupid rules 17 hours into stream. We're going to take another science, maybe? Because we're going to end up needing it. Or do we need the science, or do we just want money? Nah, science. All right. Done. So we did that. This thing gets eliminated, this installation. See a nerd? And that was our invasion from our agenda card. We're done. We dealt with this card already because I kind of skipped ahead. And oh my god, I've been on the map the entire time. I did it again. I think I'm getting tired and it's not working out. All right, we got 2 turns left and then the game is over. Do we get a war? I bet you we do. We do get a war. And this time we're going to have to place out a freaking void thing. So that sucks. They're really hard. We can't clear them fast enough, you know? So that's a shame. But we can get rid of one of these, or we got rid of the one that required a conquest action. We want to keep these pure with 2 on them because then we get 5 points for each of them. So we don't want to deal with that. If we come invade him here, we actually we win, but we only leave 1 guy behind, and then he'll just kill us in the war, right? Because we would attack him, and our shield is going to save us, basically, right? So let's see if we can figure out a way to make this work. If we wanted to attack him, we could do politics. Politics would let us get that trade token, which could give us more fleet stuff, or it would allow us to just take 3 influence, which is probably the move at this point. It would also allow us to optimize to remove some more of the crap on the board, the corruption. Alternatively, we can engage, but or conquest. That's sort of less. That's kind of suboptimal. But that lets us attack also. But it doesn't allow us to remove or it doesn't allow us to gain a token. So that kind of sucks. But those are basically the only ways we can do it. So we know we want to invade here at some point. We probably want to do it now. Let's do our politics, because then let's just do a super production, maybe. I don't know if that's worth it. It lets us get Harbingers off the map, which is basically a 10-point move, which feels pretty okay. I don't think we have the bandwidth to gain additional fleet stuff and attack. We're just going to attack. We're going to be weak, and he's going to beat us in this war, I think. He would attack us currently with, a strength of 2. And I think that that's just... I don't know that we have a whole heck of a lot that we can do about it otherwise, right? Like, we can't do everything, as it turns out. James, JD, welcome in. I'm here monologuing, head down. I didn't see you. Trying to figure out how the hell to win at this game, which is non-obvious. Okay, if we don't skirmish this time, we win, right? Like he would, the war, we're gonna have to place out a annoying ass corruption after, but we're going to, at the very least, we will win this war because he would skirmish with a power of 2. So he'll lose again. Doesn't matter where he goes, he'll lose. He doesn't gain a salvo shield this time, so we would beat him anywhere. He'll attack us here, right? I missed that there was a technology that allowed us to remove void stuff from adjacent squares, and like that would be super swell right about now, you know? That would be sweet. Okay, let's just try let's let this war happen. We'll win, and then we'll attack him next time, and we'll call that done. So what's our best way to win? Probably do a production action. Okay, so if we produce, I fully expect you to be at Nerdfest this weekend. Unlikely. Listen. Jamie mentioned Nerdfest like maybe a week ago, and I was like looking up like, oh, what's a flight to wherever, Wixom, Michigan, or wherever the hell it is. I don't know. These are places that are very unfamiliar to me, so apologies. I probably got that totally wrong. I don't remember, but anyways, I was looking up like flights or like that sort of thing, seeing like, yeah, like what would that, what would it cost? And like, if it was a little bit cheaper, I think I would do it. If I had a place to stay and it was a little cheaper, I would go. But I don't think I can swing it. I don't have like a spare $600 sitting around for flights, which is what it looked like it was going to cost, You have 5 whole days to figure it out. You'd fly into Detroit, but it is in Wixom. Maybe next year, Jamie and Rachel are staying with me. Nice. Listen, I would be absolutely down to explore that next year. I would, like, I think that if I had... I remember we talked about Nerdfest, but it was maybe 6 months ago or something. It was a long time ago. And then I totally forgot about it until it was mentioned. And I feel like if I had, had like 2 months to plan this, I probably could have found a cheaper flight. I probably could have made some arrangements to stay somewhere or whatever. And I think I could have made it happen, but not this year, sadly. I would love to do that. I would love to do it. It's also the sort of thing where it's like, it's difficult to justify US travel. I'm not going to be able to do a lot of that. And it's like, if I am going to go to the US, surely I have to go to like Gen Con or something, not Nerdfest. No offense. You know what I mean? But I love small cons. Like, I like the idea of going a lot. I would really, and just like hanging out with you guys would be really special. So I'd like to find a way to make that happen. All right, where the hell was I? I think I picked production, and I think that was a mistake. We were going to invade next time. This is the problem. I need that stupid trade token Because then I can do the good production and remove one of these harbingers, which is worth 10 points, which is kind of a big deal. I also didn't deal with this when I abandoned it to invade him. So let's go fix that. Voidfall is a heavy game. I've been like digging in the rulebook this whole time. I feel like I have a really good idea about how it works, but it's like there's enough stuff here that I keep hitting like, not edge cases, but just scenarios. Like I just abandoned this spot, which is like, I read it about it in the rules 4 days ago, but I've never done it yet. So I don't remember exactly what needs to happen. A lot of that's been going on. Gen Con is coming up in August. I'll be there too. Listen, yeah, I know. Here's what I wish was the case. I wish I had a $5,000 US travel budget for the year. And what I actually have for a US travel budget rhymes with hero. Okay. So we put a bounty token here, and we put out a 2-power fleet. And that's all we do. So we abandoned this, and it just got one of these ugly little Corvettes. 2-power, no big deal. I don't think we even care that we lost that. Doesn't hurt our soul one little bit. Okay, so how the hell am I going to get that stupid trade token so I can do the like cool production? I don't think I'm going to, right? Because the only way I can get that is by invading now. Where is he going to attack me? He can't win. He's going to attack me with war, but he can't win. So I don't know. Let's do our stupid politics thing now. We're going to... Oof, is there a way I can attack a second time? What I want to do is do politics and attack here. But if I do that, then I win this skirmish, and I'm happy. But then I don't get all of these things. And surely I'd be better off just taking these 6 additional points and a bounty token instead of 1. Right? Surely. Okay, I've been sitting here humming and hawing about this for 62 bajillion years, and it's making me angry. We're just gonna do our production. We're gonna do a normal production. I don't even think we're going to do a super production because the costs are really high. We can thrive for free, we can supply for free, we can optimize, and it's pretty cheap. So thrive is going to get us a population. I don't think that's of any value to us anymore. So I think we're just going to leave that alone. We're not going to do thrive. We're going to do supply. I don't know that supplies... Well, we're going to oversupply, and that's going to get us 3 points at least. So we get 3 points for oversupplying. I wish I had a $5,000 US travel budget too. I wish I had a $5,000 US travel budget too. My daughter and her basketball is cleaning me out. We just got home from Philadelphia for a basketball tournament. Yeah, my kids are getting old enough that they're starting to do you know, more extracurricular stuff, and they're not quite at the point where like travel's involved. But it's soon. You know, really soon. So that will be my life too. But I find I am pretty envious. Like, I feel like US travel, like within the United States, is like pretty accessible, and flights are fairly cheap and that sort of thing, you know? Okay, so we're doing a supply action. We got 3 points, 3 influence for being oversupplied on materials. We also produce 3 energy, that gets us to 7, and we produce 1 food, which gets us to 5. Woo! We then gain 1 influence for every materials and farm and energy production facility we have on a pure spot. So we have 3 of those. We'll gain 3. We're at 112. I feel like we're doing okay point wise, but I still think we're gonna lose. Okay, and then we're gonna pay a food and an energy that we just received in order to remove a void thing. We could remove this one, but we're not gonna stay there. So let's just get rid of this one. And then that reduces his attack even further. I think to 0. So we just automatically win the skirmish. So that'll be cool. We can also reorganize our stuff. He can't ever invade here, so we're kind of like disincentivized from keeping these here. An unfortunate side effect is that now I can't move them between here and this guy because we can only move them through spots we control, which isn't a full thing. Oh my god, do you still have a voice? Apparently, yes. How? No one knows for sure. Okay, so we did our production. The war will happen. He gets 0 attack from his war card. So nothing exciting happens, but we do have to place one of these out. We're going to also just put it back on here on the agenda spot. And we do have to pay the costs over here. So we pay 1 material, 1 science, and 1 energy. And now it is our final turn of the game. So I think our best move is to go invade here in order to get those conquest tokens and get rid of that harbinger if we can. Now, I don't know if that's actually true. Could be. Maybe it isn't. What else can we do? Nothing really exciting. Our production is useless. Politics is probably the way to do it. Probably. Maybe. But we do need money. I guess we can take money when we take that token. Let's just invade him. I don't want to think about this anymore. We're going to invade. We're going to invade. So we're playing our last card. We're playing politics here. We're going to punch them in the face with politics. Just like we talked about earlier. We had a family and friends over playing Dixit, and I had your volume low in the background. And they were like, he's just talking about board games for hours? Yes. Yes. Yes, I am. It's the way it goes. All right, so I'm going to pay my 1 last money to get this token. I'm going to take the 3... No, I'm going to take the 2 money. I need the 2 money, actually. What am I doing? I'm not taking the influence. Okay, and then I can move one of these, but I don't actually want to move one. I don't have a good way of moving any of the corruption, so I'm not going to. So, I'm going to pay 1 science. Ooh, that means I don't have this anymore, which is going to cost me 3 points. I'm not going to pay a science. I'm going to pay a science. I'm going to pay a science. To inspire. I get to do this. I get to take an agenda card. I don't think it's worth doing. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to leave that there. I'm just going to be happy that I moved that thing. And I'm going to use my trade token in order to activate this other one. I'm going to spend that 1 money I got, 2 energy. I get to upgrade one of these, so I'll turn a 2 into a 3. And then we get to invade. We will prevail. We're going to abandon this one, just like we abandoned this last one. It's going to get a bounty and a 2-force thing. I don't think that matters either, once again. But we're going to do it anyway. And we're also going to bring in our friend from over here. We're just going to leave him there because he's going to die. So, this guy's going to die. But we're okay with it. So we show up here. We have initiative because we have 4, so we'll do 1 damage to him. He'll attack us, but our salvo shield will prevent it from damaging us. We'll attack him. He'll attack us back, and we'll lose it. And then we have initiative, and we'll attack him, and he dies. See ya, nerd. Alright, so what happens with the Harbinger if we just attack the spot it's on? I think we put it on this track over here, but I'm not sure. We're close. If you successfully invade a sector with 1 or more Harbingers present, move it from the sector to one of the crisis rows of your choice. You know what? I didn't do the crisis card for this turn, because the war was last time. What was I supposed to do? Shit. Okay. We probably had to resolve a crisis here. That's okay. Choose to lose twice 2 fleet power from your home sector. We can't do that, so we're going to have to put this somewhere. So, I mean, we don't want to be paying through the nose. Sure we do. We're going to just put it there. And then our Harbinger gets over here. He's going to gain +1 on that military track. We get everything that's over here. So we gain these tokens. We're going to have to throw one of them away. But we're going to get 3, 6, 9, 10, 12 influence. We get this bounty token, which gives us 6. That gives us a resource of our choosing. Let's go. What the hell resource could we possibly need? Maybe in case we end up having to do this again. The energy. We'll just take that. We're happy that we cleared that out, basically. And then we return this token to the board. And we can take 3 influence, or we can take 2 science so that we can actually pay, because it'll be worth more influence anyway, or the same amount. And I do believe we're all done. So let's wrap up here. That was a long haul. Holy shit. So we did the crisis cards. There's no war, so we don't have to do the crisis board, but it is the evaluation phase. So, well, I guess I could have considered this. I could have put this up there. Whatever, doesn't matter. We resolve a skirmish, but we have the autonomous drones ability, so we just win. We automatically win the combat in the evaluation phase. Sorry. Sucks to suck. We then pay upkeep. Our upkeep is going to be 4 for these. We don't have any upkeep present on the board because we sucked at managing production. I did such a bad job of it. So we are going to pay our 4 food. Actually, we're going to pay 3 food and 2 materials. Can we make substitutions? We cannot willingly lose influence instead of spending resources, but we can make substitutions. Because what the hell are we going to do with 14 materials? Nothing. Right? Alright. Galactic objectives. Let's take a look here. Eat, eat, eat. Yeah, I do need to go eat. It's true. I guess you're just in the zone. Great to watch you having a great stream. It has been a really good stream. Okay, the single most surprising thing about this stream is that I feel like chat's been a little slower than usual. But viewer count's been pretty good. People are hanging out. It's been nice. Feeling good. We've got a couple raids, but you know, it worked out. Alright, let's do this. So, we are either choosing an agenda card to do again, or we're gaining 3 points per corruption on our tracks. We don't want to do that. We want to take the agenda card. So we can't have any corruption on it, but I think we can just take this one. So we look at, oh, I screwed up and I took the one guy off of here. Damn it. Sucks to suck. So we can gain 10 points from this. Or we could score this one and we probably gain more than 10 points. So let's score this one. So we gain 3 points per sector we control that's pure. We control 3 of those. That's 9. Okay? We then gain 1 point per sector with defense on it that we control. That's 1. We've gotten 1 from that 3 times, I think. And then we get 2 for pure sector with a shipyard. That's 2, so we gain 4. So we gained 15 points from our galactic scoring condition. Not terrible. Beats 3. And then we do our agenda objectives. So we know we get 15 from this agenda. So we'll just do it. And then from this agenda, I don't think we qualify for this. It's 8 on our output, not on our input, on materials. So we don't get that. But then for each pure spot that has 2 fleet tokens, whoops, we gain 5 points. So we do have 2 of those. So that's another 10. 10's nice because it's easy to mark on this. We don't get to score this one because it's corrupt. But we do get to score this one. We get 4 points if we have at least 2 advanced technologies. We do. We have our autonomous drones and our shields. So we get 4 points for that. And then we get 3 points per 2 bounties. We have 6. So we get 9 points for that. And then we do not score this agenda. And then that's it. It is the end of the game. So now we have to figure out his score and see if we won. I'm feeling a loss, friends. I'm feeling that this is coming to a loss. So, oh my god, we would have got skunked so hard on medium or hard. But anyways, he starts with 60 points, okay? He gains 30 for each rift still on the map. That's this. We didn't get anywhere close to that. So that means he has 90 points. He gains 20 for each incomplete safe haven. We didn't do either of them. That's 40 points. He's at 130. 20 influence for each catastrophe token. That's none. Okay, so he's at 130. 10 for each harbinger on the map, not the crisis board. He only has 1. So that's 140. Okay. 5 for each consumed technology card. We didn't consume any. So that's okay. 5 for each ongoing crisis card. 1, 2, 3. So that's 15. So he's at 155. Uh-oh. 3 for each fallen house card still on sectors. That's this one. He's at 158. 2 for each corruption marker on any sector, regardless of who controls it. Oh, we lost. Because there's a ton of corruption markers, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 corruption markers. He gets 14 points for that. He's at 158, and that's 172. And then 1 for each population in Voidborn sectors. So 4, 10, 19. So 191. If you have at least that many influence, you win the game. Otherwise, you lose. So 191 is our target score. We got 166. So I have lost. Wah, wah, wah. That was hard. I liked that a lot. I didn't feel like I was playing particularly well. But, you know, the way it goes. So let's talk about this a little bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about my thoughts, and then we're going to wrap up stream because I got to eat. It is dinner time. It was dinner time 3 hours ago. So, don't mind me with the paper here. All right, I lost on easy mode. Hard mode, or even medium, is dramatically harder, okay? So, they would have just got a plain 40 additional points. The cards we had to resolve would have been more difficult, and we would have placed a Harbinger out at some point that would have made the crisis even worse, right? So overall, like, this was close on easy. I would have got positively beat down on medium, and hard I don't even want to consider or think about, you know? My passion shines through. A likable presence. Listen, I'm going to tell you a secret. I very deeply appreciate what you're saying. Dispatchinator is my mother. So she's going to agree with everything you say and say, of course he has a nice voice. My voice kind of feeling a little sore. I'm going to have a lozenge. Okay, so Voidfall. Let's talk about this. I usually rate the games at the end. A little stream of consciousness rating out of 10. So Voidfall, I think this was a really good game for me. This is like a heavy game that I could play again, and I would want to, like, for sure. I feel like lots of heavy games, there's smoke and mirrors in heavy games where there's so much going on that you get kind of lost in it a little bit. And it feels like your choices are more impactful than they are. And things like that. I think you can also really get, like, drawn into... I feel like this took me a long time to play. I think I had a couple of turns where I was really struggling to make a decision about what to do. I don't think I'm like a really analysis paralysis prone player. And I think for this kind of nature of this game, it wasn't actually that bad in terms of, like, it's very open-ended in terms of how you play your cards. And I think there's a lot there that probably I wouldn't appreciate as much until I got a couple more plays under my belt. But it didn't seem like, oh my God, this is going to be impossible, right? With an analysis paralysis prone player. I do think this is a game that I'm never going to play with anyone else, right? Is the restaurant steak just for Team Sarah streams or also for your solo games? I have a separate one just for my solo games, so that's why I was cutting some paper. But yeah, basically I would say, like, I'm going to write a note here. So, from a learning perspective, this is like a -7 out of 10. Okay? The tutorial is, like, the best word I can think of to describe the way the tutorial is laid out in the rulebook is absurd, right? I gave an example earlier in stream, but the short version of it is that they make you learn a bunch of terminology so that you can, like, this is the first 2 pages of the core gameplay loop. You learn a bunch of terminology so that you can categorize information into 6 separate categories and then decide whether they apply to you. 5 of them don't. And you have to evaluate all of that so that you can read 4 sentences. Like, just print the 4 sentences. And they give you, like, stacks. They have 6 pages of reference material about how to put the components in the box. Just give me a 3 or 4 page booklet about how to play the tutorial game for cycle 1 and tell me exactly what components I need and which ones I can ignore, and give me the rules in, like, a holistic way where I don't have to, like, decide, oh wait, that doesn't apply to me because it says solo, but I treat it as competitive because it's a tutorial, which is stupid. It's offensively bad. It's so bad I have a tough time believing that I have a tough time believing that somebody who could be involved in the creation of a game this like complicated could think that was a good idea. But -7 out of 10. I'm not going to say anymore. I'm not going to dwell on that. As a solo game, I think this is an 8 out of 10 for me. It might be a 9 out of 10 on if I play it again, right? Maybe it's an 8.5 out of 10. There is one significant obstacle here. Setup for this game and the table space it takes and all of that stuff is a little bit egregious. If this was a little easier to set up, I would play it like again and again and again and again, right? This is interesting. There is a huge stack. Like, look, yeah, here it is. Look how many like factions there are. You know, there's a ton. There's like 20 of these things, and they're all different, and they give you strategy tips on the back, which I probably should have read before I played, but didn't. I'd love to play this a number more times, like quite a few, and just really explore its depths a little bit. But like, shit, it's gonna take me like an hour to put this game away, and then the next time I want to play it, it's gonna take me an hour to set it up again, right? That is a real shame. I think this would be like a 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10 if it was easier to set up. If it wasn't just like a little, I don't even know. I want to say overproduced, but it doesn't actually feel overproduced, you know? We start and end the stream the Opcost way with an Opcost rant. That's the only way. I hang around Jamie Dagger's stream. I tell her every time I go for the rant, you know? Anyways, if there was an easy way to set this up, this would be like a 9.5 out of 10 for me. After a play. It's only one play. Maybe that would change and evolve a little bit, but what an interesting and excellent game. There's a lot to like here. I like that the core gameplay loop is really simple. I think you were also setup is a reason to never play it again. I totally agree. The reason I played the full game on stream today and had this stream last forever is because I was like, the idea of packing it down and then needing to set it up again was too daunting. Like, that's going to take like legitimately in the time it's going to take me to put this away and set it up again next time, I could play a full game. Like, somebody joked earlier, I don't remember, might have been Jason, I'm not sure. Anyway, somebody said they went and like played a full game of Brass and came back and I was still playing. I feel like you could do that in the time it takes to set this game up. Like, the setup is pretty severe. It's obviously going to be a lot easier now that I'm familiar with the components and stuff, but like, there's just a lot here, you know? So that's like it feels funny to say because it's like, oh, how bad can it be? But like, no, it's a lot, you know? So anyways, as an experience, like 9, 10 out of 10 for me. Setup brings it down to, I think, an 8.5. And I feel for anyone who goes through what I did in order to learn this game. Just like it is shocking. I literally don't have words to describe because I can't think of words to describe how bad that tutorial is that aren't like just straight, like forward, like completely offensive, inappropriate things. Like it's remarkable. Anyways, great game. Had a fun time. Let's find a place to raid, right? You need Lady Opcost. Embrace TTS. Listen, I like the idea of that, but I really enjoy playing physical games on the table. That's also probably my only other misgiving. This is like Mosaic. I mentioned it at some point in stream. Mosaic, if you bought the big edition, which I did, the Colossus edition or whatever, you kickstarted it, you got miniatures. It makes the game really hard to play. I'd rather play this with tokens. And unlike Mosaic, in Mosaic, you get 50,000 pounds of cardboard. You get all the tokens and the miniatures, the resin minis. Here, you just get the minis, and you don't actually get the tokens, because I'd prefer to play it with them. It's a little visually noisy. Does it look cool? Sure. Part of the setup is like, I have to take these, I don't think I can store these on stands in the base. So I have to disassemble all the minis that I used and like put them back in, like, ugh. Anyway, Thanks for stream. Thanks for hanging out for so long and answering a couple questions. It was nice to have. It's always so relieving when there's somebody in chat that knows the game. I almost exclusively like play first time games on Sundays here, and you know, I really tried hard to like get the rules nailed down and play the tutorial game before I started streaming today, and it was just such an endeavor that I didn't get there, even with like way more time than I needed. So it was really valuable to have somebody in chat who was familiar with the game and, you know, talk me through the crisis board a little bit and that sort of thing. Anyhow, let's find somewhere to raid. Let's go share the love. Let's see if we can find another board game streamer. I feel like board game streams on Sundays are hit and miss. I really don't know because of what time it is now, what we're going to find. I see Heart Board Games. We raided into them recently. I like to try and, you know, spread things around a little bit. And we might just not be able... Oh, they're playing Calico. They're playing a digital game anyway. We don't want that. That's not okay. Oh my god, everybody's playing digital stuff. Alright, forget it. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna just mix it up. We've had lots of love from the mini community here. Zunagab was playing Ticket to Ride BGA. Yep, agreed. But you know what? We're gonna do something a little different. I don't know how much longer is left in stream, but we're gonna raid Lion Creative. Lion Creative is a mini painter. I think Lion's just getting back to streaming after a bit of time off. I'm not actually sure. Don't quote me on that because I've been not able to lurk around on Twitch as much as I would have liked. But they're good. They're good people. So we're gonna raid them. And yeah, thanks so much for being here for stream. It was nice. Got a couple of follows. Nice to meet you guys. Yeah, I had a genuinely fun time with this. Next week, I have no idea what I'm going to play other than I know for sure. So Wednesdays, I stream on YouTube Live with my daughter. We're going to play Wormspan. So we do that at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. We'll be doing that. And then next Sunday, I'll be playing something. I'm not sure what. I will post the... Oh my god, there's an ad? Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna drop that in there. I'm gonna set up the raid. We're just gonna raid out. I gotta stop. Have a nice night, everybody. It was great experiencing this with you. I had a ton of fun. Thanks so much for being here, and we'll see you next time. If you're still here. I forgot to do this! 8.5 out of 10, Voidfall. Can't believe I forgot.